PKA 648 with our guest, Wolf Taylor.
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Distro.com and Blue Chew, a couple of wonderful products. Wolf, thank you for joining us tonight.
My pleasure, and Happy New Year, y'all. It's kind of late, but you know.
Happy New Year. I like people who keep the seasonal cheer going to the point that it kind of bothers other people. But they're like, he threw a happy. Someone has, maybe it's a Family Guy episode.
That's a good point. How was your 4th of July, Wolf?
Yeah. Or I like to throw one out for like holidays that you don't know enough about to dispute it, where you're like, Happy Arbor Day. And they're like, oh, that doesn't sound right. But okay. Oh, yeah.
My Kwanzaa was awesome.
Oh, yeah. Kwanzaa. Did you talk to Kamala Harris about Kwanzaa? She does all the. Does Kwanzaa do candles?
I don't know, bro.
No idea.
I wish I knew exactly what.
Some Hanukkah people weren't happy about it if it's candle related.
I watched some sort of like YouTube thing about Kwanzaa recently because I don't know. I never knew what it was. I thought it was Black Christmas, but they broke it down, and I guess it was some shyster that invented it, and it was some big scam or something like that. And so
it's not a big scam. No one celebrates it.
That's the thing. Like no one actually celebrates. There's some. It's like those stores that sell mattresses on every corner. Like when's the last time? Yeah. Come on, something's going on in there. We know. I
learned about it in university, but I didn't get the specifics as to the history and whatnot. So I have no idea, bro.
Yeah. Before we started, though, you were about to launch into a brand new conspiracy you've been enjoying, and we told you to hold back.
Oh,
we wanted to hear it.
Okay, so this one is kind of trippy.
Okay.
There was a book written in 1888.
Okay.
Called Baron Trump's Marvelous Underground Journey.
Ah.
And it's about a kid named Baron who can time travel. And it's a series of books, apparently. And then, I think it's like the 3rd episode or the 3rd book of the series. He travels to the future where his mentor named Don becomes the last president of the United States.
All right, come on now. There's no way this is real. There's no way.
I just found out about this 2 days ago.
Dude, Wolf is on it. It was written by American author and lawyer Ingersoll Lockwood. They remained obscure until 2017 when they received media attention for perceived similarities between their protagonist and U.S. President Donald Trump. Wild.
Everyone goes on and on about how Lincoln's secretary's name was Kennedy and Kennedy's secretary's name was Lincoln.
Dude, this is bigger than that.
This is ridiculous.
It's kind of crazy, bro. I'm telling you.
Is there any mention to him being a giant in the story? Is Baron very tall, perhaps?
Dude,
that would steal it for me.
If the story, if it genuinely said Baron was, and he grew to 6'9", he did, I'd be like, oh my god.
Or the color orange was mentioned somewhere or something.
Yeah. Yes.
But no, I'm seriously thinking about buying these books and reading it just to see what's going on. But I heard about this one and looked up the book and I'm like, okay, that's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy.
That is insane. Baron Trump's Marvelous Underground Journey.
I want to read it now. Maybe we can glean some tidbits from the future. Who cares about the narrative, Taylor? This might be a playbook for days to come.
Yeah, but the scary part is it was apparently he becomes the last president in the 1900s or something. But when they emphasized the last president, that was kind of scary. That kind of freaky.
The last we'll ever need.
Mm-hmm. Who knows if he gets elected again, and then it all goes to shit,
or he just won't let anybody else run.
This guy's a real prophet if he gets it right.
Yeah,
he's already halfway there.
Well, fingers crossed.
Today I learned about the Oklahoma Panhandle. There are things about it I didn't. So here's what I already knew. I already knew it was part of Texas, and then so that Texas could remain a slave state, they gave away everything above that latitude. And it became part of Oklahoma. That's what I thought the history was. What I didn't realize is that Kansas, which is above the Panhandle, and Texas, which is below it, were both defined by their latitude. So they couldn't just grab it. So nobody did. And it had no laws and no anything. There was a place called Beer City where cowboys would come and murder each other, and gangsters roam the thing. It was just total fucking what's the movie where people kill each other?
Was it even a territory?
It was nothing. It wasn't a territory. It wasn't a state. It didn't have any government. It was the Wild West but like Kansas and Oklahoma and Texas.
What year? Do you know?
Like late 1800s. And I think there was prohibition because it said there was. So you could like go there and get alcohol, which I thought prohibition was in the 20s. So I'm a little fucked up on that.
Yeah, they tried it a couple times statewide, not nationally.
Oh, maybe that's it. Maybe statewide there was prohibition. That would make it make more sense.
Texas would be the ones.
I hear you. But yeah, I did realize the Oklahoma Panhandle, before it was part of Oklahoma, had no law at all. And people would just murder and gangs would roam and steal and whatever.
When I was younger, like part of me would have been like, man, if I was back then, I would have been ripping and roaring out there. I would have been doing this and that. And now it's like, no, I would have been bullied. Someone who was better with a gun would have stolen my horse and like my boots, and I'd be walking barefoot in the sand.
So I'm not worried about someone who's better with a gun. I'm worried about someone who's better socially, right? I'm going to go out there armed with what? My biceps? And this other guy has 9 friends. I'm like, fuck. Yeah. I got one friend like
some dude with 10 charisma comes out.
Exactly.
Oh, fuck.
Negan didn't rule Walking Dead for his fucking shooting skills.
Yeah. You just find yourself like in your underwear waving goodbye to their troop, like, goodbye. See ya. Like, nothing. And you're like, man, what a bunch of great guys. Fuck. Wow, that guy was a swindler. He was so smooth. I thought he liked
apocalypse situation. Like everyone's hoarding food and guns. You know what you should get? Therapy. Learn how to make friends. Like that'll help you succeed in the zombie apocalypse.
Dude, you start doing therapy talk at some guy in the apocalypse, he's gonna blast your head off.
I get a lot of aggression from you.
I get hit with like, if I'm post-apocalyptic, I'm already mohawked, tatted out, and some person's like, "How was your relationship with your mom like?" And be like, "Nah, we're not done covering that. We're wild now."
See, at that point, they're getting the fire pit ready for you because you're the next meal.
There's no way.
You're not essential at that point.
You're gonna eat me.
So, which apocalypse are you imagining? Because I'm imagining like The Road with the Viggo Mortensen movie, and in that scenario, I ain't talking to no fucking body. If I see you coming and I got a ranged weapon, I am gonna shoot you. And it's like Tarkov. I'm not even gonna loot your body. I'm running the other way. Your friends are all gonna hunker down, like try to see me. I don't know the road. Fast.
Can you do the Postman?
Oh my God! The Postman is such a much. The Postman is Happy Days.
Yeah,
the
Postman is Disneyland.
The guy who runs the post-apocalyptic warlord in that movie is the Fonz compared to the bad guys in The Road. When you meet a traveler, they are often missing their thumbs because what little society there is will cut your thumbs off for stealing. But Viggo Mortensen has 1, maybe 2 bullets, and he's keeping them to kill his son and then himself when the raping cannibals come. And they're always hiding from the raping cannibals, and they're filthy, and they're just beaten down.
I'm unrapeable, Kyle.
And that's what you think until the cannibals show up.
It's because I'm always willing.
Oh, you're just like openly weeping under a dilapidated overpass. Like, I chose this. Yeah, sure you did, bitch. Some guy with a fucking swastika on his forehead is deep dicking you under Highway 70.
It's funny because
Belcher would be like, you take the sport out of it.
They're like, man, I'm losing my erection with this guy. He's just
you're like throwing it back. You're like, whoa. Dude, stop. What are you doing?
Push it back, bro.
More spit.
And that's how Matthew survived the apocalypse, by learning to throw it down harder than anyone had ever thrown it down before.
Did you see that poor Reddit post? The lady's like, I was wearing, these are my comfy panties. I was wearing them when I had a medical emergency and had to be taken to the ER. The doctor saw them. The nurse saw them. My family saw them. They say "cum slut" in white cummy letters.
Ooh,
wow,
that's good. Those must be really comfortable.
Yeah, they're like full size, like bloomer panties, like the cup, like bikini panties. Yeah.
Jesus.
Can you go through that list again? The doctor and who?
The doctor, the nurse, her family. Like they took her in and had like her sisters. There, I doubt like her dad saw it or anything, but everybody else. I think her mom saw it.
What if you had the most comfortable pair of boxers on earth, but it said like "Daddy's little devil" and it had devil horns where your dick is?
Dude, that's fucking hilarious. You think that's funny? When
I bring that up because that's what I'm wearing.
I'm about to checkmate your underwear. When I got arrested and went to jail, I was wearing yellow boxers that have an elephant face on the front with a trunk to put your cock in.
That's pretty fun.
Wow.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem comfortable though. It seems like those glove shoes. I wouldn't like that.
You get used to it. At first, you're like
when you're so you have to like stand there after putting your underwear on and then like cram your flaccid penis into
it's weird. It knows where to go. It's like putting on when you put on a glove, you don't have to like put each. They just go.
Just falls into place.
It falls right into place. He knows his home.
I believe that if you're putting on your underwear hard.
I do. I double leg it like a fireman.
And you can maintain an erection, cram it into the trunk, and then you go flaccid comfortably.
At some point when I was a kid, Batman, the animated series, influenced how these small ways in which I live my life. Like I saw Batman crack his knuckles before he. One time, Batman was.
I'm sorry, we can't move past that too quickly.
He's been fighting crime ever since.
I'm going to tell you.
Woody, the Batman animated series made more impact on me than my own father.
It absolutely did. Because before Batman would get busy, some gangsters in an alley roughing up some poor old man, he'd crack his knuckles. Crack them. They'd all crack. I was like, ooh, that's what tough guys do. Started cracking my knuckles right then. I was 10. Still crack my fucking knuckles. And what's the other thing? What were we just talking about before this?
He was a billionaire.
The elephant trunk underwear. Elephant trunk underwear. Custom underwear. Daddy's little
Jumping into your underwear.
Baron Trump.
The way that you put your shoes on and you're
that's
legging it. Yeah.
That's it. I remember somebody was talking, they were like conspiring against Batman. The Bats puts his pants on one leg at a time, just like everybody else. And that was the first time I'd ever heard that expression. Maybe I was 8-10 years old. And I was like, you know what? From now on, I don't put my pants on one leg at a time like everyone else. I double leg. And still to this day, when I in the morning, I wake up, I sit on the side of the bed, I grab my sweatpants, double leg. Right on. Stand up. I'm starting my day. I know I'm already one step ahead of everybody else. Even though I woke up at noon.
Literally.
Damn. I've been thinking. Sorry, go ahead, Wolf.
That's also the correct form to put on underoos, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
yes.
both. Yeah.
Or onesies.
You go both legs and your dick in there.
Yep, you're good to go.
Dude, I've been thinking so much about build orders for Age of Empires. Your morning build orders much faster. You save a step with that double leg.
Yeah,
that's smart.
I min-max my build order throughout the day. The way like when I get in front of that mirror, there's like 8 things I do after a shower or whatever. Like they're in a specific order, like it have to be, or I'll, hurt inside.
Once I've brushed my teeth and showered, and like I'm dressed, that's like
freestyling.
What else are we doing? Like in the bathroom? If my skin gets really dry, I put that CeraVe stuff you recommended on it.
You put that on.
Yeah, after I shower. I'm not putting it on before I shower and washing it off.
Why am I trying?
He's upset that you're not using it every day. You're using it conditionally?
You use it twice.
No. It's like brushing your teeth condition. If I wake up with bad breath, maybe I brush. No, always. That's his contention.
I mean, that tub that I have, at the rate I use it, Kyle, 2 years supply.
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
I recommend the Jack Black's pump stuff. Those blue bottles. It's like $50 a bottle for that moisturizer, but it's really good. No, I don't know. I do a bunch of stuff in there. I like fucking clean my ears and clip my nails. Like I clip my nails after the shower because they're soft and they're easier to clip. Do you do that?
No. I just do it whenever I notice I do it.
That's the move. Like cut your nails right after the shower and they're really soft and there's not a big.
But in the shower though?
No. I get.
I
actually do it over my sink like a barbarian and then wash them down the drain. I don't know if that's kosher or not, but it's what I do.
I do it over the toilet, foot on the toilet, end of the toilet, and so they drop right in. Unless they're flyers and they go out,
No, this is my house. Let it fly.
Growing up, I watched black sitcoms instead of white sitcoms, and Martin was my favorite.
Is that what you really do, Taylor?
No, that's disgusting. Just toenails all over my house.
My favorite. I'm the man. There's a part where I think it was Martin and what was his wife's name?
Gina.
Anyway, Gina. Martin and Gina are in the bedroom, and she's trying to be sexy, and she is sexy. She was always sexy, but Martin is cutting his fucking toenails, and he one of them flies off, and the camera does this like first person view, so you are the toenail flying through the air, and it hits Gina so hard in the head it like concusses her and knocks her back. And like 7-year-old me thought that was the peak of comedy. Like that was the funniest.
It was
shit
at that
I'd ever
time,
seen.
probably.
Yeah, like my older sister would do shenanigans. Martin would dress up as a lady and have these crazy titties bouncing around. Or they would forever shenanigans. Yeah, I watch that shit all the time.
I
Yeah.
never watched Martin at all.
Really?
Yeah,
Had
no,
some
it
good episodes on that.
wasn't mine. Do you have a robust morning psycho-like regimen, Wolf? Where you put on lots of creams?
I don't know if it's robust, but I get up, I drink a big thing of water, and I stretch because I'm getting old, and 20 push-ups. Then I go. And I recently, I used to down Red Bull, but I quit that last year, and now I'm like water and a little bit of coffee in the morning.
Was that hard to quit Red Bull?
It really was. It really was.
Really?
Like, yeah, I went cold turkey. It was because I mean, like it was a habit, right? And I was like, every morning I'd have one of the small things of Red Bull as soon as I get up, and I would get my day going. So to stop that, like, it was insane.
Was the caffeine or just like the ritual of cracking a Red Bull and the taste and the flavor and all that stuff?
There's a combination of the caffeine and the taste and everything, and it's weird because at one point, like a couple years ago, I stopped drinking it and I drank coffee instead, and coffee made my blood pressure go up.
Yeah,
which was weird, but I guess my body, assimilated or acclimated to the Red Bull, so that's why I didn't do that. So I cut. I like the.
I can imagine a doctor looking at a chart. His blood is acclimated to the Red Bull. There's nothing we can do at this point.
Excuse me, sprouting weeds.
Just give him a monster energy and say goodbye.
Red Bullet drone or something. Red Bullet drone help you.
That's about it. But the weird thing is when you guys, everybody has their weird thing that freaks them out or grosses them out, or as the kids say, the ick. Mm-hmm. It's like people who brush your teeth in the shower totally gross me out. Like that would be a deal breaker for me.
You do
leave the brush in the shower, Woody?
Yeah, I have cut out in the wall for all my toiletries, and there's shampoo, soap, toothbrush, and I like the toothbrush to stand upright so it doesn't like lay in like
it's scummy.
Yeah, I want it to hover in like a microgravity thing.
That would be ideal, but I'll settle for leaning on the little wall. And it's just an extra toothbrushing I slip in when I come out of the shower. I don't always shower first thing in the morning, so I might shower before lunch or after lunch. And when I come out, I like to be fresh in every regard, and that includes having just brushed.
That's a good point. I don't see how you guys are going to combat that. Like,
I just do it when you get out of the shower.
He's a married man. I don't think as a single man that's a move, or even maybe as a dating man or a relationship man. And I think once you've locked her down and your bathroom costs more than people's houses, then you can put a toothbrush in your shower and nobody will say boo about it.
My wife does it too. So I shower with Jackie I was going to say every day. That's not true. It's like 5 times a week. At this point, it would be rude to not offer hey, I'm about to hop in. You down? And she'll hold her toothbrush right there, and I put the paste that she wants. I don't know. She likes it.
So you're brushing your teeth, and you're spitting down at your feet and everything, and
spit on her feet.
You make out with it. And,
you got the froth going on.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with brushing in the shower. I said, I'm kind of weird about that, so it's a weird thing, right? I'm not saying I'm normal. What do you think's gross about it? Or is it just disrupt your
I see it as the same. I see it as the same as peeing in a shower.
There's nothing wrong with that. It's all pipes.
I pee in the shower. I mean, I'm gonna go ahead and break the seal on that one. I've been peeing on the shower shower my whole fucking life. I think there's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah,
I peed in the sink 3 years ago because I was just like, I want to pee in the sink. And so I did.
I told you there's a subreddit called Sink Pissers, and I am the founding member. Now you can join us. We are 787 strong.
I dabble in sink pissery. I wouldn't say I'm all in. Once was enough because soon I was as I was doing it, I'm this is kind of gross. This is the sink I brush my teeth in. I was being
unlike the shower where you also brush your teeth.
Yeah, I've had it talking about brushing your teeth during things you shouldn't. I've been brushing my teeth in the morning, post shower, and then I have to shit really bad. And so then I go start shitting while I'm finishing brushing my teeth. And then I do the quick duck walk, spit, finish shitting, and then I shower again. Because if you've shit after you shower, the whole thing's ruined. I want to feel clean
you just pull
and fresh.
Your balls. You grab your balls, you lean forward and just spit down between your legs. That's the move.
It's not. It's gonna get toothpaste all. Well, I guess I'm showering again.
Yeah, about the shower. Right? What are you worried about? Getting your toilet full of shit dirty with some toothpaste? Come on.
I didn't want to get it all over my
man.
penis. But you're right. Well, this is a one-time thing, and so I didn't have a plan. I just I went into it. You know, my only plan was like, let's get through this and then
Fucking
shower
animals. I prepare all my meals in the shower too. I installed a garbage disposal in the drain.
Again. Okay, Kramer.
Just lettuce.
This
carrots,
meal was
everything.
cooked in the shower.
Yeah.
Okay, one more random thing.
we're eating was prepared in
Yeah.
the shower.
Why is it? Have any of you guys thrown up in the sink, or do you do it in the toilet?
The idea of vomiting in a sink to me is so alien and weird. And
why do they do it in
inconsiderate.
movies all the time?
Because it's
Oh,
it's a
really?
better shot than the toilet, I guess. Maybe even like there's. I know back in the day, it was. I think Psycho was the first movie ever to you heard the toilet flush. It was a taboo. They didn't. You certainly didn't show someone sitting on. I remember when I saw Nicole Kidman pissing on a toilet and then wiping her pussy and eyes wide shut. I was like, oh my
With
god,
her husband in the bathroom.
Yeah, it's like also that's weird. But
Yeah.
but like that's kind of a taboo. So my guess would be that it's a much nicer shot that's more palatable for someone vomiting into a sink than into a toilet or whatever. But in real life, if you vomit in my sink, I am upset with you.
I would be livid.
Oh yeah, bro.
What have you done? Because it's got that little thing that keeps you from losing your ring and shit. Like there's
It better be 100% water, not 98% water. 100.
Have you ever cleaned someone else's vomit?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I had someone get hammered at my house like within the last year, and within the last year, I had someone come over and we were all hanging out, having a good time, drinking, whatnot. And one of my friends got, he had gotten some rough news in life. And so he was hitting it way harder than everyone else. Like we were playing board games. Like no one was getting tanked except he was. And like he was sitting on my couch. I have white couches. That was a terrible
He rolls
idea.
the dice. He's
And so
Wow.
he was sitting on one of my white couches and like looking down and like that hammered swaying, like elbows on the knees, holding your own forehead. And one of my buddies had like a sixth sense to it before me. Cause I'm like looking at the Settlers of Catan board or whatever. And my buddy, the Marine, actually, I've brought him up on the show many times. Just like, Taylor, he's going to throw up. And I was like, ugh. And I looked over and I saw it. I saw it, and it didn't even go straight to my carpet. It hit in between the cushions of my white couch. And so I had to go to the store the next day and get like special pet enzyme removing spray and scrub. And I used that and it got it like it's 95% out now. But if I really look, I can see I was way more displeased than I let on.
I'm so nosy. Why was he upset? I know you made it vague. So was it financial?
If you're going to tell, I want to guess.
Financial, emotional, or
relationship
related?
It was a personal
Hold on,
thing, so I don't
let's
want to. I'm not going to say what it was, but yeah, he was in a rough spot, and he yacked all over my fucking couch.
That's
had to be
All
emotional.
over my
That's
couch.
relationship stuff.
Yeah,
So when I was 16, I took a girl I liked to La Cabana in Livonia, Georgia. It's a wonderful Mexican establishment if you happen through the area. There's also one at Hartwell, Georgia. Third location coming soon.
I've been there many times. I'm sorry.
Might be a minor investor, might not. And not at all. But I remember I bought her. I remember what she ordered. She ordered shredded chicken enchiladas. And I got to see them twice that night. Once when she ate them, and later when she vomited them all over and down between the door and the seat of my truck. She was vomiting outside, and I went and got her like a big gulp from the gas station to throw up into. We're 16 and we're like, can't take her drunk ass home. We got to like ride this out. And she had missed the fucking big gulp at some point and was just throwing up enchiladas all over my seats. And I just remember the next day being out there with a fucking squirt bottle and fucking paper towels. And like, I'm a big boy now. I've got a girlfriend with a drug problem.
growing up.
I'm a grown up now. This is what it's like. And I mean, that is the most grown up thing a 16-year-old can do, I think, is clean your
have a drug problem.
Make a baby. Probably.
Make a baby. Maybe so. Felt like a big deal to me.
When's the last time someone who
downgrade your
When's
your
the last time someone who wasn't you threw up in your home, Wolf?
I I've got
violating.
an interesting throw up story. Okay, I've got tons of throw up stories because, as some people don't know, I've never drank alcohol. I've actually never tasted alcohol. So all my life I've been the designated driver. But there's one story that I'm kind of pissed about. I had bought my first Land Rover back in the day, and I was going to a wrap party for a movie. Wrap party as in the movie finished filming, and you wrap up with the cast and crew and stuff. So I was invited to this party in Toronto, and the movie that was wrapping was Four Brothers. It was Marky Mark, Andre 3000, Tyrese.
I know.
Yeah. So I was hanging out with those guys and stuff, and my friends there, it was studio money, so they're giving out free food and free drinks. And the guys who I went there were, there was a couple of rappers and stuff that you wouldn't know. And one of my friends decided they had unlimited Krispy Kreme donuts.
That's fun.
So my friend was getting drunk and only eating Krispy Kreme donuts for like 3 hours straight.
Damn.
So, being the DD, I was, make sure they don't get too crazy and stuff. No fights happening, all that stuff. And I was going to drive them home after, which is cool. That's what friends do. So I'm here, I'm hanging out with Tyrese and stuff. And we're like, I see them starting to sway and they're getting a little weird. And they goes, Wolf, I think we need to go home. And so we're going home, like, shiny your Land Rover and stuff. And we're just in the middle of the highway. And I just see him swaying in the back seat. And I go, don't you do it. Don't you fucking do it. I just got this freaking car, bro. He go, don't worry, man. I'll be okay. I go, don't you fucking do it, bro. And I was like, if you got to throw up, roll down the window for the love of God. Roll down the window, please. He goes, yeah, man, I'm good. And he falls asleep. So, okay, we're going to be good. And then I'm driving. Everyone's sleeping past out. And all I hear is, from the back seat. Projectile vomit comes from the back seat over front of the passenger seat beside me. Vomit hits my friend who's beside me in the car in the head, back of the head, and it's going everywhere.
What the fuck?
And it's just chunks of donut and the white sugar. All
chunks of donut. He wasn't even savoring them.
It was the worst, most
whole donut holes. He was popping them and swallowing them like pills.
And it was like winter. We had to open the windows. I'm cursing as like, and he's trying to say sorry and stuff. And then like I dropped him off at home. I had to go to the friggin' car wash in the middle of the night to try and spray this stuff out without destroying my car. Oh, it was just
what a
horrid
pain in the
experience, bro.
That guy's a bad vomiter. What the fuck's his problem?
Yeah, he threw up on his in his sleep. If he would have been laying down on his back, he would have been a statistic.
Could have been, but it just came out like it woke him up.
Are you a loud vomiter? Because my mom would always laugh when my dad would get sick. You feel bad because he's sick or whatever, but at the same time, it's like he's so loud. It's just like daddy's sick.
I guess it depends how sick I am. Like I feel like I can proudly vomit if I'm only like a little food poisoning amount where I'm like, oh, this is just the bacteria. Ugh. But like if I'm like really sick and it's how congested I am. If I'm really congested while I'm vomiting, it's gonna sound like I'm dying. Because like you're not breathing, because like you finish the big vomit and then you're like, because you can't breathe in through your nose while you're throwing up. Oh, being sick is the worst.
The last few times it's been food poisoning, and there's something about that where it's like you've thrown up everything, but your body's saying no, keep going, bitch. And by the end of like dry heaving, I'm like teary eyed and whimpering, and just like my nose is running, and it's just like I come out of there just like. That was so horrible.
You have like those stomach convulsions. Like there's nothing. It's just like stomach bile at that point. It's like there's not one iota of even water in there to puke up.
I try to drink a ton of Gatorade when that's happening because throwing up.
You said the last few times
better.
You said the last few times. How many times have you had food poisoning?
A lot, all the time. Like a lot.
Like every couple months he gets.
Yeah, probably 3 times a year I get food poisoning. I would say.
Are you allergic to something, or is like Like I was gonna
Livonia
say,
La
No.
Cabana.
I
I don't understand. I've been having Mexican food delivered twice a day. How could this happen?
sushi at the gas station was great at first.
I have been more careful over the years at like what I would eat, because I don't know, like I like to go out and go to different restaurants and try new stuff, but I
That's just weird, bro.
I get bitten by it a lot. I remember this isn't back in the day, it was Sonic, you know, that drive-through place. I remember I went there. It's terrible. It's awful. But that place poisoned me. And I swear to God, I went back a week later and it poisoned me again.
That's such a dramatic way to say you got like a bad bit of food that they poisoned you. I guess technically you're right.
They absolutely, I'm telling you, I was shitting blood. They poisoned me.
Shitting blood.
What?
Yes.
I had
And you
food
went back?
poisoning like in my memory. Like I can't remember the last time I dealt with that.
It wasn't even like a year later. You went back like a week later.
A week later, like I remember my dad and I both got it the first time, and we're just like dying. And he like, I'm like, you feel any better? No, so sick. And a week later, I was like, bet it's clean this week.
I
What are the
respect
odds?
commitment to the scientific process, right? Like, all right, I tried this, I nearly died, but can we reproduce the results? It's not a valid
Yeah.
experiment. So
We're
you
in
can do it
a
twice.
a
Fool me
replicability crisis,
twice.
and Kyle's doing his part to make sure we can trust the science, trust the data.
I don't go to Sonic anymore. I've learned my lesson. But
Yeah.
yeah, I get food poisoning 2 or 3 times a year.
You
And
shouldn't
I
have to
know
get sick to not go back to Sonic. I've never had a tasty experience at Sonic. Every time I've been at Sonic, I'm like, oh yeah, I remember why I don't go to Sonic. It's like the doors blown off by Chick-fil-A. Even McDonald's is better than I don't know.
Inside at Sonic? Does it
No,
have
it's
it?
I don't
just
think so.
you have to
You
eat
go
in
to
your
Sonic
car.
after you went to the bar like 2:00 in the morning or something like that.
I only
was-
eat
that
when I
was
have
Steak and
like
Shake for
some
us.
place to go. So Sonic doesn't fit. And if I'm on a motorcycle, like what's the worst drive-through experience ever? Like what just like prop a chicken sandwich on the speedometer.
You look like such a tool sitting there eating like slanted, like just a little bit because you're on a bike.
yeah.
Just
try
with the-
and level out the plate for you.
Yeah, I would. I like those clips I see, and I feel bad for the people involved. But like, we're a Sonic worker. They used to wear rollerblades, and they
Yeah.
just like catch the curb and drop. Because like one of Sonic's big selling points, and this is how you can tell a place is confident in their food, is they're like 70 cents, and we'll give you 200 ounces of Powerade, and it's like okay. So like half the time you see these people skating out with like barrels of Pepsi, and in the clips they trip, they fall, and it's like an explosion. You know they probably don't get in trouble because it's like, yeah, that's 2 cents worth of soda you just lost.
It's funny you say that. That's when I think Sonic, I think of their like slushes, those like frozen sugary drinks.
They're like
lemon lime.
limeades. I remember that.
Yeah. Like that's probably what brought me there. And I was like, yeah, give me a cheeseburger too. And then they poisoned me. It absolutely is poisoning because that's doo doo. Somebody put some doo doo in your food. That's what E. coli is.
I just thought, a restaurant that serves food on roller skates called Meals on Wheels would be fun.
Meals on wheels. But I
Okay.
want them to be in wheelchairs. I want them all to be in wheelchairs.
Just like 7 Hooters waitresses and
It's
an
hot
old
chicks,
man.
but they're crippled.
It's hot chicks with their check out the gams on that one. It's just two shriveled up dead legs. Sitting
Look at
there.
those stumps. Look at
Man,
those.
fuck her
stumps.
like a marionette puppet.
Oh Jesus, Murphy.
Speaking of lemonade, my buddy, this is just last night. We were playing Age of Empires together, and he was like, "Hey, have you heard of charged lemonade at Panera Bread?" And I was like, "Yeah, I saw the meme and everything." And he's like, "Yeah, I had heard something about that like weeks ago, but I went and I joined like the Panera Sip Club or something. I don't know. It's like you pay a couple dollars a month and then you can go in and get as many coffees and drinks as you want whenever." So obviously, very few people are going there and getting a lemonade and not getting a scone or something. So they make money. And he was like, I thought it was kind of like I don't know, like a Red Bull or like a charged seltzer water amount of caffeine in it. And he said he got a large one and a small one and drank both of them and then had to go online afterward to look up how much caffeine it was. And the large one is 390 milligrams of caffeine and the small one is like 160. And so it was like 600, 500 milligrams, like over that of caffeine. And he said there's no indication that it's that strong. Like it doesn't taste. It's like usually you drink something with a lot of caffeine, it immediately like parches your mouth a little bit, dries it. You can kind of tell. Said there was none of that. There's no carbonation to slow you down. And so he's like, yeah, I just like drank the whole large one unthinkingly while working. And like a little bit later, I was like, why am I in such a blind panic? Like, why am I so panicked right now? There's nothing to be panicked about. And he like said he was considering going to the doctor. And I was like, oh, it's the Panera. It's the Panera charged lemonade.
But it doesn't look that bad in this thing. I can't tell what all those drinks are. I mean,
it's because like all those
Bang
other ones,
is the biggest one.
Yeah, all those other ones are hot.
Ounce.
Yeah, per ounce.
Per ounce. This is the concentration of caffeine in these beverages.
Yeah, and so like the Panera thing, like that has more caffeine in it than a Bang Energy.
And to point out, the Panera has the largest serving and the third largest concentration. Like, my God. Look how big the Panera. They serve you like a giant.
But it's the fifth largest concentration.
Yes, the fifth, or I guess kind of tied for the dark roast about. But it's basically it's
still like the Panera dark roast that's right next to it that you'd think would have a lot of caffeine is probably half as much when you drink as the serving size.
Half the serving, yeah.
Oh, less than half. Like the Panera thing they're showing is like what 12 ounces, and that giant cup is like 42 ounces or something. Like it's like a gas station sized cup. I was there the other day with my dad just getting lunch, catching up, and I saw people getting it in that giant cup. And I'm like, man, they're getting to get so much done.
I like that we live in an age of irresponsible food. Just huge servings, things that are tremendous calorie.
Well, that's an American thing, though. Like that's the stereotype, right? Of Americans and their big food.
It's not wrong. I had this team building event back when I had a Minecraft server, and the guy from Scotland came over and really wanted to experience the serving sizes of our drinks. They went out at like 1 a.m. one night, borrowed my car just to go to a gas station and buy gigantic drinks.
Yeah.
Freedom. I never do that.
Like even when you cross the border from Canada to the States, States, it's you see it immediately, right? It's like the extra large is like bucket size when you go to McDonald's and stuff, and
does Canada have bitch size servings?
Yeah, we do. Yeah, they just it's small, normal, healthy servings. I mean,
paying for refills.
I mean, you say tomato. Tomato.
Do y'all really pay? Do you pay for refills at like at the average?
Not really, because some of the pop machines or soda machines, depending what state you're in, they're on the outside. You fill up your own. So, but it's not like
if you were like. I'm gonna say like an Outback or an Applebee's, like a chain style restaurant.
No, you pay. You don't get. Well, it's hard to say. Some restaurants are free refills. Not many are.
I'm not tipping if you start charging me for Cokes.
So, yeah, it depends on where you are.
I'm so trained that refills for soda for soft drinks should be free that I would be irate if because when I go to if I'm going to a steakhouse or something, I might drink 7 Diet Cokes. They give you those tiny little glasses with so much ice in it that you're like 2 sips and it's like, oh, well, that's half of this one gone. I better just finish it and let them reload me next time they get here. And then you do that a few times. I'd be, like $4 a pop. Are you fucking kidding me? Fuck you. This is communism. This is I guess it's pure capitalism, but it's, I don't like it. And things I don't like are communist. So I would not.
I think so. I would imagine that their cost per ounce of soda is like zero, like almost.
Yeah,
it's borderline free. Yeah,
it's borderline free. So the idea, it's almost like a wink and a nod, like, hey, we're charging you too much for this shitty food, but don't worry, we got your back with the sugar water. Thank you. I appreciate that.
The cost of the drinks, so let's all agree that the seltzer water and sugar syrup is not very much. But what does it cost to keep those machines cleaned and maintained? And I don't know what else there is involved.
You think they clean those machines? It's rare.
I thought they might. I don't know.
They're McDonald's ones, they keep them pretty clean because they have a
stories about
deal
the ice
with
machines.
I have
heard about ice. Mm-hmm. I never even considered that the ice might not be so clean, but I just scoop a bucket in a hotel it's like no one peed in there.
Yeah, like no one vomited in there 3 weeks ago as a prank or some nonsense.
Jesus,
it's easy.
I never get ice anywhere, bro.
That. Like if you think about gross stuff in ice or if you're someone who always thinks your food is being fucked with, like you're just not going to be happy. You can't dwell on things like that. Like all of us have eaten food that's been fucked with at one point or another. Just
Kyle more than everybody else, but
I eat ass. You think I care if you spit in my soda? Get the fuck out of here.
But what if she had E. coli?
She definitely had E. coli. That's where do you think I'm getting the food poisoning from, Taylor? I prepare all my meals.
Yeah. I got E. coli from the lettuce at Chipotle. I was wiping my girlfriend's ass with it in the bedroom.
If you eat ass, E. coli is just flavoring at that point. Like
waitresses spitting in my food is my kink. That's why I treat them that way.
I'm always worried I'm going to catch some strays. Whenever I've been at a table and Woody orders, I'm like, I hope they don't get my drink mixed up with it.
Yeah. Well, we have
Woody orders a Sprite. If Woody orders a Sprite, you better believe I'm getting a Coca-Cola or something dark. There's no way I'm getting something similar.
Yeah, I never send anything back to the kitchen just for that reason.
Yeah,
I'll send it back if it's fucked up. I'll send it back.
It's got to be really bad for me to send it back.
It's got to be really bad.
I can't recall sending anything back. Maybe if it's not what I ordered.
Oh, yeah. If it's like I order a cheeseburger and they bring out pasta.
You know, I've never sent anything back either. I guess what I meant was I would send something back if there was something wrong. But I don't remember ever sending anything back.
I can't remember the last time I did. It's maybe been like once.
I don't want them to
ever.
fix it up. Like, oh, this steak's not cooked enough. I don't want them to like give it another round on the stove. That's not the same as cooking it right the first time. I'll just take what I got.
So here's what people do: that if they're like shit's cold or it's wrong or whatever, to make sure they get a new one, they salt the fuck out of it. They salt the fuck out of it, mix it up. Like, hey, this is all wrong. Go fix it. And they bring it back and salt again. You're like, aha! See, I played a little joke on you, bitch. I salted. You tricked me. Now go back in there behind
the
closed
joke's
doors and make my
you.
meal over again.
Kyle's gonna get my kink satisfied.
I got her.
Well, Miss Waitress, the joke's on you. My time is worthless. So I've created a Rube Goldberg trap for you to fall into about the saltiness of my steak. Now go back there and don't rub your pussy on it. Like,
did you see?
You know what I used to go to? I'm sorry, Kyle. I'll give you the phone in a second. I used to eat with my coworkers all the time. And when we had leftover bread, I had one who would stick green beans in the bread just to make so that if they served it to the next table, they'd get busted.
Oh,
what a terrorist.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Genius.
Did you see that? There's a not hidden, I guess, but like there's cameras behind the counter, and this lady takes the hot dog wiener, she hikes her skirt up, puts her leg on the counter, fucks herself with somebody's hot dog wiener, and then puts it on the bun and like serves it to them, and it's on camera. And there's no way they got to that wiener before it was eaten.
No, they're king.
That's vile.
That's messed
vile.
Nah,
and look, as bad as it is for the guy who has to eat the fishy wiener, she just like her pussy's now got like hot dog residue in there. That can't be good for her.
And the kind of woman who's going to do that, I don't think she's douching. I don't think she's taking care of it the way she should.
She's not taking care of that.
Just introducing Oscar Mayer bacteria into that.
It's self-cleaning, Taylor. Haven't you heard?
Yeah. I mean, to what extent?
Ever since I saw that Ryan Reynolds movie where he worked in the kitchen and they would do
waiting.
Yeah. That's why I stopped thinking about sending stuff back to the kitchen. Like, oh hell no.
That impacted me
road
too.
Trip.
Yeah.
It was Road Trip for me. There's a scene early on where that geeky guy like sends his French toast back because there's powdered sugar on it or some shit, and the fat cook played by I think Horatio Sands just runs it through the most disgusting ringer of awful things to do to French toast. There's powdered sugar on it. He didn't order that. He picks it up. He goes, like licks all the powdered sugar off real quick, like throws it in the air, and then he reaches behind himself and pulls his waistband out so it falls down the back of his pants, and he leaves it down the ass crack of his pants while he does some other shit. And he's like wiggling around. He farts on it, and then he like gets it back out, throws it on the plate, takes it out, and the kid's eating, and he goes, yummy. And it's just like, note to self, don't send.
Have you guys ever worked at a restaurant? Anyone?
McDonald's briefly.
You worked at McDonald's briefly.
Briefly.
My first job was at this place called The Keg.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like 14, 15, and I was a dishwasher. So I don't know if that counts as working in a restaurant, but
Yeah, it does.
it was the most back-breaking stuff because it's not just washing the dishes, but the cleanup after the restaurant closes. I was like, I realized at that point I was not made for physical labor because you have to clean that up and clean up all the stuff above the fans and all that stuff. And I was like I was a young soccer player. I was in shape and stuff, but the morning after, my back was bugging me. I was like, oh, I'm not. That was a one day. That was a one dayer. I was done.
One day?
Yeah, I was done.
That's as long as I made it at Ben and Jerry's. Yeah,
I worked at a place called
Ben and Jerry's.
Flanders Boardwalk Grill in Ocean City. I started when I was 13. I worked there illegally. You have to be 14 in New Jersey, but I was under the table. And my main job was renting out bikes, but I also peeled potatoes and served food to like the customers and stuff. It never even occurred to me to like do something unkind to the food. I would just make it the way that I thought was good. And then eventually that evolved to making it the way that my boss thought was good, which I guess is a good evolution.
Yeah.
He'd always hate, like, I like my toast to be buttered. All of the, like, there shouldn't be dry spots on the toast. It should have a thin layer of butter from edge to edge. And he's like, you're going to give him a heart attack. I don't know if he thought he was making better toast than me or if he was being cheap with the butter. I still don't know. But that was the kind of food. He was unpleasable.
You were the toast king. I bet everybody, when they got your toast, they were like, oh, who's the toast? I demand to speak to the toast boy today.
Hey,
because he's killing it back. You come out, you're just covered in butter. Just
man, where's the butter boy? Is the butter boy back there? Yeah, give me 4 slices of toast. Extra buttery.
I never did anything bad to people's food, but it was hard, dude. I must have had like 15 gallons of potatoes I'd peel at a time. They were boiled the night before to make it a little easier, but it just took forever. It was so much work. It was so heavy.
Isn't there can't you just like pull it all off in one, like if they're boiled and cold?
I used a butter knife and it would come off very easily.
Oh, you just scrape it, huh?
Yeah.
Isn't that like punishment in the military though?
Yeah.
Dude, it was the worst job.
Yeah.
My boss always screamed at me. If I was even like 1 minute late, he was just brutal. I quit after 2 years of being like abused by him. And I came in 2 minutes late and he just laid into me so he's like, what does your time card say? And it was early too. It was like 5:02 a.m. And he's like, like, what the fuck? Why are you late? I was like, I quit. I can't take it. I can't. Not one more day.
You're showering at 4:40 that morning. Like, today's the day you put your foot down, butter boy.
It's still dark.
That's awful. No,
that reminds me of The Bear. Have you seen that?
No.
It's a new TV show with the guy from Shameless in it.
I've seen a couple episodes of Shameless. It depressed me. I didn't watch anymore.
Yeah,
I love Shameless.
The Bear is an amazing show, but it's about a restaurant, and it will trigger you if you've worked in restaurants. But it's an amazing show. You have to watch it.
Yeah, I've never really worked in a restaurant, so I don't know.
I don't
what
like
are you talking about? You were a scoop specialist.
For
Ben
one
Jerry's
day.
counts, bro. You're one dayer also, eh?
One day.
Why did you only last one day?
It's not that I only lasted one day. I've told the story before, so I'll keep it quick. I was never technically hired. I went into Ben & Jerry's looking for a job over summer when I was like 16 because what I did over the summer was coach hockey at a goalie camp. And so I was a coach at one of those camps. And that only lasted like 8 weeks total, all the different camps, maybe even less, 6. And my dad's like, you're not going to just do 6 weeks of work this summer. You got to like do real job. So go get Ben & Jerry's or go get something. So I was like driving around, like looking for a job. It's like 2007, 2006, whatever it was. And I found a Ben & Jerry's, went in, this hippie lady was like at the front. And I'm like, are you guys hiring? And she was like, yeah. And I'm like, do you have an application? And she's like, oh, don't bother yourself with that. Come on back here. I've been invented. There were no customers in there. Red flag 1. And like I like within 40 seconds of walking into Ben & Jerry's, I'm donning an apron in the back. And this woman is like, how about you just here, with Steve here. If I recall, he's kind of an effeminate guy. You're going to make waffle cones with Steve. And so I made waffle cones for like 5 hours. Not a lot of customers come in. I botched some waffle cones early, got my technique down later. The problem I had early with making the waffle cones is that the hole at the bottom was too large. There'd be too much drippage. And so I fixed that up a bit, got my technique down. Some customers came in, this girl and her mom, and then the effeminate guy was like, go ahead and serve them up. And so then I went over there, and the woman asked for something like Choco Monkey Grape or whatever fucking ridiculous flavor they had. And the way they had it listed is, there's like 6 in each giant freezer. There's like 12 flavors, and they're stacked like 2 or 3 like that in a row and then in a grid. And the little cheat sheet they had at the top on my end as the scooper, the way it should be is the top one should be what is furthest away from me. It should be like I should be able to lay that down on top of the ice cream, and that's the way it should be organized, because I'm not like Codename style, because if you're not retarded. It was inverted than that. The ones at the top were the ones closest to me. It just didn't make sense. And so I gave this woman
heads or tails of that system?
No one could make heads. And I didn't have the eye expertise yet to differentiate between like puffy ape crunch and the Blizzard Avalanche Rocky Road Extreme. And so I gave this woman like a big serving. I was trying to hook her up. Gave it to her, and then she looked at it kind of displeased, and my manager was like, "Oh, that's the wrong flavor." And she was like, "It's okay." And then the guy looked at me and was like, "First day." And it's like, I haven't even been hired yet. I'm just working in food service.
Did you get paid for that day?
No. Then I went in the back afterward. They were closing. They were closed. No, I didn't get anything. They were closing. And then I went in the back, and the woman was like, "All right, we're going to give you a call and let you know when you start." And I went home, told my dad, I'm going to be working at Ben & Jerry's. He's like, "Good for you, son. Good for you, son." You have like a real job.
One day, boy, it's going to be Ben, Jerry, and Taylor.
Ben, Jerry, and Taylor's. It's going to be Ben and Taylor's. You're going to beat that freeloader Jerry out. You're going to get rid of that fucker. And so Taylor then I waited weeks and never heard from them until just lady didn't answer my calls, went back, they had closed, and I realized they had just lied to me and just gotten a free day of work, because you're not just suddenly closed down by Ben & Jerry corporate that afternoon. They know it's coming. They took advantage of me. I was basically a slave for one day because I got no ice cream, I got no money, and I got no references. So
that's
wow.
Yeah.
You need to go to Ben & Jerry's and demand reparations.
Dude, Ben & Jerry, all their progressive nonsense online, and meanwhile they enslaved me. They enslaved me for one day, and I'm not cool with it. So Ben, Jerry, if you're out there, I don't want to hear a lick about your fucking progressive ice cream until I am paid for my day.
Yeah, he's got a underground railroad that goes to Baskin Robbins.
Yeah, I'm going to freedom.
Yeah,
to Baskin Robbins.
Fight the power, brother. Fight the power.
That's what I need to do that. I need to get some of my followers on Twitter to help me harass the Ben & Jerry's corporate account for back payment with inflation taken into account from my day of work in 2006.
Not to mention interest.
Not to mention interest on it and ice cream.
That's like $2 million right now, bro. Go for it.
It is. Yeah, that may have only been 5 hours of work in 2006, but that's 12 hours of work now.
Are you sure?
Pain and suffering.
Exactly. Emotional trauma.
Yep.
Are you sure that she didn't, just decide that you weren't Ben & Jerry's material?
If I would have gone back and seen them doing their thing, then maybe that would be the assumption I'd take away. But the fact that they had a going out of business sign, closing sale shit. It's like, okay, well.
Wait, does that sign there when you worked? Maybe you should have put together.
No. It wasn't. I would have put that. I would have put those pieces. I was a retarded 16-year-old, but I would have put those pieces together. So all I did that summer was coach hockey because Ben & Jerry strung me along.
Coaching swimming was one of my favorite jobs ever.
You enjoyed it?
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I did. So the first year I didn't. They said I was a coach, but the kids were so young. I was basically a swimming instructor. And the next year they were a little older, so it was more coaching.
Yeah.
I know
how that was. I liked the older kids as a hockey coach too, because it was more about I could actually shoot on them and stuff a little bit more. If they were 6-year-olds though, I almost wanted to go to the parents.
Can still shoot.
it's a goalie camp. And so like I'm not gonna rip it at a 6-year-old, but I also wanted to be like I'd look at the kids and like I played goalie. And so I knew how much the pads cost and everything. And I'd see like a 6-7-year-old kid and I'd be like, that kid's got way nicer pads than me. Like that kid's got the brand new Vaughn pads, and he's probably grew an inch since he got here this morning. These like you got to be.
Can you buy talent as a goalie? Surely you can, but the question is how much, right? Like improving your pads might make you 1% better, but that won't get you very far.
Yeah, it wouldn't. I mean, you want it wouldn't make that much of a difference. No. Like. The only difference would be
they don't make it. Equipment can matter
in paintball much more than hockey. Like if I had at the time they were making the switch from like the older style pads to the newer, sleeker, lighter ones, and so like I still had the older style that would soak up water and get heavier like throughout the game, and that sucked. And like I'd see the new like svelte ones and get jealous. But yeah, like you're not gonna like I knew plenty of goalies who had much nicer pads than me, but they had no reaction time or hand-eye coordination. Like, I mean, you need that.
Certainly talent is the most important thing.
Yeah.
Like, I think I just heard Wolf say that in paintball, the equipment doesn't matter. And
no, I don't think it matters in any sport.
Oh, you're so wrong.
Okay. Hold on. Unless it comes to like car racing or something like that. But I'm saying
I think there's a bare minimum in paintball though. Like you don't want shake and shoot Tipmans. You want an electric hopper. You want you want a laser eye, anti-chop.
But if you get with Kyle, I used my gun. It was an axe, if people know him at all, and I thought it was perfectly fine. And then Kyle had something that I guess was much better. It was purple and silver, and it looked dope, but it didn't make me better because we had gotten to that level where the gun was good. On the other hand, I used Taylor's gun, this Tipman that was like shake and shoot, and not only that, but the rounds didn't go straight. And by didn't go straight, like they would literally curve in midair. And I'm like, how can you hit anything if the like when someone says you can't shoot straight, I'm sorry to cut you off. Well, usually that means you aim poorly. Like if I give you a Glock and it doesn't shoot straight, that means you suck at shooting. Typically, it shoots straight. You don't. But with a Tipman, no, honest to goodness, it'll throw curveballs, and good luck hitting anything with curveballs.
It's like anything else, right? If you take two guys with the same skill set, then a better marker would make a huge difference. But like I could if I go and rent a marker like a Tipman with a whole bunch of renters type of thing, I'm going to play better than the guys with the other. You know what I'm saying? So
and you might play better than me because the skill difference is big enough.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
But if you're just a little bit better than me and my equipment's a lot better than yours, I might have a better day.
It might even it out a little bit. But yeah, it's so I've seen kids go and buy.
I love it. I'm with Kyle because when Taylor and T-Mart were fussing that their equipment wasn't good, and since I was doing fine, I thought that must meant I'm quite talented. And then I tried their gear, and that's not what that meant at all. I did poorly.
I don't think that it matters. When you go from Woody's $500 axe to like $1,200 Geo or whatever the hot shit is now, then like it's not a huge like this thing. You pick it up first of all, and you're like, oh my god, all right, an artisan designed this, and then a craftsman made it so fucking light that it's like something off a fighter jet or something. When you hold the $1,200 one, and the $500 one's more of a chunkier piece of aluminum. Maybe the electronics aren't quite as good and everything, and it's a little heavier, like noticeably heavier. But they'll still fucking shoot a fucking rope. But those he's talking about those shake and shoot Tipman 98s that it's like
that shoot curveballs.
That's like being a wooden bat. Yeah. That's the wooden bat in the aluminum bat like league type difference.
Even that would be fair as long as everybody has the same gun.
Yeah,
everybody's got Tipman.
You give us all pistols, then it'll be
and a gun that shoots straight with enough talent can go well. Like some people enjoy sniping, and I'm just like, So some people. I don't even know if there is a bolt action in paintball, but there is in airsoft.
Yeah.
And, a really talented guy with a knack for doing this right with a bolt action sniper can be effective.
Very deadly. But at the same time, it's so many times I've seen like kids going with their rich dads and buy, the most expensive markers, and they can't shoot. They can't do crap with it. Right. They'll they'll hide in the back and be afraid of what's coming at them.
That's a valid play style, Wolf.
It does
Dude,
work
I'm
sometimes.
like talking about this is like making me remember.
Mark them in the air.
I'm remembering the
Get your own
times-
players in the back.
I'm remembering the times I was like jealous of other kids' equipment in the context of hockey now, especially
Okay.
like the way you'd try out for teams as a goalie. Like usually there'd be a big goalie tryout prior, like because they didn't want to just bring a bunch of goalies into the regular tryout, and so before the real tryout for the team, they would try out goalies so that they could have like those final guys be in the real one competing against the people, you know. And I remember going and seeing like, oh, that guy's pads are so nice. That guy, and the way I took solace in it was like, look at that guy's pads. Those are so much nicer than mine, but there's no black marks on them. There's no marks all over that guy's
He's been
pads.
dodging
He
the
must
pucks.
he must suck. Then you get out there with him and it's like, nah, he's pretty good. Like no, those are clearly just he's gonna have a bunch of black marks in no time. He's a good goalie. Fuck. no,
He just has
he
four
might
pa-
be better than
He
me.
has
and
multiple pairs of
wealthier.
pads. That guy has multiple pairs of pads. That's what's
Yeah.
happening here.
Yeah. Oh no.
I never really experienced like doing a thing growing up where I didn't have, you know, the right shit. But I still have instilled in me this sort of fear of showing up with the wrong shit. It kind of, we were talking about those high school nightmares earlier in the week,
Mhm.
maybe,
Yeah.
and how you have that one about being in a class, you know, it's
Be
time for
behind
the
in school.
midterm. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's midterms, but you've never been in this class before today. That type
Mhm.
shit, unpreparedness type shit. And like, I don't know, the idea of showing up with the wrong baseball bat or the wrong glove or not having the right fucking cleats or having like the off-brand fucking baseball pants or some shit like that. Like that would never even occur to us. Like, I don't know. I just got that shit taken care of, I guess, no matter what.
It sounds
and
like
I don't know.
you knew how to play. Like my fear was like, what if my nightmare is that the ball comes in my general direction?
Oh,
A Les Nessman moment.
I loved it.
Am
Like,
I
a lot of
supposed to-
A lot of the kids were. I wanted to play infield, but it didn't. I ended up either pitching or in the outfield. But everybody was always afraid to eat up those like hot ground balls. That kids want to freeze and stand and let it come to them. And my dad was like, attack the ball. Like he'd be over there hitting that shit so hard at me. I'd be fucking 11 years old, and and it's coming. Like the first time it hits the dirt, the dust is flying everywhere. And like now there's a cloud, and it's just attack the ball. Like it's all day attack the ball.
I remember
And
the way too hard backyard passes from dad sometimes.
we get to tryouts, and when the coach would like hit them for every kid would go out and field those ground balls, and now the coach is hitting them at you, and he's hitting them like a pussy. It's like, dude, I'll catch your ball with my goddamn teeth, coach. Like, I ain't scared of that shit. Like I'm just
question.
Yeah.
So when your dad hits the ball in the infield, the dirt, you know, the dust hits the air. Can you predict what the ball is going to do as it comes to you? Like in tennis, you can. In tennis, you watch enough balls bounce, and it's a very predictable thing. You know what to expect. You can even see the spin. In football, you kind of can. I don't know if great players can, but that football is going to hit the ground and do something you didn't know was coming. Where's baseball fit in? Is the ground that good?
That's what I was gonna say. I bet on a major league field or any kind of nice field, it's more predictable because the grass is so pristine and the dirt is so pristine. But on our little league fields and high school fields, like I don't know, you catch some weird kick ups and stuff. It'd go, you have a good idea, and you 90% of the time, higher than that, 98% of the time, you know about where it's going, and you're either gonna glove it or you're gonna it's gonna hit your body, and you're gonna scoop it up and like make the play. And when it hits you, it doesn't hurt. You think it's gonna hurt, but your adrenaline's going. It doesn't fucking hurt.
It's funny
2%
because
of the time, it kicks up and hits you in the fucking mouth,
oh,
and you have to be prepared to eat that motherfucker if you're gonna play aggressively.
That's what hockey's like. If I see the slap shot coming and I stand in front of it, I know that like 95% of the time it's gonna miss me, hit something that's padded because I'm aiming my pads at it, or hit my stick because I'm trying to make that happen. And then 2% of the time is gonna catch me just right.
yeah. But it's like when I played soccer, it's interesting because you got like guys who could literally bend the ball when it's going into net and stuff like that, and be like very unpredictable. Like if they've got like a free shot, and you know you're lining up in front of them, and everyone's had got their hands in front of their crotches in case they get hit. Like there's guys who could like bend it around you and manipulate the soccer ball, right? So it's weird sometimes.
Were you a goalie in soccer?
No, I was a forward.
Oh.
I was a forward, and sorry, my bad. I was more of a mid center in soccer because I was good at running back and forth for defense. But in hockey, I was a right wing.
Have you ever put on a pedometer for a
position,
game?
right
Because
wing.
I'd be curious how many steps like you take like in a soccer game.
I didn't have it back in those days, but I can tell you that soccer, you have to be. That's the most healthy player there is that exists.
I think it's a really interesting skill set that's required for soccer. Like first of all, I have respect for it, but no enthusiasm for it as a sport. I can't get into it for whatever reason. It's my Americanisms.
Kind of is, yeah.
Yeah, I just can't, whatever. But I have so much respect because I've watched the World Cup would happen, and all my European friends would drag me to that shit. And it's like they're still running. I'm drunk already, and they're still running. Like we've been at this bar for so long, and they are still running. That same guy, he's been running all day. I'm tired from the beer, and he's still. And it's not like a track and field event where maybe you get in that groove and you just shit yourself if you have to. You just keep it moving.
Yeah,
it's
wind
they're
sprints.
so sharp with it, and it's the wind sprints and then a jog and then the crazy footwork, and then in the middle of that maybe you take the one shot of the whole fucking game because sometimes it ends 0-0 somehow, and like it's all this all or nothing right now, and you've been running for an hour and you got to pull that shit
hour and a half, bro.
It's outrageous the
That's
conditioning
rough.
soccer players must.
I agree.
I played soccer. Now I didn't ever play good, and I never played competitively, really. But I played when I was in shape. Right, I'm like a swimmer in between college and high school in the off season or something, and I'm training. I'm in shape, and I played soccer, and there is no hiding your cardio there. In ice hockey, take a couple hard, strokes, and then slide for a bit. You can just coast. You'll get to the other side. Maybe you're a little late to arrive, but
you might be in the minors next game, but
but you can at least play. And if it's beer league, that's fine. Half the people are doing that.
Yeah.
In soccer, if you don't work hard, you don't even get there. You're just on the wrong side. It's very obvious. Basketball too.
Yeah, it's like, so you did track in high school, but now you want to make money. Okay, well, soccer's perfect for you. That's great. Do you enjoy 1-0 games? Do you love ties? Then I've got something that's gonna tickle you.
I wonder if soccer should do something to increase scoring.
No,
you know what it is? We all know
perfect the way it is.
It would just be indoor soccer, just smaller field.
I like the idea of the stadium. What I do. Here's the things I love about soccer. My God, the stadiums are full of people. It's insane. The enthusiasm those people have is incredible. It blows the NFL. And no American sport has that kind of enthusiasm because it's about high highs and low lows, as I always say. And nobody has lower lows than soccer. People get killed, literally get killed. Refs get murdered on the field. People get. There have been decapitations in soccer stadiums.
Colombian players returning home after losing.
It's wild shit. So, but the field needs to be a little bit smaller, a little bit shorter. It does, and the goals need to be just a little bit bigger, and that would fix so much. Let's start. Also, there's too much of that running.
Even as a non-soccer fan, I am blown away by the things they do to deke each other. Bro. If one guy comes at the other and he does this, like he runs with his foot in front of the ball and kicks it with his back foot to himself or something, that blows. I can hardly understand what happened, and I'm just watching it in slow-mo. And so that would happen more on a smaller field. What I'm not particularly impressed with is really long passes or just people who turn on the jets and run for a long time. I know that it's impressive. It just doesn't look as good as like the dekes and so shrink it and make the talent that I appreciate more important.
Another sport I hate but has great things, and the NBA. The things that the NBA has that soccer could take from it is that thing you just talked about where you like juke and deke somebody out. Like when you see someone do that in the NBA, it's like, oh my God, because everybody's a superstar now. So it's like Joe got his ankles broken by Raheem. Can you believe it? And then it's a fucking highlight reel. I would like to see more of that in soccer, like you said. And I don't know. I just wish there was more scoring. That's however you accomplish that. If leave the field alone if you want to, but figure out a way to get some more points on the board.
But the thing is with soccer is that, or football, I should say, is that that's why you appreciate getting a goal when they get the goal, because that's why they do the little dances and stuff, because it's that hard to do it, right? And it's like you look at reels by Ronaldinho from Brazil. He's this Brazilian player. He's got like the ponytail and the weird teeth and everything, and he'll like dance around player. Yeah, like magnificent moves, but I don't know. Maybe it's one of those sports where you have to play to appreciate what it is. But I don't. For some reason, when it comes to Americans in sports, they have very little patience. And it's like I remember when hockey was first really introduced to the States, and especially on TV when NHL went down to the States, and they had to put the little lasers behind the puck for Americans to keep up with the game at first. You know what I mean? And it was a weird. And I mean, Canadians were laughing at it, but
I remember that, and you're right. But I don't think HDTV was a thing at the time.
I was going to say that same thing. Yeah. I remember specifically like being in my room as a kid on my little ass standard def TV, like one of those that had the VCR combo probably, and it had Fox NHL had that sort of yellow outline around the puck, and it was like, you still could barely see what was going on. I was like, what the fuck is even happening? Like you couldn't see it. Now on a big HD TV, like you can see everything.
They should bring this back, and I think I might get Wolf to agree with me. It sounds hard, but in this situation where the puck is against the boards and there's maybe two people fighting for it, and the puck isn't even visible, right? The camera is like above the crowd or something. You can't see it. Make it glow, or just a little white like outline, sort of reverse shadow, if that makes sense. Show me where the puck is exactly. And it would help me enjoy the game.
I see. It's weird though, because I mean, hockey is a religion in Canada, right? So we're so used to it, we never needed that enhancement. So yeah, that's kind of weird. We should wait a bit. But
no, this is better.
I don't do this. I like technology in the puck, and I don't want graphics or overlays. I want the puck to glow. When they hit it, I want it to literally glow and be able, like the heart. Imagine this. If they hit it hard enough, it goes red, like a light tap. It's like blue, and maybe they hit a little harder, yellow. I want an accelerometer in that bitch too. I want a stat on the board. Oh, that slap shot was 112 miles per hour.
So what you want is Wii Golf.
I want data.
My mind is open. There'd be some work to convince me that black against the white ice isn't the perfect contrast already. Like to change it to yellow or red based on how fast it's going. I'm like, I don't want a yellow puck on white ice.
It'd have to be glowing at that point.
You'd have to.
What if it was translucent, fully translucent, but on the inside was an incredibly bright light, and so it meant that it was just this fucking little like.
How would it change the game if the puck was just, transparent, see-through? If it was glass in the first place.
Oh, you can't. Oh, where'd it go?
Does anyone see
transparent ice? Yeah, that'd be half the sport. Is just trying to find the bloody puck,
right?
I do like data though. I like what baseball's been doing, adding just more and more numbers. You get the rotation of the ball and the not just the pitch speed, but the speed, the bat speed, and the speed of the ball coming off the bat. And now we get these exact to the foot measurements because they got a fucking laser beam. And look, I'm a Babe Ruth absolutist, but my God, at this point, like we've got to admit that man could not even cut it in today's game. Do you know how big that cocksucker the Dodgers signed is? That Otani guy?
No.
He's like 6'5" Japanese. He throws 101 miles. The player. He throws 101 miles per hour and he bats like 330 or some shit. Like
I always thought being tall was a negative in baseball because it made it easier to strike you out, but I guess I don't know anything about it.
It's a bigger strike zone because it's from the bottom of the letters to the top of your knees, but also being 6'5" means you're, are a super
outfielding
athlete.
would be crazy.
It's just a
right?
super athlete.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I was surprised that tennis players' height isn't more important than it is because the reach is very important. Wingspan is important. Getting a better serve is a little easier if you're a few inches higher. But top tennis players don't tend to be 6'6" all the time.
I think because of the trade-off of tennis. Yeah, I was going to say agility. Like there is like if you watch NBA highlights, like once you get to a certain height, like agility is not your strong suit. Like some 6'10" guy is going to suck dick at tennis because he's going to be lumbering back and forth, and some Andre Agassi guy is going to just tire him out and just be more agile, quick on his feet, low center of gravity. Tennis is exhausting. Tennis is another sport that you watch and you're like, I could do that. And then
I have a different theory.
Yeah.
I have a different theory. I might be wrong. I think that the agility can be somewhat made up for with length, right? If I don't have to move and you do, I can overcome some agility disadvantage because I reached 7 feet every time I move my arm from side to side before I even move my feet. I think a lot of what makes a successful tennis player is parents with money, growing up with coaches, growing up with court time, growing up with that, quality equipment.
That can help, but like it's not just about length in tennis. Like you can have someone who's 10 feet tall who's just reaching his arm over here. Like the agility is important because you need to get into position and get set in order to properly hit it back. Like you can't just reach over and do it. Like you need to be quick where it's like when it arrives there, you're not just there. You're there with your left foot forward, your right foot back, your weight distributed correctly so you can hit it overhand.
That's especially true in ping pong. I'd argue you're a little less right because you don't need to have great body position to return it and get it right.
That's true. I bet being tall in ping pong could help.
But in volleyball, being tall, it helps.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like those women volleyball players and the spiking and the they're all like, tall women, right? And it's like
they're outstanding people.
You're muted, Kyle.
Crazy with it.
Taylor, we talked about hockey while you were gone.
Oh no!
We had a whole conversation.
We got it all. I was going to bring up to Wolf. I was like, oh man, he played right wing. Winger is a very cool position.
That would have been a
forward
good
is a cool position.
Too bad.
Yeah.
Did you ever score a game-winning goal?
No.
Oh.
I wish. I've scored. I scored. I had a hat trick at one game, but not a game winning.
You got to play at a lower level. I've scored a bunch of game-winning goals.
They're like, for the last time, this is a learn to skate, sir. Stop hitting people.
No, I was
did learn how to fight
my B League one time. They had this thing where the other team would vote on who your team's MVP was, and I got the most in the league one time.
That's awesome.
I wasn't good, but North Carolina B League is not the peak of hockey.
Did you have dangles, Wolf? You get out on a breakaway? Did you have a little toe drag?
I had some cool moves, but I played in the 80s though. They were not like today's cool moves where you're doing pancake flipping and all that stuff, right?
You were wooden stick deacon.
We're old school. Bro, I had a let me put it this way. When I was a kid, we played hockey outside literally every day after school. Snow,
so awesome.
Winter, you know what I mean? And I remember one time my stick broke because I had an insane slap shot. And I had a stick signed by Bobby Orr. And I went and got that and started playing with that. And I played with it till it was destroyed.
You shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, I know. But when you're a kid, you don't think about these things, right? It's like you want to play, and hey, Andre, we need you. You can't leave. Right, go get my other stick. All right, let's go. Game on. You know what I mean? It's like that. That's how much we loved it back in the day.
I
wish I had more signed sticks.
Was the stick appropriate for you at all? I guess it's wooden. Maybe it doesn't matter. I played with Sean Hill's stick. Sean Hill is so much stronger than me. That thing had no flex in it. I like a flexi stick, or at least I did. And this thing was built for a guy who had fucking great technique and muscles, and it could have been made of steel for all I knew.
I have a signed Ray Bork stick. Bork game stick.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't remember how I got that. I think my dad golfed with him once or something.
I had a signed Gretzky puck.
What?
That's sick. Gretzky doesn't sign a lot.
I don't know what happened to it. I don't know what happened to it. It's one of those things, right?
I've told them I've got this signed photo of like the cast of the Next Generation crew, and
nice.
And I'm looking at it right now, and I can see LeVar Burton over there. I just saw a video of LeVar today. He was doing that thing where they do your genealogy, and they find out he was so disappointed that his great grandfather was white. It hurt my feelings. Like, really? It's like,
he was upset. He was surprised.
Upset. I'm looking at him over there with Whoopi Goldberg's hand on his shoulder, and I'm looking at her, and I notice she ain't smiling. Everybody else is. It's kind of like the two of them over there, like, I don't even
Bro,
want to be here.
that's Kunta Kinte, bro.
White people. I know that's Kunta Kinte and his great.
I don't know if you guys know who that is, but for him to have
Roots,
a white
motherfucker.
I never
Roots,
watched
a TV show.
I'm too young for that. That
Whoa,
wasn't
whoa,
when
whoa.
I was
Y'all
coming.
Yeah, I'm
haven't
also
seen
too young
Roots?
for it. Who's Kunta
Look.
Kinte?
Oh my goodness gracious!
How are you going to be an ally and you haven't seen Roots?
I know that the whole. I know the
Roots,
line.
oh.
Wait, is that No,
It
your
was a
name
TV
is
show
Toby?
about
Is that
slavery
from-
back
is that
in the
from
day.
Roots?
Yeah, and they were forcing
That's
him.
why I named my dog Toby, by the way.
No
Is that
way!
what
That's
you do? You
crazy.
go,
I say it
Your
all the time.
name
I
is
go,
Toby.
your name is Toby. And he
That's
goes,
hilarious.
yeah, it is, boss.
Yeah.
He goes,
Yeah,
yeah, that's true.
That show traumatized me when I was a kid because he kept getting beat because he wouldn't say the slave owner's name, and then he kept escaping so much they cut his feet off in the show. And this was like 80s TV type of thing. Like that was like traumatizing to see. I was like, oh my gosh, that's
I have
crazy.
a
But
stupid
Cut his
question,
feet
but
off?
Did
Yeah.
Canada have slavery?
a little bit, not as much as it ended a lot earlier before the States. I can't remember the year.
You can't ask a Canadian about that. Let's do our own research, Woody.
But
He doesn't- he doesn't get to define
A
Canadian.
little, but like we were really
That-
cool about.
That's why the Underground Railroad went up to Canada, because that's where you escaped to.
Hmm.
So
I
it
typed
was
in, did
good amount
Canada
of time.
have? And Google took care of the rest. I'm just saying.
I'm scared to see
No,
what
the
they developed
answer
for.
is not really. No, like 4,000 people. You think?
Yeah, it was. I mean, it's not like we didn't have racism or nothing like that, but it wasn't as insane.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Wait, so
I thought maybe it was telling about Kyle, but I typed in like, did Canada H? And it's like, have slavery. I'm like, ah, me too.
for Canada, they had slaves and they haven't won a Stanley Cup since 93, 92. It's rough.
I stopped watching around then, anyways. The Toronto Maple laughs were just too depressing.
Dude, my
Just
prediction
not
this year, one of my predictions for the year was that the Toronto Maple Leafs are going to win the Stanley Cup. They were never going to
They
win
didn't even get close
when
to
they
the
were
playoffs, did they?
this season. They are. This season they're going to make the
Okay.
playoffs.
Okay.
They're never going to win when they're killing it all season and they show up in the postseason confident and cocky. They're going to win when they're like third, fourth in the division and they sneak in and expectations are low and they don't have like the media hounding them. Like that Toronto hockey media is brutal. It's
Yeah.
like fucking.
They don't ease up.
It's not nearly as big, but it's the equivalent of like a big football market in America. You can be the worst player in the NHL and play in Miami, and then just go about your day. If you suck in Toronto, people are like coming to your house. Like, hey, bud, it's about time you go play somewhere else, eh?
That accent is perfect.
Hey,
I
noticed you didn't cover your D man as he tried to enter the zone last game versus Calgary.
Well,
yeah, I just enter the zone the same way this brick's about to enter your fucking lounge.
Well, first of all, we're not that violent up here, but
No,
it's also because the ticket prices are so damn expensive. Like you
That's
don't want to
true.
waste your money going to, you know what I mean? So
That's
it's
why
like,
Toronto
that's the
fans, every Detroit Red Wings game and a lot of Buffalo Sabres games have shit tons of Toronto fans there because it's cheaper to leave
Go across
Canada,
the border.
get a
Yeah.
hotel in Buffalo or Detroit, watch the Wings play or the Leafs play there, and then go home.
Yeah.
Than it is to go to one game in Toronto. Like Toronto must be like, is it the Lakers in the NBA that are known for like not having a great crowd because it's so full of like really rich people?
Corporate.
Like,
It's all corporate.
stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
It's all corporate.
It's like
that's
that, the
problem.
equivalent of that.
Yeah, it is.
Which
But
does suck.
it's big city stuff, right?
Mhm.
It's like that in LA. It's like that in New York. That's just the way it is.
UNC, the college basketball team, is known for having this wine and cheese crowd. That's this classy sort of
North Carolina.
reserved.
Yeah.
And one time, I think it was a really bad snowstorm, so people couldn't come to the game, but the students could. They lived on campus, and it was the best crowd ever. So the coach created a student. He's like, "We're gonna have a rowdy section here because it makes the players play better, and
Nice.
the wine and cheesers will have to sit somewhere else." So,
If the stadium takes money from the city or the state or whatever, the city or the state or whatever should have a say in ticket prices in certain sections. You say, okay, well, we'll give you $3 billion for this giant stadium, but there's no need for all of these tickets to be over $1,000 fucking dollars. Like we're gonna have some cheap seats right here. Well, no, those are good.
Are you
seats.
talking college or NBA?
I'm talking about professional sports in general. Whenever it's the
if
NBA,
the community pays for the stadium, God, Kyle, that's a great idea.
it makes no sense for you to like give them all that money and then have them rape the people who gave them the money, so that none of the citizenry can even go.
Mm.
You know, even the Roman Colosseum, like, you know, every peasant could fucking roll up in there and get some good seats.
It should be at the level that the owner has a decision to make. Like, I could fund this myself and then rate for tickets, or I could get the city to help me. But then, you know I'm going to give up some ticket revenue. Where do I want to land? Like,
You're going to rape for tickets 100% of the time.
And the beautiful thing is, nobody will pay for those expensive tickets if they have to sit within smelling distance of somebody who spent $15 for theirs. I wouldn't.
It would
You're
never
telling me
happen.
there's no way I'm going to spend $1,500, $2,000 on a ticket for this big game if I got to sit within smell distance of a $15 fan who's drunk and disorderly behind me. No fucking way. Like, there would be a domino effect.
Ruin the neighborhood and lower ticket prices everywhere.
Subject matter when it comes to that. And I have this debate all the time with people. Should NCAA college athletes, when you get to the higher rung teams, should they be making money?
Yes.
They do now.
100%. They do now, but they always should have.
Okay. That's
because they've been making like video games off their asses for like 20 years now.
You talking about the players or the teams?
I'm talking about the players.
Yeah, the players should make money, 100%. Yeah.
It's because I've had this argument with others, and they get free tuition and stuff, and I've gone through those. So, but you guys are kind of smart, so you get it.
Yeah, I did used to be smart. I used to think that like they should play for free for the education, etc. They're kind of being trained for the next part of their career, and then they made the rule change. And I'm like, actually, I think this is better. I just had to see it in action.
They've always it's not fair for EA to make football games or whatever the fuck.
They haven't since 2014.
Use the names of, but they did for years before that.
They haven't since 2014. This is actually kind of like breaking news because they will this year for the first time since 2014.
The first year Mizzou is good. Perfect.
Which sport?
Yeah, football. NCAA football 2024 is coming. I'm looking at the article now. How player likeness is going to work in the game's a major talking point in the community, as it is ultimately what shut down the game after NCAA football 2014. Instead of using randomized likenesses to combine with numbers and jerseys, EA Sports has partnered with one team partners to allow players to sign an agreement that gives their permission to use their likeness and everything. So yeah, they're going to get paid. If you look, every college player is going to want to be in the video game. I know this with the UFC. It's a big deal. People will be like, "Yo, why am I not in the fucking game, baby? Come on, get me in the game, Dana." And they'll be asking for that like nothing else because they play the game. It'd be so cool to be in a game that like mattered. So
that would be cool.
I mean, the guys who are already going to get paid that NIL money are going to just get more heaped on top. But even if you're like the third string kicker from a dark water town, you're going to be like, yes, use my likeness. I'll take the $5, please. Scan me in. Hey, like immortalize me in a video in digital form.
They should get paid how many points their character gets.
I'm actually a playable character in a video game, which is kind of cool to see.
Really? What is it?
Yeah, Fields of Battle 2 for the mobile version right now, and it's coming out on Xbox and PlayStation 2, and it's a paintball video game, as you could tell. But if you it's a free game. I think if you subscribe, you can play as Wolf, and it's got my whole loadout on there and everything. And for the upcoming console and PC version, I'm going up to Seattle to do voice work and everything like that.
That's awesome. Have you ever done voice work before?
Not as myself. I've done it on like animation stuff for college projects and stuff like that. But it's kind of cool to like they sent me the game and set my unlock, and you see me turning. Holy crap! Yeah, there you go.
Nice.
And it had my original loadout and everything, and it's my marker and all that stuff. It was kind of cool.
Have you looked at your stats in game?
No, they don't have stats for you.
Oh, okay.
Stats for me.
No stats. You're not like Michael Vick in
what? I'm faster than that.
But yeah, I just remember when they were making my character, and they did the 360 turn. I go, "Can I have my butt a little bigger, please? I got more booty than that." You got to hook it up.
Yeah, beef up those arms a tad. Yeah, I know we're on the phone, but just take my. I'm flexing right now. Like, bigger than what you have on there. Give me tree trunk arms.
Sir, any more bulge?
They
That
should
would
have.
be sick.
They should have had a FPS Russia character on
should have.
Call of Duty.
It's not too late. We are
That should have
one
been worked
bit
on.
of legislation away.
How so? Oh,
All they
okay.
have to do is say that all innocent victims of this evil government, such as Kyle, get their gun rights back and their YouTube channel passwords back.
There you go.
Fight the power, brother. Fight the power.
Yeah. Like what if that's what Biden got out there and started rambling about one time? He's like, they got people in Georgia, Kyle Myers, can't even log into YouTube because of these weed laws that are keeping him from doing his job. That would be so.
See, that's how he could earn my non-vote, because I'm not allowed to vote. But
Dude, I'd throw one for Biden for you if he said that.
I'd
if he brought
appreciate
you
that.
up, 100%.
I would vote with like my dead great grandmother's like ID or something like that. I don't think they check that sort of thing.
No,
get a
doesn't
vote in.
seem
Are
like it.
Are you? Is there a time limit that you can't vote, or is it forever now?
It's forever. There's expungements and like appeals processes, but I haven't really done anything like that. I'm sure I will at some point.
Can you
I'll
cross
look
the
into it.
border? Come up here.
Not to Canada. No, y'all are weird about that. I think I think there's an appeal process for that as well, where like you have,
it has to be.
You can have people
completely
write
expunged.
you can have people write letters like on
you
your
go to
behalf and
Mexico?
stuff like that. Yeah, Mexico lets you write in. They don't give a
They
fuck.
give him the key to the city.
Marijuana. There's a felon here. Watch out, everybody. Oh, keep your hands where we can see him, gringo. He got caught with marijuana. Everybody look out. Like,
Wait, are you the guy with the YouTube? Like,
but
I am
but, like,
such a fan.
Japan. I know Japan's super strict about that shit. There's a few countries that Australia don't give a damn because they're like a prison colony to begin with.
How about Russia? I bet Russia doesn't care.
I think it's best that I avoid Russia, not only because of like what bit of fame I've accrued, but also because of some of the statements I've made in the past about them and their people. I go a little hard in the paint sometimes, that more
But
hard
they
than
know
I
you're
should.
teasing. You don't actually
I hope
dislike
they do,
Russian
comrades.
people.
I had Stalin as my YouTube background for a year and a half. That should buy me some goody commie points where you don't like murder me or anything.
That's back when people used hammer and sickles online, ironically. Like
No,
now
I'm
you
in
see them
business.
for real. Yeah.
I'm in fucking business back then. I've always been a true comrade. But I saw Alabama's killing that guy tonight with nitrogen.
Oh yeah.
For
What
the
guy?
first time. So all right, this guy's been on death row for some time now, probably a decade or doesn't matter. But what he did was another man hired him as a hitman. So he was a killer for hire, along with a second man who I don't know the second killer story. It doesn't matter, but guy hires Bob. We'll call him because I don't remember his name. Doesn't fucking matter either. Bob gets hired to kill this guy's wife. Kills the wife. The authorities then are closing in on the husband. The husband offs himself, and then someone gives a tip to the authorities. Go check on this guy Bob's house. He's got a VCR that we think he took from the murder. That's how long ago this murder was, I would imagine. That he would steal a VCR from a murder victim and keep it.
It wasn't
Well,
a
he did.
collectible, I guess.
I guess not. So they traced the VCR back to the murder victim. The jury voted to put this guy to death, and now it's time to do it. And they are using this brand new method of execution. It's never been used on humans ever, anywhere before. It is nitrogen asphyxiation. They basically just replace the air in a chamber that you're in with fucking nitrogen. And I don't care what anybody says. That's going to be awful. That's going to be awful.
Didn't they torture Deadpool like that in the movie?
I don't know what they did to Deadpool, but what
just
they're doing in Alabama tonight.
Why don't we just shoot
fade off to sleep? And
I bet you're like gasping for breath in a there's nothing there.
The other thing is, do they do anything before the nitrogen, right? Like, is he drugged up in some really happy way? I've had shit prior to surgery that I think I could easily survive asphyxiation happily.
I would want them to put, I said this earlier on Discord. I was like, I want them to put me to sleep with that dentist laughing gas until I'm completely out, and then lop my head off with an old French guillotine.
An old one.
They could
An old one.
asphyxiate you with the nitrous oxide too. Just
None of this new age bullshit. I want the real.
I think we've
school.
gotten entirely too soft with
Old
the way
school
we
axe,
execute
baby.
people.
okay,
Braveheart,
what's your suggestion?
drawn and
Ooh.
quartered,
All right,
public.
calm-
Oh, damn.
We go. This guy killed 2 children. He killed a 10-year-old and an 8-year-old in a park with a shillelagh.
A shillelagh.
Yeah, he was. He said,
What is
"I'm gonna
that?
cause. I just like to see the world burn."
Ivan
Is it-
McDougal, the
Ivan
murderer of Fifth Lane.
Ivan, just a classic Irish name there,
Well, he's half
Ivan.
Russian, half Irish.
I'm
So wait,
Ivan Korsakov, the most
What's
Irish
Braveheart?
man.
Did they decapitate Braveheart via execution?
they
They drove
cut him. Yeah, they dragged him. Then they cut him
castrated
open. They castrated him. They pulled his
Disemboweled
guts
him.
out, disemboweled him. Then they.
Oh shit, that's worse than what I had in mind.
It's so much worse.
It was
but
so
think
much
about
worse.
how much fear gets put into the heart of other rapists and murderers when we do that at halftime at the Super Bowl.
Well, Taylor Swift.
First
is
of all,
not going to
ratings
be happy.
explode. Everyone tunes in to see the
me.
public execution. Coming up next, the 12 most notorious rapists of 2023. You won't want to miss it. And then, then they have like 12
Who
different ways.
would it be
Audience,
brought to you by?
audience
Who's
voting.
sponsoring? Who's sponsoring the execution? Who's it brought to you by?
Arby's.
Arby's. We have the
We
meat.
have the meat. Yeah.
And then you see a guy just being electrocuted in the chair.
Yeah.
It could be
Sure.
themed like
Tesla.
What would other
Tesla
good
sponsors it.
companies-
They get shocked to death.
yes.
Yeah.
only green
hilarious.
energy used.
Only
tonight.
green energy used tonight. It is shocking. It's like, look, you can see the
Renewable-
windmill start spinning when he starts fizzling. Like that's the
Oh, Jesus.
No joke though. General Electric would sponsor that. They'd be like, it's the cleanest electric chair money can buy. Right.
Mhm.
I've been watching these like YouTube shorts, and they go through companies that you think make like silly things, like Subaru. Subaru, you make cars for lesbians, right? Like, what'd you used to do though? Back in the day we made little Vespas out of old aircraft parts. Oh, that's neat. Yeah, and then we made aircraft for folks. Which folks? The Japanese. Wait, did you bomb Pearl Harbor, Subaru? Subaru's like, did you bomb Pearl Harbor,
It was
Subaru?
a different time.
I do not recall.
Subaru has done such a good job of whitewashing that
Oh,
and
jeez.
this is a little embarrassing to say, like, only today did I realize that Subaru was a Japanese company. I thought it was an Australian company because of the Outback.
That is
Because-
embarrassing.
Because the Australian because of the Subaru Outback
Subaru?
vehicle. Because in the Subaru commercials, hang with me here, it would be an Australian themed commercial with the Subaru Outback. You'd have a Crocodile Dundee motherfucker, and he'd be there, and there'd be koalas and kangaroos
Yeah.
and shit. And for some reason, it stuck in my mind since childhood that Subaru was an Australian car company.
No,
That's-
Australians don't make anything, dude. You
I
need to learn
know.
that.
They don't make anything.
They're a global drain. They don't make anything.
Oh, that's hilarious.
I don't think they
That
do.
is funny.
I just thought within the name itself it said Japanese, but I see what you're
I
saying.
know,
now.
but-
It makes sense. I see what you're saying.
I don't know how. I
See,
did
the
that.
weird thing
It's
about-
literally
But-
today I found out.
The weird thing about the death penalty, and I don't want to get into all serious and stuff, is that
I do.
I guess we're at the point where we can really prove when someone's dead. Because I was just reading a story the other day about this black kid named Willie Francis, and he had to be electrocuted twice because it didn't work the first time.
Yeah.
And
gotta go
and then they find out later that he was innocent of all of it altogether, right? And it's like,
Yeah.
I hopefully, I don't know if we're at the point today where we can prove stuff 100%, but I guess with video and all that fun stuff and DNA, hopefully yes. But it's like so many cases. Like, how many cases have we heard now of guys getting out of jail after 20 years and find out they were innocent to begin with? You know what I mean?
I
Like,
heard of one
Yeah,
this
yeah.
month. Yeah, it
yeah,
happened.
like there's so many. So it's like,
Yeah, you do the best you
death
can.
penalty?
The problem is the criminal justice system isn't made to find truth and right and wrong. It's set up just like every other system is. It's about winning and losing. It's
Yeah.
about winners and losers. So you don't look at a prosecutor and say, did you win? You want, if you look at a prosecutor, you're weighing and measuring if they're any good or not. How many of you won? How many of you lost? not how many were innocent and how many were guilty. Actually, like you can't say, well, I lost 3. Oh, that looks bad. Well, they were innocent. You lost. Like, your job is to put them away. Their job is to defend the guy. I don't know, the winning and losing aspect that kind of makes the criminal justice system a very scary place to be involved. I promise you, if you've never dipped your toe in, it's terrifying.
See, that's what's one of the things that depressed me when I was in university. I was doing pre-law, and it was explained to me in a weird way, but it's like it just makes you lose. It makes you lose faith in the system. And that there's 2 types of justice: there's criminal justice and there's civil justice. Criminal is when you do something against the people of the country, right? So it doesn't matter about the individual, because whenever a criminal is brought to court, it's always the people versus John Doe, right? That's why it's about the society doing wrong. It's about doing something wrong in society. So it's not about the individual. That's why people, if they lose a criminal case, they take them to civil court, and that's when people get monetary wins, as opposed to prison, right? So if you don't get, that's why you can get guilty in one and not the other. So you can take someone to court civilly and take away all their money, and that's how you get justice.
The burden of proof is also lower. You don't have to go beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's how you get a situation like OJ Simpson, where, well, that's actually not how you got it, but what happened, we know how you get there, but he was found civilly liable. But the problem with that is enforcing those payments, especially if someone's in a state like Florida, is very difficult. Florida has, I don't know exactly how the law works, but it's something like you can't, through almost any means, take someone's last vehicle, someone's last domicile, a few different things. Like through any sort of judgment whatsoever. It's almost like, hey, that's his way of getting around. That's where he lives. Don't make him homeless. It's sort of that. But then what people like OJ will do is get a really massive home, sink all their value in that, and it can't be touched. Although OJ just seemed to ignore the court for years anyway and be just fine. It seems like he doesn't care.
Dude, the longer he goes, the more on his side I am. Who's to say?
Have you not seen any of the documentaries or television shows?
Yeah, Kyle, I've watched all of them, same as you, and I just have a difference of opinion. I don't think he did. I don't think he killed that lady. And
shut up. If you go and watch, if you want to see a wonderful mini series, I know I've recommended it before, but for everybody needs to hear it every time I say it. I think it's called The People versus OJ Simpson.
OJ,
it's the one with Cuba Gooding Jr. playing OJ.
Snow Dogs?
And from Snow Dogs. The man won he won an Oscar. He
played a retarded guy. Yeah.
He also was in Men of Honor with Robert De Niro. Very good movie. Carl Bashir, first black U.S. Navy rescue diver. It's a crazy accomplishment that he made post World War II.
What's the real evidence that OJ did anything wrong?
Everything. He had her blood on him, and his blood was found there, and like her blood was all over his house, on his belongings,
and his truck. I think.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah. And his DNA was on the
I was
scene,
too young to follow along with it.
Like, that glove fit. Like, the only reason the glove didn't fit is he had a rubber surgical glove on. And
we can all make a glove not fit. You open your hand. Like you go all feminine when you want a glove to really get on. You fucking get dainty with that shit. He's up there with his big man hand, like, nope, won't go on, boss.
Had a glove.
Johnny had a rubber glove on.
Yeah, having a rubber glove on can make it hard to put a glove on that's like even slightly too big for you. It's grippy.
They were fitting gloves. They were
fitted ISO. What do you call them? Isotoners.
Toner.
Yeah.
All his shit was nice.
Johnny Cochran was genius for that, bro.
His alibi was that he was in his front yard golfing for 90 minutes and no one saw him.
Yeah,
that's a pretty bad alibi.
Taylor, I highly recommend this mini series because David Schwimmer from Friends, he plays Kardashian. So you may not know this. This is a fun little thing. Kim Kardashian's dad was OJ's best friend. Okay, those families were intertwined, and so they're present in this during the whole thing. And so David Schwimmer is Kim Kardashian's dad, and he plays OJ's best friend. And as the thing goes on, he's starting to be like, "The fuck's going on here? Wait a minute, what the fuck? What do you mean? They found blood where? And like he's like you see OJ's best friend start come to realize that
He killed her. Yeah.
he fucked, and everybody starts to realize it. And at the very end, OJ's out and he's free and he's trying to hobnob and like press the flesh, because you got to remember this as well, not remember but know this about OJ. Huge celebrity back then. This would be like, I don't know, like not who's beloved by all.
Patrick Mahomes.
Leslie Nielsen.
It'd be like if Patrick Mahomes walked into fucking Outback Steakhouse, everybody shaking his hand and fucking loving him up. Oh, but at the end, everybody's looking at OJ funny. All them white people, especially, those were his buddies. Like, I don't know if I can be seen with you anymore, Mr. James.
Mr. James, it's the huge amount of blood all over your things. That's what
it's upsetting the customers. You're wearing the gloves, sir.
Yes.
Imagine Tom Brady, like that level of fame, after football started making movies.
Yeah,
that's how famous OJ was.
Naked Gun series. He was doing TV commercials.
It was those insurance commercials. He was like the Allstate man. He was on all the fucking time.
It wasn't Avis?
And
the car rental?
Oh no, I'm just saying like
okay.
I don't know. Nobody knows what Avis is. I'm saying like today you have the Allstate man. Like I know that guy when I see him. Or like J.K. Simmons with the other insurance place. Yeah. He was like a household name and a nice guy. And he'd always had this, I don't know how to put this, but he was not going to stand up for black people ever. Anytime that there was an issue where you could maybe pull a Muhammad Ali and be like, keep your fucking money, Whitey. No, fuck you. That's wrong how you're treating my black brother. OJ's, what did he say? I'm not black, I'm OJ. That's a direct quote.
Yes. That's what Jay-Z even said that in the song.
That's a good fucking song.
Yeah. It's a good fucking song. It was so legit back in those days. Yeah.
I listened
and then
to
you have the rumors that Khloe Kardashian looks like OJ too, right? So it's like, that's how
Khloe Kardashian is 100% OJ Simpson's daughter. OJ was boning his best friend's wife. Look at that bitch. She looks like she could run for some yardage too. All right. The rest of them
before the plastic surgery.
Like, and the crazy thing is the rest of them, Bruce Jenner is the other super athlete who was Kris Jenner was hooked up with some of the most athletic supermen of her time, I guess. But yeah, OJ did that shit 100%, Taylor. It's like not even questionable. It's so crazy. All right, so here's the conspiracy theory that I could buy a little bit. Never will you convince me that like, oh, it was just crazed killers in the night. You know how it is over in the richest neighborhood in America. No, I could believe that OJ's son had seen enough, had enough of his dad's name being dragged through the mud, had enough of his mom blowing Jewish waiters in his daddy's house, and he was going to put a fucking stop to it. And he went over there and did some shit, and OJ showed up, or maybe he goes back to OJ. He's like, "What have I done?" And OJ's like, "What did you do?" And they stuck everything together with glue, and OJ paid the lawyers, and he said, "I'll take the bullet for my son if I have to." You'd like to believe that about the juice. You'd like to, because man, he could run. We looked it up. Those yards, no one realized how many yards per game that man was getting until we fucking looked it up. And then I understood a little bit of how he got off too, because I mean, it's just unfathomable.
Have you seen the Family Guy episode where they make fun of it, where like OJ comes on as a character? Obviously, it's not actually voiced by OJ, but the whole time is like a redemption arc for him where, Peter's like, oh, wow, I guess he's not so bad or whatever the fuck. And at the very end, like OJ's like talking to the whole town who came to storm the Griffin's house and be like, we want him out of here. And he's like, I've made mistakes. Sure. Who among us hasn't? But to say I've done that, it's egregious. And everyone's like the almost Simpsons end of the episode where everyone kind of learns something. And then in like the last 2 seconds, there's a blonde woman standing next to him and he goes, and stabs her to death and then runs away. And Peter's like, I guess he did it.
That's hilarious. I gotta look that up now.
Catches you off.
Family Guy has some snarky, like quick humor sometimes. There was one recently where there's a lady smoking at the bar, and the guy comes up and he's, I'm sorry, ma'am, you can't smoke here. And she goes, I'm transgender. And he goes, oh, well, then carry on doing whatever you want.
Yeah.
Part of OJ's defense was that he didn't have the athletic ability to best a woman in hand-to-hand combat. He said that his knees were too beat up. So the prosecution put on an exercise tape in VHS that he had put out like a month before the thing of him doing jazzercise.
Not only that,
That's a
not only
terrible
did they,
defense. That's literally unbelievably
it gets
bad.
worse. It gets worse. You know what else he did? So the jazzercise thing was a little older than a month, maybe a year, but a month before she was murdered, he was taking part in a knife combat class. For a movie. It was like
I've never heard that before.
Practice what you preach.
It was like a knife combat
method
class
actor.
he
Have
took
some
for some
respect.
sort of for a movie role or something like that. You know, they thought of him for the Terminator. He was one of the 4 or 5 names.
Yeah.
And one of the things they said is like, come on, he's too likable.
Yeah. And
You know,
he's not as
that's
juicy as
crazy.
fucking Arnold. You need a
Well,
big,
they didn't want Arnold either. Arnold
was
kinda
like
became-
a 4th choice, I think.
interesting.
Arnold
good
got
choice.
it because so Arnold was contacting James Cameron constantly. Hey, I want to talk to you about this thing. Or his people were. What it was Arnold's people were contacting him. Arnold didn't want it, and James didn't want Arnold, but they got kind of forced to a meeting where they both intended to kind of push the other off, but they inadvertently won each other over in that conversation. But originally, the Terminator, if you think about it, is supposed to look like a regular dude. He's an infiltration model. The idea is the Terminator slips into your group.
Mhm.
He's just that dirty guy we found on the road. Yeah, he lost his family to the monsters too. Yeah, you set you up in here, buddy. Here's your bunk. Showers down the hall, and then that night he's just walking bed to bed, fucking killing people with his fucking fingers, stabbing them in the eye. But
He was
Arnold
supposed to be-
showed up.
He was
And it
supposed to be
was
like
like-
the little kid in Screamers.
Yes, exactly. Screamer's
what
a
I'm saying?
great movie. Yeah,
Classic.
I haven't
yeah.
seen that.
it's
Arnold is
not a-
the
don't
worst
watch it.
undercover guy ever. He's very obvious. He's huge.
It was supposed to be Lance Hendrickson for that
No
role.
idea. No
Mm.
idea who that is. Never heard
So-
that name in my life.
He's a great actor. He's in tons of action and sci-fi. He even had a TV show on Fox in 1999 called Millennium. But he's the
Lance
That-
is the
listen-
android from Aliens.
he's the synthetic from Aliens.
Alien,
and,
all of them.
And it was he came in with James Cameron and one of the pitch meetings to Fox or somebody like that, and he was like in Terminator character being fucking weird, and nobody knew that who he was, and he had put an aluminum foil on his teeth too, inexplicably, because nobody knew what the Terminator was going to look like exactly. That was one of the ways they got funding, but they ended up sticking Lance Hendricks in the movie anyway. He's the detective who's taking Sarah Connor's like story and everything down, telling
Never
her
believed her.
yeah, never believed her. Got blown away by Arnold with the fucking. He's got like a Sega in one hand and like a G3 in the other. Just it's a great movie. Another one that you saw that one, didn't you, Taylor? Terminator 1.
Yes,
Mm.
You had to have seen
I saw it many years ago.
Yeah,
I was
we're
not,
gonna go down.
I saw
not
it in
really
theaters,
paying
bro.
attention.
Yeah,
Yeah,
That was a scary movie when this came out, because you put yourself in Sarah Connor's shoes. Like you could not imagine how you would escape that. Like that
Mhm.
was a scary movie back in the day. Trust me. Like nowadays it's light work,
Arnold-
right? But
when Arnold doesn't have his eyebrows and when some of his hair's been burnt off and he has this slick look where he's just, I don't mean like slick like cool, I mean like he's just smooth faced and weird looking as he's scanning. He really doesn't look like himself and looks really fucking scary.
yeah.
That I don't know how we got onto that.
I have a different topic. Have you guys heard
Yes,
of
please.
Gixxer bra? Do you guys
Gixxer
know
bra?
anything
Can you
about-
say it
okay,
again?
okay.
This is a-
Gixxer bra. So there's a motorcycle called the Suzuki GSXR. Okay. And it's a really fast motorcycle, leader bike, whatever. It used to be the top racing thing. And now it's known for being like the hooligan bike. The people that go 180 miles an hour on the highway often gravitate towards the Gixxer. And this one guy on YouTube completely owns the persona. He's Gixxer Bra, and his hobbies are going wildly fast on the highway and running from police. I once saw him make a video of police chasing somebody else. So he gets the police's attention and then evades them as if he's doing a public service for letting other hooligans get away with traffic crimes. Anyway, one of the series he makes is he'll like go to Google Maps and be like, all right, here's what we're going to do today. We're going to go from here to there. In this case, it was Colorado Springs to Denver, which is on his thing. In the video, it said it was a 45-minute drive, and he makes it in 20 minutes. And he does it by going like up to 150, 180 miles an hour between cars on the interstate, just ripping down the. And he's been doing this for a while, and I'm like, how does he get away with this? How does he get away with just wild driving? I drive a little while, but I can't hold a candle to this guy. And anyway, the Colorado police looked him up, and now there's warrants out for him. This YouTuber, menacing, placed another person in fear of imminent serious bodily injury, engaged in a speed contest, reckless endangerment, reckless driving, speeding over 40 miles an hour above the speed limit, engaged in an exhibition of speed, and having no license plate. These are the things that he's guilty of, and they tracked him down. But he did it in Colorado, and he's from Texas. I don't know how this works. Can he just never go back to Colorado?
Yes.
That's a good plan for him, because there's warrants out at this point.
Why? How are they going to catch him?
Oh,
he go to Colorado. Like, I would make a YouTube video. I would go to Colorado and make like tons of content, like as much as I could, like enough for a year. And then I would go back to Texas and keep my ass there. But I'd keep teasing, like, I'd be outside the state patrol, like, well, here we are in Texas again this week. Made another trip up here. Just like change clothes every time. I would really fuck with it.
Just pretend that you're still.
I don't
doing
know. Although, can they send like bounty hunters or somebody like that to another state? Like, I don't know how that shit works. I know if you're a fugitive from the law, that seems like a different thing.
So can states not transfer prisoners from other states? Like, I can't remember the specific term, but when you like go to another country and you capture a guy in a different country and you bring him back to the States.
Extradition. You're talking about extradition. Well, you would have to be. So when that's going on, it's like if you've committed a crime spree or a crime. You commit a crime in Georgia and then one in South Carolina, you'll be already under arrest in South Carolina, and Georgia will be like, we got dibs after you, and they'll transfer you over. But it's a little different if you haven't committed any crime in Texas. You know, if he'd done a crime in Texas and they had him locked up, maybe Colorado could be like, hey, we want him when you're done. But the idea of sending Texas to go lock him up or invading Texas and locking him up there, they can't do that. I know.
Here's something I'm stuck on. Like, one of the ways that Bonnie and Clyde avoided getting caught for as long as they did is they would commit crimes in, like, there's a part of America where there's like 5 different states all kind of close to each other, and they would just stay near the borders. And they like commit some crimes in Nebraska and head over to Kansas, commit some crimes in Kansas and then drop down to Oklahoma, and just start like changing states all the time. And the police would literally like get to the state line like Dukes of Hazards.
I was just gonna say that.
Shucks, you got away.
Roscoe P. Coltrane has to stop.
And if you think about it, like I bet it was as much from like we're out of our jurisdiction as it was from we're done now. We don't have to chase them anymore, because the people you're chasing are murderers, right? Maybe on your $10 a week job or whatever they were getting paid, month job, you don't want to run it off into Kansas and fight Bonnie and Clyde. I know that she ran around with a what was it, a BAR
Tommy gun?
She had a Browning automatic rifle, a fully automatic 30-06 sawed off.
Good.
So if she hits you, you die. If she hits your arm, you lose your arm. If you hit the bone, you lose that limb. Like, I don't think
for some reason
it's sure.
It baffles me that today we still don't extradite people from state to state.
Weird.
Like, I can see how maybe weird. If it's a traffic crime, then I can see why they wouldn't. But these are some serious crimes.
You know, you always hear like wanted. I'm wanted in 2 states.
Yeah. Because Canada, we extradite people all the time, right? Down to the States.
we're not to. That's kind of a third world country these days. We seize bank accounts if we don't like.
There's some countries that won't extradite at all.
Yeah.
So you can flee there, and then they won't send you back.
But they're not G7 either. They're not G20 countries. They're
usually a downgrade though.
It always is, but it's
every country's a downgrade from America. I do get.
Well, okay, don't go crazy. But
yes, it's true. Canada's a nice second place. Nothing wrong with silver. Nothing wrong with silver.
Yeah,
silver.
Yeah,
but okay.
At what Olympic sport?
Well,
Hockey, maybe.
Canada's the
No, he
second
meant
best
second
country.
place when the country.
Yeah, when you take all the
I know.
countries into
I know.
account, I would say Canada's my second favorite.
Look,
I used to
the
say
fact that you
UK
think
maybe
they're
third,
making
but
it to the
no.
podium is ridiculous.
Canada's
Okay,
not my second favorite because I'm really sensitive to early sunsets, and they're way up north, and cold weather. They're not.
Yeah, but they're friendly. It's they got everybody's into hockey. I could talk to people about hockey in public. It'd be
Well,
like
I'm
what
not saying
football is.
there aren't gay people. There's gay people.
No,
What about
hockey's the
all of
least
those?
gay sport. All the other sports are having gay.
He's the least gay sport. I'm pretty sure they fuck
Every
each other as
Nordic
part of the
country.
hazing ritual.
I don't think so.
every
Oh, yes,
Not
they
any more than football players.
Oh god,
We're already trickle truthing on this.
where's Harley when I need him?
Dude, that's how I made my best team. It was the
in
final.
California where he chooses to live for a reason.
Yeah,
Okay,
because he loves the U.S. of A.
I
What-
would choose any Nordic country. I would choose like most of the European countries. Like France just seems so snooty, but I bet if you're not in fucking Paris,
You don't
Like-
speak
like-
those languages.
oh, how hard could it be? Like
How hard
like,
could learning Norwegian
Listen,
be?
hold on.
if you live in Norway, I think I'll pick it up in a year or so.
Oh yeah, when you're out about town in your little Norwegian icy
little-
village.
a little village. Yeah.
Oh,
I'll
hello,
go-
Kyle. Yeah, they're gonna be. They're gonna. You know what happened? You'd live there for 10 years, and you'd be like someone who like moves here from Honduras and just like lives in an alcove where everybody speaks Spanish, so you never really learn it. Everyone would talk to you in English because they all speak English.
Assimilate. Come on. It's a beautiful language.
I'm
Well,
trying to
I
pick
think
which
these-
country I'd go to.
I do the
Australia is
accent,
the
too.
normal
They
choice.
hate it.
No, you would.
That would be so funny. You move to Norway and you don't speak any Norwegian, but you're like, "Oh, hello, gang. What is going on with you?" Oh no, I've been here. I just left the airport. That's why my bags are in my hand. I've been here for 20 minutes.
Kyle Bjornsson.
Kyle Bjornenflugen.
You'd be that guy going to England like.
Part about snow.
I think
How
How
that
it's
guy-
everywhere all the time.
Australia's high on the list of cool places.
Yeah, Australia's
I think
Too many things that would kill you in Australia, bro.
honestly, like Costa Rica seems,
from
seems like
America.
a really nice place.
No, I'm talking like bugs
it'd be
and
alright.
massive spiders.
I'll hire an
You
exterminator.
just stay away
Murph.
from
We
like,
play with the most
wilderness.
dangerous game over here, other people.
Yeah,
Australia
that's
is
true.
safe by
I thought you were
comparison.
going to say AIDS.
Hong Kong looks fucking
The most dangerous game.
Technically,
think
that's
that-
other people.
It's so random. Jesus.
Hong
Christ.
Kong looks fucking cool. South Korea looks amazing. Like
Japan.
Singapore, all that whole Japan. I told you they won't let me in. They're
No, ideal
sticklers.
world. Japan would be cool, but
Mm.
you'd have to learn Japanese. They don't let you live in Japan unless you're
Ooh.
like committed to learning Japanese, adopting their, which is what
No.
I'd want to do if I moved to
You're
Japan
still
anyway.
you're still treated like crap in like Kyoto and Japan. Like it's if you're a
I'm gonna-
foreigner, you're a foreigner forever. Like there's Japanese people who are born there who still can't get citizenship.
Dude, I'm
I'd be
wearing
very
my
cool with
fucking
them having
back-to-back World War champions fucking t-shirt. It's gonna be like Mr. Baseball. You ever see that Tom Selleck movie, Mr. Baseball?
Yeah.
New York Giants
yeah.
player gets traded to a Japanese team. He's incensed about it and has to integrate into Japanese culture. It's hilarious. Tom Selleck with his mustache, having to sit cross-legged on the floor and shit. It's
Yeah.
fish out of water story. It's real funny.
It's very
I would give
accurate.
a fuck. I'm not assimilating. I'm gonna get tatted up and get on the woman's card on the train. I don't care.
You're gonna do that? You're gonna
Nah,
get on
I
the
wouldn't do that.
Roper's car?
No.
When in Rome, you got to respect the land you're in. I'd be bowing at people. I'd be doing what, and I wouldn't be doing it in a condescending way. I'd be
So wait.
about me. I do a
So if
little
you're
bit.
saying when in Rome, do as the Romans do, you would start groping people on trains.
No, I would stay, I
guess
would stay to
you're
the
right.
men's train like a decent human being.
Actually, I don't
Apparently
think. Is it
Kyle, you're
Japan
not
that
respecting
had-
the culture if you don't grope the women on the trains. I think that's kind of racist.
Well,
It's the other way
in
around.
Japan, isn't it mandatory that you have your phone has to make a sound when it takes a picture? Because
Korea,
so many guys were
that.
doing upskirt pictures and all that crap.
yeah,
Crazy.
yeah. You cannot disable the ka-chunk sound on
Yeah.
your camera phone.
That's
over
pretty
there.
funny. The
That
whole
was
country is so horny that they're like, we need a technological way around this problem. And so they make a shutter
Do
sound.
they still blur out their porn scenes and stuff? Like it's so
As
weird.
far as I can tell.
That's probably the law there.
I think if it's produced there, maybe like I don't quite understand the whole deal. I've been told that the blurred genital law or rule or whatever it is why you have so much tentacle porn, because they don't have to blur the
They don't have to blur it out. Yeah.
And it's just like,
Dude,
Look what
guys,
they've done.
what
Unintended
you did.
consequences. They made it more pervy.
like
yeah, the
they
unintended
should have
consequences
it
of
should have been
that
like
are
prohibition when
catastrophic.
all of a sudden we tried prohibition. We got Al Capone, organized crime, and people drinking poison to try to get drunk. Looks like we made a mistake. Let's go back. Japan never went back to cock and pussy. They just rode the tentacle shit out, and we get what we get today.
Preaching to the choir. I'm 100% on board.
They need to go back to looking at regular dick and vagina.
And why is it
porn.
always rape? Why does the girl never enjoy the tentacles?
And they're always like 15.
Oh no.
Is it?
They're always like young girls in these
They,
videos.
they
bro.
always look underage, and they don't like what's happening to them. That speaks
Yeah.
to the vast majority of Japanese animated pornography.
How am I supposed to self-insert in that? I have no tentacles. I have no suction cups.
I pretend I am
You're the girl.
I'm the I just imagine being pinned down by a strong ass, wide-shouldered octopus.
cephalopod.
Take me, just hairy ass.
Yeah,
You know starfish have
hentai is
brains
a
in
whole
their
different
legs?
world. What?
What has
Starfish
brains?
have brains in their legs.
Mm-hmm.
Not much
Yeah.
of them. They don't do anything.
If you
Like
cut off their
neural
legs, you don't kill the starfish. You just get more starfish.
Does a leg become another starfish?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they grow out, and become more starfish. Like, I don't know. It'd be like a good way to make friends. Just chop a leg off.
This guy's a dick. I never should have bifurcated my legs and fucking created more friends.
You ever-
I wonder if they're like clones, if they have their own type of senses and
Oh, I
memories
didn't
and all
consider that, right? Like you could, dude, if you
Genetically,
murder someone,
they have
cut
to.
your leg off, make a clone, claim it was him.
You ever?
I think it's the legless one, Your Honor, because
I
we
think your
know
leg
how
grows
our
back.
weird biology works.
No, the leg grows
They
back.
got me. Now I'm fucking Oscar Pistorius.
Yeah. Not only does your leg grow back, the rest of him grows back.
that. A whole nother
something.
being.
Yeah.
To work off of the stuff Woody started out with the motorcycle. Sorry, motorcycle stuff. There's a whole weird trend going on in the States, especially the warmer areas, where if you look on like Instagram pages like Official Legal Pit, where kids will stop traffic and start doing burnouts
Yeah.
in circles and stuff. And the hilarious thing is, the new trending thing is that kids getting hit by people doing burnouts.
Fuck yeah.
And it's the funniest stuff. I love watching it. Like there's Instagram pages just dedicated to kids getting hit by these burnouts. It is too funny, but it's like
My
ugh.
YouTube search results this week, it's like people getting hit by cars, protesters getting ran over by cars.
Oh, Jesus.
I watched an
Those are nice.
hour just of protesters getting ran over by cars. I found one that I kind of felt bad about though, because it wasn't. So here's what happened. These people were protesting a slaughter house, a hog slaughterhouse. They
Mhm.
blocked the entryway, and there's a big semi truck full of pigs. And they run up and they start giving the pigs water through these bottles. And it's pretty pitiful. I kind of feel for the pigs. And this like 60-year-old climate protester or whatever, she's standing in the middle of the driveway, and the big rig turns in. He says he didn't see her, and she goes under the dual tires. And it drags her. It doesn't roll over her. It smears her across the parking lot for like 40, 50 feet and turns her into a mushy pile. And there's a guy in front of her, and you can't hear anything because it's a security camera from that's one of the POVs, but you can see by his hand movements, he's slowly like, no. And then he's just like hands on head because he's seeing a 60-year-old woman get smushed on asphalt. And I think they found the driver somewhat.
You got to do different stuff online, man. Like that's
Information diet's not healthy.
that's so terrible. Why would you put that in your soul, in your mind?
And but
it's
usually
a lot
not
worse
such
than what I was talking about.
It's
But
not usually such a downer. Usually it's these cocksuckers in the road, and somebody's had enough, and they just mow through them. And when I'm telling you, when a car rolls over a human being that you don't like, it's a good feeling, Taylor. It's a good feeling.
Oh, I've seen I like the protester.
The mob's banging on the windows. They're hitting it with sticks and bottles, and then the person's clearly like terrified, and they just hit the gas. And you realize that even a bitch-made car is just way much more powerful than a human being has any business being in the arena with. Some fucking Subaru Outback, like most lesbian lame ass car ever. It's up and over crowds.
Yep, but you have to look at the takeover videos that I'm talking about, because these are kids in like Hellcats and BMWs and import cars, and they're like they'll light fires in the middle so the cars can skid through them and stuff. And 99% of the time, there's like one kid standing too close, and for some reason, every time one of these guys get hit by a car, their pants come off. It is the weirdest.
They weren't up to begin with.
They needed a belt.
But you feel good because it's like these guys are like blocking traffic and they're like skidding, and they got the phones out and lasers pointing at the cars, and they're throwing Molotov cocktails at cars and setting Corvettes on fire. It's just
there's a similar type thing. It's older, but with dirt bikes in the city.
Yeah.
And a lot of times these guys on dirt bikes are really talented. And it's just a tall task for a policeman to catch somebody on a dirt bike in a city.
That was happening in New York, but they like one weekend, the cops just went out and just took all dirt bikes, whether they were like, street racing or doing pop wheelies or just sitting there. They took all dirt bikes in New York and put them all in trucks, like hundreds of them at one time. And they didn't give them back. They just took
in Massachusetts, it's similar. It made it illegal to refuel your dirt bike. So
wow.
Yeah, basically it had to be on a trailer. You had to buy like cans, but the whole business of being a hooligan and then filling up and being a hooligan some more is over.
Wow, yeah, these kids are getting bored, bro. It's like so weird.
I remember we talked about Only Use Me Blade a couple episodes ago, and the mistake that was drinking for cash. I watched these crazy motorcycle videos, and I feel like they've made a comparable mistake, which is driving recklessly for views. And these guys are on motorcycles going over 120 miles an hour through twisty roads or between cars on highways. And they just have to keep topping themselves. And, there's one guy, he'll never walk normally again. He has a cane, and then he gets on a bike, and somehow he's a super athlete unimpacted by his injuries. And then he gets off a bike and he's bad back, bad knees, bad everything. And you just know, like, it's like you're watching somebody killing themselves.
Yeah.
A couple of them died. I just remember. One I'm thinking of right now is Max Wrist. He's very fast, very talented guy. Crashes every year. His friend's dead. Bad kitty. And that's what happened. They just sort of stop making videos and you find out they're dead.
Damn.
I used to do dirt bikes when I was younger, but I said as soon as I became a dad, I swore them off.
Dirt bikes.
Yeah, and I was about to get a Ninja street bike back in the day before I had kids. I said when I became a dad, I swore them off because literally everybody I know who rides has been in an accident at one point or another. 90% of the time is because of the other vehicle hitting them or not seeing them.
But not on a dirt bike.
Totally out of control. No. I'm just talking about motorcycles in general.
Motorcycles are dangerous. I don't pretend otherwise. Dirt bikes, though, at least the kind of dirt bike riding I do, which is trail bikes, all the hard shit's done slow. You fall over, you break your finger.
Yeah. On the trail, it's fine. I'm just talking about like on the street and, everyday riding and all that stuff. Yeah, on the trail, you're good. Yeah. Yeah. It's like,
what are you looking at, Kyle?
Before we jump to whatever Kyle's looking at, we're going to hear from a couple of wonderful.
I'll link it so you can watch while he reads.
Overdue. Okay. I'm not going to watch it while I read.
No,
PKA fans,
you have work to do. We all take off.
You, me, and enough smoking accessories to make Snoop Dogg's collection look like a kid's toy aisle. PharoahDistro.com has everything for the THC enthusiasts out there, bud lovers, dabbers, edible connoisseurs, and even those who want to discreetly puff away with disposable goodies. It's like a THC performance, and your place is the green room. Indulge in the festivities with their latest offering, the Pharoah Exotics THCA Buds, an outstanding choice for those looking for top shelf quality flower. These buds are so top shelf, they've got their own VIP section. Dispensary grade, indoor grown, and crafted for the everyday flower enjoyer. For the dab enthusiasts, get ready to savor the richness of our THCA diamond sauce. Because who needs diamonds when you have something even more precious to enjoy? And let's not forget our delectable assortment of high-quality, high-milligram edibles. Perfect for sharing and adding an extra layer of joy to your celebrations. Because you can celebrate anytime, even at late January. If your New Year's resolution includes a step towards more holistic wellness, as all of ours should. Explore Pharoah Distro's range of CBD products and therapeutic mushrooms and light keef on your bowl. Sprinkle code PKA30 on top for 30% off your whole order. PKA30, 30% off, hell of a deal. Visit PharoahDistro.com to discover quality products that cater to your THC preference. Elevate your 2024 experience with Pharoah Distro's premium offerings and make this year one to remember, kinda. PharoahDistro.com. That is linked below. Go ahead and get your edibles there. Get your vape pens there, both disposable and the carts. PharoahDistro.com. PKA30, 30% off. That 30% off includes the diamond sauce, all the THCA products, and the edibles, which I think are their edibles might not be as popular as the THCA stuff now. I know that they have trouble keeping the THCA stuff in stock. If you're looking for the absolute strongest stuff they have to smoke, it's THCA. The HHC is pretty strong. The Delta 8 is a little more on the easy side. The THCA, go in carefully because it's very potent. Check it out. Also, the THCA Diamond Sauce, the Dab Rig. Go ahead and check out the Dab X. Very high quality. Kyle and I use ours all the time. Easy to clean, easy to use, very small footprint, so you don't have some big, ugly rig sitting on your gaming PC, which is where I usually smoke weed. Check it out, PharoahDistro.com, code PKA30, 30% off, including the Dab X. Very, very strong deal. I encourage you to check it out. This episode is also brought to you by Blue Chew. Blue Chew, folks. Let's talk about sex. Guys, shouldn't you always be at your best? 2024 is the year to maximize your performance in the bedroom. Listen up, BlueChew.com. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part? It's all done online, so no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. Blue Chew wants to help you have better sex. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. Chew it and do it. And special deal for our listeners, try Blue Chew free when you use promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That's BLUECHEW.com, BlueChew.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. Thanks to Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. Code PKA, $5 shipping. Go ahead and check it out. And as we say every time, Woody and I had zero experience with these kind of tablets and whatnot. And so we asked Kyle. Kyle led us toward the Tadalafil, which is the Cialis, and it never looked back. There was never a reason to go back and check with another one because he led us the right way the first time.
I'm a subject matter expert now. I fucking hammer nails with this dick.
Oh my God! You get a little bit of that Tadalafil in your system, you're gonna be rock hard. So check it out, BlueChew.com, promo code PKA. Just pay the $5 in shipping, and choose the Tadalafil option per Kyle's expert advice. And of course, this episode is brought to you by Lock and Load, the premium ejaculation increasing supplement that's taking the world by storm. If you're tired of coming like a little bitch boy. Are you tired of coming and then your girlfriend, wife, or boyfriend or husband goes, ha 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 ha? Yeah, your dog.
I'm still thirsty.
And then your dog is like, no, don't fuck your dog. Lock and Load. Code, Lock and Load. Code PKA or code Jizz for 10% off. And you should absolutely lead off your foray into GorillaMind.com with the Lock and Load product. But you can also get protein powders, energy drinks, weight loss supplements, pre-workouts with stim or with no stim. I like the no stim nitric, and dream supplements, anything you need efficaciously dosed over there at GorillaMind.com. You can get for 10% off with code PKA or code Jizz, but prioritize Lock and Load because what is life if you're absolutely dribbling? Nothing. Your girl is going to her friends afterward and going, he's a bitch. He doesn't even like me. He's coming like it's sneaking out, like the Viet Cong sperm sneaking out of his penis, trying to be undetected. And that's not what you want. You want explosive American cum. Big cums with Lock and Load. Check it out. Code PKA, code Jizz. And that's it. That's all the sponsors.
All right. Kyle, I wish I could sell TV shows like you do. But man, I have to get you into Survivor. This show is very good. All right, it's on Netflix. It's streaming. They only have like 2 seasons, but it's not the same 2 seasons. So it's like every year they get 2 different seasons. There's 37 or so out there. I'm watching 33 right now. It is very compelling. At this point, the contestants on Survivor have watched 30 years worth of Survivor go down, and they are experts in it. They know all the things that work, all the like hashtag blindside, and like someone will be absolutely on top of the world, and they feel like they're crushing it on this show. And it's like, no. The tallest flower gets plucked. And sure enough, everyone's like, this guy's really good. Let's get rid of him. Or this person totally sucks. There's one, there's a black woman on the show right now, and she's terrible at swimming. Really, really bad. Swims that take other people literally 15 seconds take her like 7 minutes. And it's just, you wonder if she's throwing the challenge and trying to get her team to lose, but she's still around. And they always talk about getting rid of her, but they don't, because she'll be easy to beat later on, presumably. There's a guy, he's really weak and he's not particularly smart. And it's like, you're killing your team in the challenges and you're not really helping with puzzles and stuff. Sometimes there's a weak guy that's very smart. And it's like, all right, we all have our skills, right? This guy can't throw a ball to save his life. But when it comes to like doing a word scramble puzzle or something, he carries his weight. Totally worthless people sometimes survive because they're clever. And they're like, man, I'm about to get voted off. But I'll tell you what, you're the second weakest person here, and you're the third weakest person here. Don't you see how this is about to go down? You need to partner with the worst person on the island to keep us all alive. It's in your interest. And they sell shit. And I watched a previous season where the guy was good at catching fish. And he's like, man, I'm safe because I feed this whole fucking crew. They don't want to lose me. Turns out they'd rather starve than have a strong competitor on the island with them. So you have to somehow be like not the worst person because they get voted off, and not the best person, but this unnoticed person in the middle while still winning challenges and getting immunities. And the social sneakiness in Survivor is next level. And I remember early on, 30 years ago or whatever, they thought Survivor was about surviving. And it turned out the winner was the sneakiest rat on the island. And it's like, whoa, I guess that's what Survivor is actually like. If, like I was saying before, that like you want to survive in an apocalypse, you don't need a gun. You don't need food. You need therapy so you can make better friends so that you can lead this crowd. Or not lead. I don't know where you want to be. Maybe tallest flower gets plucked, like I just said. I watch Survivor, and normally when I watch these shows, I'm like, these people suck. Often because I know more than they do. I'm like, they're making stupid decisions. I would be so much better at this game. I watch Survivor. They're better than me. They're all better than me. And I'm like, I'm so impressed with like the way that guy manipulated that girl, that guy, and that girl to get them in his alliance and convince them that it was their best interest to leave the biggest, strongest alliance. You know, you're like, all right, you're an alliance of 6 and I'm in a group of 3 and I'm kind of fucked, right? They're going to pick us off one by one. But dude, you're number 6 on that 6. You don't want to be that. You could be number 1 on my 3. We just get a couple more guys over here. It is devious and interesting, and I'm on the edge of my seat the whole time, and the production value is next level. I watch so much YouTube. I go over to Survivor, and I'm like, holy shit, they got time lapse of the storm. It's great. It is
Jeff Probst still hosting that thing?
Yes, and somehow he hasn't aged.
Dude, it's 46 seasons of that show.
46? Oh my. I'm watching
That's
33.
insane.
Yeah.
Wow. I remember like the first 2 seasons and I kind of gave it up after that.
It's amazing, man. It is a really, there was a reason it's gotten 46 seasons deep. And now the people are such experts in the game that is Survivor. They like people come on, they're like, I'm a Survivor nerd. I'm a Survivor super fan. It is on my bucket list to be involved in a blind side, to get an immunity idol, to do this, that, the other thing, you know, like it. And
is it a $1 million prize to win it? I can't remember.
I think there's also some money for like second and third, like some of the other.
That inflation has not been kind to Survivor. The fact that they can still get all those people out on a desert island somewhere for only $1 million for like how long? I wonder how long they filmed.
The one I'm watching is Gen X versus millennials. But unlike other Gen X people, I don't hate millennials. Like, dude, all these Gen Xers on the show are like, these guys suck. They don't know how to work hard. They don't know how to put their time in, et cetera, et cetera. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like
the producers told me to say it, Woody. That's how to say it.
Maybe that's true. Maybe I'm a fool. But I'm like, oh, no. The millennials have their own talents. They tend to work together much better than the Gen Xers do.
Yeah, because in real life, like, no one even thinks in those concepts, right? So you need a producer to come in and be like, oh, you guys are Gen Xers. I bet at least 3 of them were like, what's that mean exactly again?
Yeah.
And like, well, these are millennials. What does that mean? Well, let me tell you what millennials are. Well, you mean the group of people there? Shouldn't we get to know them? No. You hate them. You see?
Well, it's definitely true that they're kind of like the 40 and 50-year-olds versus the 20-year-olds. And you know, so sense. You can forget the gen whatevers and just see like, oh, all right, these 20-year-olds have had the internet since the very beginning. And I think that's created a bit of like social literacy that's different than the 40-year-olds have. And I don't know, I like watching it play out. There's 2 people that got it. They call it a showmance. A boy and a girl fell in love. So immediately everyone is like, that's a power couple. Priority number 1. Vote someone off the island, and they're like in love. Like, fuck, is this a mistake? So, dude, it is fun to watch.
We're adults. I'll see you in 3 weeks after the show.
No, it's over.
I'm actually not sure that whatever magic that caused them to fall in love exists off the island.
It ain't real. Who fucking cares?
Yeah.
My dick in San Diego or not at all, bitch. I'm playing the game.
Like he's probably like an alpha on the island, and then when they get off the island, she'll go and meet him, and he's like, you know, doing the dishes at the local Denny's, and you know what I mean?
Right. Like what was I gonna say? And then the other thing, like there's the showmance, right? There's this couple on the show, Taylor and Figgy. They love each other, but I'm like, I am 80% sure this dude is head over heels in love with this chick, and this chick is playing the game. You know, she's like, I've got a puppy dog. I get 2 votes all the time. Fuck with me. Go ahead. I have 2 votes because fucking Tails over here does anything I ask him to. His name is Taylor.
Yeah.
And
he's just trying to get some island pussy. And
I think he is. Yeah, dude.
So she's a bit of a vote whore.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
She's cute.
I like playing the game.
Yeah. And I think at the beginning, well, she said she's really good at manipulating men. But I don't know what the producers tell her to say or what's going on. And you can tell she is.
That's a hilarious thing to brag about. It's like if I pretend that I'm gonna fuck men, they do things I want them to, and it's like, you've really cracked the code,
dude. Survivor.
Guess what, lady? So if I pretend I'm gonna marry you, I can get you to do what I want you to do.
On Kyle. If you give it a shot, you have to give it like 3 episodes or so, because that's when it gets a little good. Like the first episode, they don't know each other. The alliances aren't so bad. But then, 3 episodes in, I'll make it up, 13 days in. And with that, like some real bonds have formed that get broken out of deceit and self-interest. And that's what the show is about.
I'm too cynical to watch that show or any reality show for that matter. Like the whole time I'm watching it, I'm like, no, you're not. No, you didn't. Okay, sure they did. Like I just know that it's manipulated the whole time, and then I don't believe any of it's real. I don't believe any of it's real.
All reality TV's.
I don't believe like any of those relationships that are happening or any interactions that are occurring. I don't believe any of it's real. Like I just don't. Like if you go all the way back to something like Fear Factor, you could tell that was real because it'd go off the rails every now and then.
Well, it was real because it was like, today we're eating roaches. And it's like, that guy's eating roaches.
Well, no, you had that one like fight with Rogan where like the crazy bitch hit another contestant and Rogan was like, whoa, you can't hit people. And then the girl's boyfriend sticks up for her and he's like, she can't hit people. And Joe's like, puts him in a fucking headlock. They like that was off the rails. That's clearly a real thing that's happening. You can't pay Joe Rogan to like make up a silly fight thing. But on the other hand, like, I don't know. Survivor.
Oh, there's definitely real shit in Survivor. There's a chick whose eye is swollen and red, and she has a bacterial infection. There's a guy, I thought he was having a heart attack, but it was just dehydration.
Yeah.
There have been people who fell in the fire and got seriously injured.
I saw that season.
Yeah. Oh, did you?
or maybe multiple people have fallen in fires, but this guy in particular, he was like a great hunter, and he had killed a boar. He had went out and killed a fucking pig with a fucking spear, and to me, I was like, this is the champion of the tribe. This guy, I got behind him full.
You should have his choice of the females.
The next,
that guy comes out there with his clipboard and he's like, Greg, you killed a pig today. Pick any of the women.
That's how
we're getting real in season 43, people.
He could also make fires, and that's how he got hurt. He was making the fire, and he was doing that thing where you blow on the embers or whatever and try to get it whooshing up. Well, I guess he like mistimed his breath, so he inhaled a big breath of like hot, smoky air and went immediately unconscious, face first into the fucking fire, hands first, really. And like he woke up from burning, maybe 5 seconds later, maybe 7.
A long time to burn.
Long enough that his hand, all the skin on his hands were draped off like curtain material. And he's running, screaming into the water, and he's in the water, and he's and they're like, Richard will not be continuing on with the competition. He had to be taken.
Dude, I can say 100%. Sometimes you see stuff in a show, especially a reality show, where it's like, yeah, I could also step on a piece of glass and cut myself on accident. That is a mistake I would never make. I would never, ever be blowing into a fire and accidentally inhale so much that I passed out. I would be the guy, my play would be like, they'd be like, Taylor's a fucking bum. He hasn't done anything the whole time. And I'm like, yeah, you think anyone's going to vote for me in the finale? Certainly not you, you dumb fat ass. Like, just like do stuff like that. And people will be like, man, we got to keep Taylor around. Everybody hates him. No one is going to do it.
Challenges in Survivor are... All right, so there's a challenge. They have to swim out maybe like 200 feet. Get a life ring. That's that inflatable round thing on the side of a boat. And swim it back and touch their pole and the ring at the same time. Okay, cool. So there's 2 guys on each team, and the 2 Gen X or millennials who I thought were going to win, they look like surfers. They've got low body fat. They're fit. They're like surfer guys. And then the Gen Xers, there's one big strong guy, and then there's one like total piece of shit, worthless garbage who's, a fucking buoy. He's not going to, all right, whatever. So I'm like, all right, obvious winners. I'll take the 2 fucking fit dudes. Well, the one big dude, unbeknownst to me, is a national champion football player from the Oklahoma Sooners. And he just grabs both fucking surfers and bear hugs them and doesn't let them play. And then unimpeded, piece of shit goes to get the buoys and wins the game. And the surfers are like emasculated. They fight for a minute or so, and then they're like, what the fuck am I gonna do? This guy's beating us both up at once.
That's really embarrassing.
They can't hit him? I don't understand.
He was, a big part of it was it existed in the water, and he was taller. So they barely have any grip on the ground, while he has like good.
What are the rules of this combat?
The winner is the person who gets the ring and brings it back.
No, but like eye pokes, groin grabs, scratching. Okay, well,
my God, the scratching.
Then I will say this: I say there's not a man in the world who can restrain me and Kyle at the same time.
Bring it.
I am going. He's going to be blind and nutless. I'm going eyes.
I'm going low. I've got his balls in my mouth. I'm chewing on his balls. Like
I'm doing this, and unless he hits me with this, I'm taking his eyes.
If I grab the 17-year-old version of you both against this collegiate national champion in football for Oklahoma, I don't know. See, Taylor's strong. He's not a good argument. But, to grab the skinny version of Kyle from when he was 17, 2 of him, you couldn't do anything.
I mean, but if you're allowed to be dirty,
we'd be punching that guy in the face.
But just keep in mind, as soon as you poke his eyes, he's going to take your eyeballs home with him. He's the alpha.
No, he's only got 2 arms. He can't take both of us.
He only needs 1 finger.
I don't know. I've seen guys take on 2 guys before. You never know, bro.
Nah, dude. No, I'm an internet competent guy.
Yeah. And then afterwards, after this competition's over, there were actually a bunch of rounds I haven't described. Guys have massive scratches all over their rib cage and shit. It was real. They were fighting.
Fuck.
Yeah.
You remember pool fights as a kid? You'd go swim.
Like
and everybody pool basketball. Pool basketball as a kid, I can't count the number of times that I felt like I was right about to drown, and I'm sure that I did that to other people too. where you hold them underwater because you're trying to make the basket, and there is a moment where like you come up and it's not a normal gasp for air. It's like like almost like
Panic.
like your body is freaked the fuck out, and then like you deal with that for 30 seconds, and then you go, all right, we're down by 4. Like we gotta do what he did to us.
Water
this
is
is
a
not
great
the season I'm
equalizer.
talking about, but there was this one guy who was super annoying. He was a good talker, and he wasn't a particularly good athlete, and everybody knew he was going to get voted off that night. It wasn't in question. He knew it too, which isn't always common. Usually you go for the blind side. And I think the challenge was to like stand on an uncomfortable pole. And this guy, who had never done really well in any of these physical challenges, just was like his life depended on it. So he stood on that pole and he annoyed the fuck out of everybody else with his terrible stories and insults. Fucking Jeff Probst couldn't take it anymore. He's like, stop. He's like, there's no rules that say I have to stop talking. I'm distracting myself. I'm not paying attention to my pain, and I'm going to talk the whole time. You're looking old, Jeff. Just saying. I thought you'd want to know that.
Okay, this guy rules. I hope he won.
He was great. He was great. This show is so
hilarious.
much better than I'm describing to watch.
Dude
these
pulls
people
out a
do.
copy
My
of Mein
grandma
Kampf.
watches every season of
Does
Survivor.
she?
She
Your
loves
grandma's
it.
cool
Yeah,
as
my
fuck.
grandma's cool as shit. She loves
Yeah.
it. My grandma also loved. I think I mentioned this on the show. I was trying to fix her Netflix a few years ago, and she's like, "Yeah, it's not working on this TV, but I've been liking that show Downton Abbey." And I was like,
Downton Abbey. Yeah.
And I was like, Downton Abbey? And she's like, it isn't Downtown Abbey. And I'm
No.
like, no. And she's like, well, I've been watching for 2 seasons and I thought it was Downtown Abbey the whole time. I laughed at that. I love my grandma. Shout out grandma.
Yeah, everybody loves Taylor's grandma.
Big listener. Yeah.
Speaking
in
of,
in a pure, nice way, not that
In a
other
pure,
way.
nice way. She's never listened to 1 second of my online
That's for the
answer.
best.
probably a good thing. Yeah.
She was
Yeah.
like, she's like, I'll tell my friends. They'll ask, what's your grandson do again? Can you describe it? And I just tell them he does a podcast and I've never listened because he told me the kind of things he says on there, not the kind of things I should hear. And I trust him. And so she's she's listening
She's
to
got
this,
that much
like,
cooler.
What the fuck?
Speaking of
Yeah.
survival games, did you guys see Squid Games challenge? The real
I
life
saw
Squid
Squid
Games.
Game from
No, it didn't.
the
Like
pandemic.
Oh, you haven't
I-
seen that?
I saw the regular Squid Game.
No, when
Yeah.
they
they
did it
did
in real
the game
life.
for real.
Yeah, it
Was
was,
Mr.
like
reality
really
Beast
good.
involved in that? He did something.
Who?
Squid Games, Mr. Beast.
That's a separate thing.
No, no.
Okay.
No,
So,
but
so
it was
Mr.
what
Beast
is
did a
this?
Squid Game YouTube video. There was the Squid Games TV show that's all fictional. Then Netflix made a reality show called The Squid Games where they
Yep.
do it for real. Except people don't
Hmm.
die; they lose instead of
Pussies.
dying. Yeah.
Gay.
when they died, they have like black paintballs explode on them to show that they're dying. They fall like they are dying or something. But it was actually really well done. Like I had to keep watching, and the prize money was like $4 million.
4.56 million. That's
Yeah,
a shit
there you
ton
go.
for a reality show.
That's another. That's what I'm saying about Survivor. It's a little lame that they're stuck with the 1 million.
Before taxes.
This is like a man saying that steak tastes horrible who's never had a steak.
But I said like
They've been
Squid Game?
doing that since when was?
Oh,
you said
yes. They've been
26
making
years.
a terrible show for 47 seasons.
I don't
Nobody
think it's
likes
terrible,
it. There's no
Woody.
market for this.
I think it's been going since like 90 or like 2000, maybe like actually like pre 9/11. They did one.
I'm
Probably.
just saying they could up the prize money, keep it with inflation.
Keep it with
Like,
inflation,
I bet
yeah.
Jeff Probst's salary went up over the years. I bet he's not making the same he made for season 1.
Yeah,
I
$1
bet
million
you're right.
was
I
a
bet
lot
they
when it
spend more
started.
making the show.
That's true.
But you're right. The prizes haven't.
Like,
Zach
you
put it in here. The winner gets $1 million, second gets $100,000, and third gets $85,000.
Again, that's million before taxes. So you're losing half of that after you win. Like that can't
I'm
even
glad
buy a
you
house.
said that because a
You know
lot
that
of
guy went-
people don't think it's half. It's about half.
It's about half. It's
Yeah.
like, and you can't even buy
That's
a
why
house with
Richard
that.
Hatch went to prison because he didn't pay that half. Remember the first?
Oh,
winner of
that's
Survivor went to
right.
prison for
Yeah.
not
Do you
paying his
get to
taxes,
keep
right?
it? Because if they're like, all right, Woody, $400,000 or 4 months in prison, I'll be like,
I don't
I'll
make
bring the
$100,000 a month, so let's go.
I don't. Well, you're gonna have to pay a fine and you're plus on top of the taxes.
If you
So
don't
he's
pay
gonna
the
do-
fine, how many more months is that? Like, let's work this out.
They'll garnish your future reality show winnings.
It looks like
He
they
did
were
come
to
back
keep
and
it-
like compete again. So that's
Kyle, if
possible.
they were to keep it consummate with inflation,
Yeah.
then the $1 million prize in 2000
2.3.
right now would have to be $1.8 million.
I thought it'd be higher.
Yeah.
They just make it
So
even
did I
too.
actually.
And also that show, I don't know if they still do Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, but back when Regis
I don't think
Philbin,
so.
God rest his soul, did the show, it seemed like $1 million was a whole lot of money, like 98,
was.
99.
It
I remember when
was.
that show came on, the idea that you were going to give somebody $1 million on a reality, it's like, oh my God. Because everything else was Wheel of Fortune, Jeopardy, Price is Right.
Yeah.
If
Susan
you really
won
blew it out of the
17
water,
grand and a
maybe
fridge.
50. You could win 50 on those shows, stuff like that. Or on Wheel of Fortune every night, there was occasionally some bigger ones. You get closer to 6 figures. And it wasn't until Jennings when Jeopardy started doing that crazy like winning streak shit. But that other guy surpassed Jennings by like quite a bit, I think, and the like total winnings.
What was the show where they asked people the questions, and then like you could call for help at home?
That's Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
Who Wants
That
to
was
Be a
Who Wants to
Millionaire?
Be- That is Millionaire?
Phone a
Yeah.
friend. Yeah.
Phone a friend,
what
ask the audience.
What was the one with
50-50.
what was the one with the briefcases that opened?
Deal or No Deal with Howie Mandel hosting.
And
Does
one
that
of the
sound right?
suitcases. No, I don't think it was Deal or No. Was it Deal or No Deal?
No,
Yeah,
it was
Deal or No Deal.
that was the suitcase.
You've got
one.
the ladies holding the suitcases, and they have
Yeah.
different amounts of money in them. And
Okay.
You keep getting the situation where it's like, do you want to take this much, or do
Yeah.
you want to keep going? And they eliminate briefcases as you go.
Yes.
And it really puts them in a shitty situation because you can walk away with like fucking nothing.
$5.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was that $1 million or was
Hmm.
that like $500,000? I can't even.
Someone eventually
was $1
won.
million.
I think I saw an interview with Mandel where he talked about someone finally won the like million or whatever.
Okay.
But the odds of
Maybe it's $500,000.
I thought it was $1 million, but
I don't know.
I thought there was like a briefcase with $1 million and then $500,000.
I think the whole
$250,000.
thing combined was $1 million, but the big one was like 500, maybe. I don't know.
I like
yeah,
that. Do you know the story of? There was that game where you had to stop the spinning wheel on a thing, and this guy studied the game till he had it mastered.
Yeah,
and
I know about that from Opie and Anthony.
He just ran the score up on him.
Whammy. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
If you haven't seen that clip, Wolf, you should look it up. O&A, the old Opie
I
and
remember
Anthony
that
show,
show.
my favorite show of all time.
Like before
Like, they
his
did
run.
a talk about it where he timed exactly where to hit every single time in order to make it go to like a vacation or dodge the whammy spots. And so the way that game always played, because it was a square with a bunch of different panels in it, and then inside those panels they had like the cameras and everything showing things, and then the whammy would just quickly go back and forth and everything. And so when people got their turn, they would usually just right away be like, stop. And then they'd be like, oh, you hit a whammy. Sorry, you're out. Or, oh, you got a vacation to the Caribbean islands or whatever. And this guy, they'd be like, all right, Jeff, it's your turn. And he would sit there for like 30 seconds, a minute sometimes, and just wait. And so it'd be like, and just he'd let it keep going until he saw it hit a square that he had memorized, meant that the square after that would be a non-whammy, and then he would smack it. And he won. He almost bankrupted that game because they were like, I think they had like an allotment in that game for like every winner to make up to like $7,000. It was in the 70s, and he like kept going, and he was in like the high, like almost $200,000 or something in the late 70s.
It was in
the Price is Right guy, right?
80s.
Yeah.
There's a documentary on Netflix about the Price is Right guy. He basically he was a super fan, and he memorized the prices of every item in the showcase, and he would show up to every filming, and you would hear him because they do that thing where the person doesn't know what to do and they look up at the crowd and the crowd yells out numbers. You'd hear his voice, $1.89. Well, it's $1.89. It turns out, and like this happens enough that people start like noticing that one guy is nailing it every fucking time, and so he's helping other people win, but finally they call his name after years of trying to get on, and he just runs the table. It's a really good Netflix documentary. It's probably called The Price is Right. That would be my guess, but he just memorized the whole showcase. It's a lot of products. I don't know how many, I'm guessing, but 500. It's a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Of products, I saw trending on Twitter was a bunch of people wanting to boycott McDonald's because like they like donated some money to like Israel or some shit. But the reason to boycott McDonald's is not that. It's their prices have become so insulting.
Oh my gosh.
It's as if like I'm coming to McDonald's, right? You're trying to charge $5, $6 for like a 10-piece nugget. That would go fuck yourself. A Big Mac meal should not be $12.
Big Mac meal up here is $15, bro.
It's
Canadian
absurd.
dollars. That's not real.
It's not even close to being good
12
enough.
American dollars.
Like
Ooh,
the
that's
whole
a
like,
lot.
do you remember the $3 menu, the $2 menu, the $1 menu? That's when you could rationalize going to McDonald's because it's like, all right, low quality food, but it's really fast, and I'm going to spend $7 with tax and be full to the brim of sodium. Now, there's no way to rational. If anything, it's bad for those of us who really like rationalizing eating bad foods because now it's impossible to rationalize going to McDonald's. It's impossible.
Healthy food now.
It's my finances.
Supersize this financial decision. I want to be extra smart.
I guess I should just go buy a fucking rotisserie chicken. That's only like $1 more than that whole meal would be, and it gives me a whole chicken worth of meat. Guess I'll do that. But that's not as tasty, not as immediately satisfying as getting that delicious injection of MSG or whatever they have in McDonald's fries that makes it good. It's not beef tallow anymore. Kyle clued me in that they don't do that.
It hasn't been beef tallow for a long time, but they use a beef tallow flavoring agent, which is just as good.
Wow.
I bet it's not just as good. I bet it's not as good.
Yeah, Big Mac combo is the same price as a Freshie salad now. Like it
doesn't really make any sense to go there. Like I'm either going to order something better or I'm just going to be like, Jesus, the ingredients for this.
Yeah.
I could make 10 times as much if I just go and buy the ingredients and it'll be so much better. I usually
don't eat at McDonald's very often, but I'm usually disappointed in the food. My problem is they're not the premier fast food restaurant anymore.
Yeah.
They never were.
They never were. I mean,
it's just something right?
They were number one. Maybe they weren't. Maybe premier is not the right word, but they were number one, and they had something going on. Like
they're still number one in sales. They've never been number one in quality.
Yeah.
No, never in. Like I don't. Do they have? I've brought them up before. Do they have Culver's where you guys are, or is that a Midwest thing?
They do, but it's a new addition.
Head on
last
over to
5-10 years,
my friend. Yeah, get yourself a nice little butter burger. They butter their buns the way Woody did at his job. Woody would have
here at Culver's
from
we carry on the tradition of the butter boy. You know, of Woody.
Bring out the butter boy.
Lost to time is the true name of the butter boy, but legend says on the New Jersey boardwalk, eat butter a bun like no other.
Oh,
so
my
McDonald's,
God.
then Starbucks, Subway, Burger King, Taco Bell, Wendy's, Dunkin' Donuts, Chick-fil-A.
What happened to Burger King?
It's not even close.
They're
Burger King's gotta be
number 4.
Yeah, 4.
They used to be number 2, bro. They went so downhill.
I think that was more Starbucks and Subway exploding, maybe, than BurgerKing losing ground.
No,
like
Burger King franchises have gone downhill. Like their burgers are still decent, but it's.
I see Zaxby's down there with like 2 pixels next to Hardee's.
I know Chick-fil-A did really well. Like they're kind of not distinguishable, being like 7th on the list.
Mm-hmm.
But then if you look at the number of franchise, it was like 14,000, 10,000, 9,000. Chick-fil-A was there at like 2 something. I'm close, maybe not right, but
if you do like a little per capita rating or whatever, Chick-fil-A kills it.
Do you have Raising Cane's?
I do. I have one not too far from my house. It tastes like, if you buy a sandwich at Raising Cane's, it's not a chicken
anyone
patty.
does that.
I've done that.
It's chicken strips.
It's just chicken strips on a bun, which to me is lazy.
All right. So that's a specific style of restaurant. That gets copied a lot,
chicken
and
fingers are good.
It makes a ton of money. So there's down here we have a place called Guthrie's, and they're like bootleg Zaxby's. They're like, we're gonna give you the bare bones. They don't have those branded packets of sauce that Zaxby's has with their name on it. They give you a little plastic cup. They don't have their name on anything. Everything is white boxes and white styrofoam, but it's really fucking good and high quality, and it's cheaper than anybody else. But Raising Cane's, I always hear Landmark talk about it, when he's playing Tarkov, and just obsesses over it. But he's like, nobody gets the sandwich. You're an idiot if you get the sandwich. And I'm like, taking notes. I'm like, yes, don't get the sandwich. Don't be an idiot.
Yeah,
but I've never had it.
Again, that's one of those places I'll drive past and I'll be like, well, I could.
What are the fries? Are they crinkle fries with like some seasoning?
They are crinkle fries, and the times I've had them, it's probably because like I'm getting it in the styrofoam container, and the one I'm near has like Raising Cane's logos emblazoned on the styrofoam and everything. And but I bring it home, and I think even that short amount of time with the steamy tenders in there with the fries ruins the fries. Because
I don't mind that. I like it. I don't like crispy fries. I like them to be floppy and chewy. Man? Yeah, that's my.
You like floppy fries? That's
I
the
like
worst
soggy cereal. I like soggy cereal, and I'm proud of it. I pour the milk on. I leave it there for 5 minutes. I do something else. Come back when it's ready to eat. It's not.
Why do you like soggy fries? What happened to you? Who hurt you?
Oh, they're fucking delicious. When I would cook them myself, I'd always underdone, all floppy and greasy everywhere, just like
That's fucking terrible. If I came to your house and you served me floppy fries,
I wouldn't do that. I would twice fry them at 2 different temperatures in duck fat. If I was making, and I would cut them out with an apple core. They look like cigars. They're incredible.
Now we're talking, because the floppy fry talk. I would like.
That's what I like. I wouldn't serve that to you though.
Never have I seen someone with a bad opinion turn it around like into a championship.
I know,
run.
right? I almost wish you said with the bad opinion, because I was about to go fucking hard with floppy dick over there. Like, yeah, I like sex flaccid. That's kind of my thing. I know it's not for everyone, but trust me, not getting hard on it.
Only like
way to be with a girl.
I only like to come when my dick is like 40% hard, and I'm having to grab with the whole fist to the bottom half and squeeze the top.
I just flap it real hard.
Mm-hmm. And then I'm like, jack off the hard part, babe.
My masturbation technique's a little unconventional, but I like to use no lube and get a little blood in there.
Oh my gosh.
We were having a fun talk about
Lord.
Now
Well, tell me about this. Tell me about the sauce. The sauce at Raising Cane's, is it like an orange sauce with a little spice, a little pep to it?
It is. I don't really like. It's the same as Chick-fil-A sauce. It's the same thing.
I don't like Chick-fil-A sauce.
I don't really like
sauce,
much either.
Zaxby sauce, aka Zax sauce, is delicious though. It's this orange sort of like spicy ketchup mayo type thing with a little zest to it. Very good.
We don't have Zaxby's here.
Ooh, my mouth's watering just thinking about it. Wings of Redemption, also a big fan of Zaxby's. I know. It's a big thing down here in the South.
Weight.
It does. They got hot wings at Zaxby's though. That's how they distinguish themselves above lessers like Cane's and Guthrie's. The hot wings are really good, and they're usually, I don't know if it's inflation or what it is, why hot wings are so expensive now, but it's like, you want a steak or do you want 15 wings?
Like, wings have gotten so expensive, it's unreal. Like
15 wings are about the same price as like a decent steak, like at a mid-tier restaurant.
It's really like
the same thing.
Any meat option has gotten so expensive that it's jarring now. But like chicken wings, you always think about chicken wings as like lower tier, cheap option for meat, even though it's delicious, which is why wings are so popular, I think. But now it's like, yeah, fuck. Do I want 12 wings or do I want a probably low quality New York strip?
Yeah.
From the same place.
Yeah, I don't know how wings got so expensive. I've actually never cooked wings myself. That's one of the few things I've never done.
That's the one thing I can teach you how to make. Real good wings in the oven. You don't need to fry them. And they're crisp as hell.
I don't like, see, there we go. I don't like them crispy. I want them to like be juicy and like soft.
Fall off the bone.
Juicy on the inside and it's crispy on the outside.
I want the skin to be, I just take them and sort of like, I pinch them at the top with like 3 fingers and put them on the table or, the platter, the plate, whatever, and push down till all the meat is, and I just eat that meat. And then if there's anything left, I can. Are
you talking about a flat or a drummy right now?
It works, the flat. Yeah.
No, I don't like eating the flat.
I can figure out the drum on my own.
No, dude, the flats are better, but there's a technique to eating them. I used to like the drumstick just because they were easy to, eat on the side. But like Kyle said, if you sort of like break, you have to grab it from the right side, which I don't always get right. And then you just push it down and you just freaking suck that thing out. There's nothing but 2 empty bones. and I can
Your
eat
hands
it
are
quickly.
filthy though. It's not the cleanliest.
No,
way
I like to eat the crispy parts around it, eat all the meat, and then that last little bit of meat in between the flats, I just break it
This
open.
is what
and
in my dream. I go out, I order wings, Taylor gets crabs, and we share our expertise. We cross-pollinate the eating.
we can do that. We'll have to
I
find
would-
a place with crab legs and wings first.
2 nights.
But I would
2
help
nights,
you,
2
dude.
days.
Gotta go Louisiana for that.
Within 2 minutes, I'd have you guys perfectly breaking and pulling out the most succulent, solid pieces. There's no digging in that big.
You
leg
are
piece.
vastly overestimating my
whole
talent
thing out.
ceiling.
No, you gotta have a light touch when you break it. You need to feel when it breaks on the outer wall when you crack that way, and then you bring it back slowly this way. But if you try and crack it bop bop that way,
Mhm.
you're gonna break the meat in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
What you have to do
I've
is you
done that.
break that one side and then you pull down and it almost peels the other side apart. So break out and then pull down, angled back, and then you slide right out.
Dude, this is a great reason to do an in-person PKA.
I'm
I
so
really
down.
want this to
Let's,
happen.
like,
Crab legs.
let's do that and like not talk for like 40 minutes on it while we just feast.
I didn't think we were recording.
Oh, it's so
the dinner.
succulent.
Yeah, that's
It's so succulent, Woody.
I'll be eating a wing and Woody will be like, Taylor, try this. And I'll be like, God damn it, you've done it. And then you'll eat a piece of crab leg and I'll be like, try this. And you'll be like, damn, I didn't know you could. You're going to have such big pieces of crab that it's going to be a struggle to get every bit of it in the butter. That's going to be your problem.
Where
That's
Making
the
me
problem I want to have.
where have you had the best crab? Like I
Red
don't even know
Lobster.
where. Taylor, where have you had the best crab?
Say it. Say it.
Probably there was this really weird like mom and pop shop near my grandparents' house in like southeast Missouri, and they were obsessed with having like fresh seafood, like obsessed with it. And apparently like being in southeast Missouri, very tough to get that shipped, like crab every day. But they had like daily crab shipments still like frozen and ready. And so like we'd go there and get it. And it was fucking fantastic. It was snow crab, so it had to be frozen because it's coming from a place like Alaska. But
Why
like
would they-
a lot of places in the Midwest, you go to get crab, and it's clearly old. You can tell the meat is a little drier. It's not what you want it to be. It's not juicy. They had it shipped in every fucking day, and maybe a little bit of his like rose-colored glasses because I was like age 8 to 14 when this was happening. They had an all-you-can-eat crab deal for $18.99, and me and my younger brother specifically were responsible for that policy change. Specifically, it was us. My grandparents were friends with the owners, and they brought up to them because they'd see us come in, and then the owners would be like, "Oh, there's them boys. I wonder what they're getting today." And my younger brother was a little more responsible with it. He would eat like 4 clusters or whatever and be done. I would make everyone sit there and effectively watch me eat 8, 10, 12 clusters. I would eat until I was borderline sick. And then I would go home, and I always had it in my head, and I still have to this day, that crab makes you have to poop if you eat a lot of it, because it was like a 15-minute drive from that place back to my grandparents' house. And every time, because I feasted so heavily, I would like have to take a fucking seafood shit on the way
Oh, it's
home.
the nastiest shit ever.
Dude, it was
That's the
vile.
nastiest shit ever.
I could hear
That
fog
buttery.
when I was doing it. It smelled like low tide. It was like an asparagus pee, where like you eat asparagus and then you pee half an hour later, and you're like, how on earth did it get through my system that fast? I can smell the asparagus right now. That's how it was with the crab, where it's like,
It's
how did this
disgusting.
digest so quickly? How do I already have slippery, high protein shits?
Buttery shits?
Buttery
Oh my
shit.
God.
And I was not ever big on the butter. I was a Ford assembly line worker when it came to crab. Fast, like maybe one of every 5 or 6 big pieces I would put
that
in
was
the
just
butter.
to lubricate your mouth so it wouldn't overheat, though.
Yeah, that's because I was like, oh, about to choke. Got to lubricate. Get it back
Yeah.
down.
Yeah.
That was
Do
my
that thing
absolute-
like Yomakashi or whatever, that hot dog eating champion. You're like,
I was dipping
like
in
shooting-
water.
shooting, guzzling the glasses of water with like bun floating in it. You got those Red Lobster biscuits. You're dipping in those in the water inexplicably. I don't understand. I don't think anywhere has an all-you-can-eat policy anymore. I think that's a thing from
In
a
the past.
time gone by. You know where I just thought of it. Red Lobster, and I think they may have ended it this year. I think I read something. I can't remember exactly. The all-you-can-eat shrimp, though. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have taken part in the all-you-can-eat shrimp thing before, like, and it's exactly what you're talking about. But I vomited. After eating way too much shrimp, and it was outside of a where were we? Outside of a Crystal. Outside of a Crystal.
Ooh,
Burger.
outside of the worst version of White Castle.
It's the Southern White Castle. Yeah, that's what Crystal Burger is. It's identical. But yeah, me and a Turkish guy got into an eating competition, and the idea was the loser would have to pay for the.
Never enter eating competition with Turk. I do not know what the Turks sound like.
That's actually, swear to God, pretty close. His name was Barack. He had like a lazy eye and rotten teeth, and he had long, flowing, greasy hair, and he thought he looked like Elvis. He literally went to a woman one time. We were standing there at the door waiting on customers, and to the woman, he's like, "Look, come on, who is more handsome, Baraka or Kyle?" And she's just like, "Are you fucking serious right now, bro? What is happening? What are we talking about? Like, I don't want to talk. I don't even want to talk to you. You're Barack again? Is that it?" He was just such a weird dude, man. I don't know. But I was hungry, and the fucking commercial from Red Lobster came on the TV in the showroom. And somehow I challenged Barack to eating competition. And we ate shrimp until they were closing Red Lobster, until the kitchen closed, and they refused to bring us more shrimp. We were at 90-something shrimp at that point. I had been doing shrimp scampi, so they're really small. At that point, I asked, "What else do you have in the kitchen?" And she said, "We just have cake." And Barack starts protesting right away because he has bad teeth and he can't eat sweets. And I'm like, "Fuck you, bring the cake on." So they bring this huge hunks of chocolate cake that reminded me of Matilda. We kill that. They kick us out, basically. So we each pay for our own part. But I say the competition isn't over. Crystal's across the street, and they're open 24/7. So we go in there and start pounding Crystal burgers. And I think I ate 9, and he ate 8, and then he quit.
So you won.
Then I won. But I immediately vomited all that up.
Undoes the win.
Oh, here's the worst part. Here's the worst part. At some point after they stopped serving shrimp, I challenged him to start eating our tails. So we ate a considerable amount of shrimp tails. Yeah, because we had a big pile of them because we were both getting shrimp scampi, and you had those crispy little fucking tails there. And I was like, "All right, well, we'll eat the tails now." We ate like a handful of tails each before we agreed that was just silly.
Yeah, that's retarded. That's like those.
Your
those
food
kids.
Poisoning stories are making sense now, bro.
Yeah,
They were cooked shrimp tails.
that's like those people who don't know how to eat sunflower seeds, and so they just like crunch the entire shell and eat that, and are like, "Oh, it's just as good. It's better." I met someone like that, and it's
People
like,
do that?
just admit that you don't know how to crack a sunflower in your mouth, and then eat the sunflower, and then transition the shells to the other side of your mouth.
Wait, is that what you do?
If I'm like doing something where I can't immediately spit it,
What the fuck?
I put like a handful of them in my mouth. And then I like on one side, I crack them and then eat the kernel, or I'll save the kernel in my little, like a little squirrel pocket, and like save up like 10 kernels. And then I move the shells to the other side of my mouth. And then if I need to spit all the shells out, I just spit those. But if I'm like sitting watching TV eating sunflower seeds, I'm going to spit after every one. No, of course not. That's absurd.
Wait, you eat the
What do you do with the...
You spit the shell out.
No, you don't eat the shells.
You finish your Diet Pepsi, and then you just spit it in the bottle.
No, you spit the part in the middle out, and you eat the shell. The part in the middle's bad for you. It's like
joking.
the skin of an apple. It's like the skin of an apple. Toxic.
Oh, Jesus.
The best flavor of David sunflower seeds is ranch, which I'm not a big ranch guy, but it's unreal. It's fantastic.
I'm just here for the salt.
Highly recommend. A huge amount of salt. You look at the back of the package and you think this can't be legal. This is the amount of salt they've given me, but I love it. It's fantastic. I haven't had sunflower seeds in forever.
Me neither. I used to eat them as a
Me
lifeguard. So to me, sunflower seeds are only eaten in an environment where you can spit.
Spit them out. Yeah.
I would never consider eating them like indoors or something.
It's like those bars where you can throw the shell on the ground.
Yeah.
It's a good this happened like probably 4 years ago or so, but I like saw online when I was like trying to lose weight. It was like a good snack for losing weight are sunflower seeds, as long as you make sure that you get them shelled, like with the shell on there, because it slows down your consumption. like a big bag of those sunflower seeds is like 450 calories or something if you eat the entire thing. But unfortunately what happened was I just became Mozart of eating these things. I could go through a bag. Like the resist to me was not like, oh, I'm full. Obviously, it was like my mouth is burning from the amount of salt I've had in there. Like you wake up, it's like you wake up the next morning and you're like, your mouth is just still dry from the residue of the salt. Oh man,
Popcorn.
I'm absolutely popping by a gas station getting some ranch sunflower seeds for this weekend.
Popcorn was my go-to for that, and I would get they make these like flavored salts to throw on popcorn. There's like a cheddar one and like a buffalo sauce one, and it's just so much sodium, but it's like, there's no calories in sodium, so pile it on.
Bags of
Taylor,
smart food.
Yeah,
Did you hear
smart
about
pop.
those? I think this happened in your neck of the woods. Those Chiefs fans who were in a backyard and all froze to death together. Did you see that?
I did see a little. I didn't look
Like
into it.
3 grown adult men, like with no health issues, froze to death in a backyard.
Yeah,
with their friends upstairs.
The
and the
obvious-
cars in the
Will
yard.
they fall asleep?
Yeah, the obvious thing, exactly. The obvious thing to me would be that they got drunk and passed out outside and froze to death. Because it was like it was even colder in KC than
I
St.
think
Louis.
it was because they went swimming in January.
It's because they were so stoked on the win. Like
Jason Kelsey is awesome. I think we talked about him on PKA, the way he like went into the skybox, jumped out the window, hung out with the fans, took his shirt off.
Is that Taylor's boyfriend?
Yeah,
no, that's the other one is her boyfriend's the Chiefs.
Oh,
Kelsey.
I thought you meant our Taylor. I was just joking. I wrote yes, Taylor's super gay. He's got
Taylor's
lots of boyfriends.
Unbelievably gay. Can you picture me eating the arm candy of Jason Kelsey?
No, Taylor
like
Swift.
the lottery.
It's his
play Age
brother.
of
He's
Empires?
also a cool guy.
Yeah, didn't he do that in Buffalo when he had the shirt off and the beer and all that? Wasn't that in
This
Buffalo?
one was in. It was in Buffalo. I'm sorry. Yeah, it was
When
Kansas
it was all
City game
snowy
in
and
Buffalo.
everything.
Yeah.
super cold.
Buffalo's always freezing.
The real news, though, is the Taylor Swift AI porn.
Oh, I saw.
I saw
heard
some
about
of those.
that.
Look pretty
I
good.
heard
I
about
thought.
that.
This is,
Kinda-
we're truly living in the
What-
future.
I only
I
saw
kinda
one picture. And
liked
it was it her like?
I saw it and I
Yeah.
was like,
I'm
okay,
here for it. She was all in Kansas City paint on her. The ones I saw.
Oh,
yeah. Oh,
If
damn.
that's what they're making a big
deal
deal of, that looks so fake. Like they made it sound, the articles, and there's tons of
Yeah,
them.
she doesn't have nipples in.
There's tons of them. Made it sound like, oh, new AI technology creates Taylor Swift nudes that she's furious with and is demanding this and that, and legal action is pending. And I was like, oh my God, somebody made a porno. And like, because I've seen AI that's Taylor Swift like enjoying herself in video form on a porn star's body. They've stuck her. They took a recording of her, or they're using AI to make real footage of her. Like they make it seem like she's getting fucked in a porno. This was just a picture of like a woman's bare ass and body paint. It's clearly like AI in that it's one of those AI generated images, which means it looks terrible. The whole, I couldn't believe
I
people
thought it was
gave a
pretty
shit.
flattering.
I mean, it's a cartoon of a woman, and it's not a well done cartoon. I thought it was absurd that anybody cared. Like, there's real
it wasn't
AI
my
porn.
easiest wank, but I succeeded.
A win is a win.
I don't know. Some of them are pretty nice.
That would back me up.
Yeah, dude. Team Woody on this one. They're pretty-
I don't know. I don't think her vulva.
You didn't
was
see
quite
it
what
and
could have
think for a second, like, okay,
Yeah.
I like that.
It looked like you copy pasted her head on with Microsoft Paint. It looked.
Wow.
It didn't look a real human being.
Wow. You look at women's faces when you're looking at porn.
Yeah,
you fucking queer.
Yeah.
Coming off pretty gay right now.
Bro.
Crap.
AI is moving so quickly, bro. It's scary though. Like in a few years, seriously, it's gonna be so good.
Okay. Well, I didn't
Or
see
so bad.
these.
You didn't see these, did he? Ah.
Okay. Well,
now-
these are somewhat better. Okay.
Now
So
the
the one I
tune
saw was
changes.
terrible.
No, the ones that we're looking at are high
Those are
quality
pretty accurate.
AIs. And
I mean,
a lot of them are funny because it's just like her getting groped by like Chiefs fans, like just like a Chiefs fan, like a big fat guy, like nice titty grab. Yeah,
Well,
they're pretty good. Oh, here's one.
all right.
Oh,
That's
she has a thing for Oscar the Grouch. Okay.
Does she? She's trashy.
I mean, I'm looking at a couple pictures here. Obviously.
Oh, I see what you did there. Well done.
It's a fucking retarded joke.
Oh wait, what did Taylor do?
I said it was trashy that she was into Oscars.
Oh my god, sharp as a marble. Jesus Christ. Hey.
Oh goodness.
Some of these cartoony ones are wild. Like this is just.
But they're not
her,
animated though, right? They're
with,
just
like,
stills.
icing on her face, which is supposed to become in a wedding dress at, I assume, a Chiefs game.
But she's getting banged by Mr. Krabs and what?
Is she? Mr.
Yeah.
Krabs?
Mr. Krabs.
Wait, from
You looking at?
SpongeBob? Sponge boy me Bob. I be
Do I have
fucking
this
Taylor
wrong?
Swift.
That's Mr. Krabs, isn't it? Go to the middle link.
Let me
Who
see.
the fuck is Mr.
Oh, I haven't seen the
Krabs?
middle one yet.
Second link for Mr. That's not Mr. Krabs.
They're all from 1009. I don't know. The one that ends with the shit, they all end the same. Jesus Christ.
I only see Oscar, bro.
I'm seeing.
I'll relink it.
I see
no,
Mr.
I see it now.
Krabs now.
I see Mr. Krabs now. Okay.
All right.
Yeah. Okay.
You got to have
No.
a sharp eye for this kind of content.
Yeah, she's saying, I'm ready. Like SpongeBob.
Oh, okay. I see him now. Yep.
Yeah.
And they're actually in a big. Aren't they in a pile of
He's got his
garbage?
claws up.
Those Krabby Patties are
Well,
worth it though.
But her ass.
You be trying to use her pussy to get me Krabby Patty recipe, SpongeBob.
I wonder how she feels about this.
did you hear
She's-
Mr. Krabs is fucking Taylor
She already said she's very upset and she's suing.
Oh,
I'm
did she say
I'm waiting
that?
for the
Yeah.
plankton episode.
Yes.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
where
there's-
she aligns
like
with
tons
the
and
chum
tons of
bucket.
articles.
There you go.
Dude, these
Very
guys
upset.
didn't watch SpongeBob.
Apparently not.
I'm the only one whose age lined up enough for me to enjoy the first 2 seasons of SpongeBob.
It was awesome watching it with my kids, bro.
It's a great show. Like
They had some hidden adult jokes in there that were awesome.
yeah, they did. It was SpongeBob was genuinely funny.
Very funny. The
I
pirate
enjoyed
guy was hilarious in his skits. I love that.
Yeah, they had like the
Loved it.
IRL like live action actor.
Yeah. And he
And
had
he-
a party and
Yeah.
the one mermaid and the floatable device and stuff. I love that show. It's
That
great.
was so good. Did you see in very real, like going to stick news, a Missouri state senator or whoever introduced legislation to re-allow dueling between senators or House members. They said like,
What?
yeah, it was like
Yeah.
if there is an issue between you and a fellow member that is irreconcilable and cannot be handled through X, Y, and Z, you are allowed to challenge them to do. And it said on the like thing, it was like,
Two consenting adults.
yeah, 2 consenting adults at high noon. High noon, the coolest time to fight to the death. And so I'm hoping it takes off. I'd love to see, well, I guess Josh Hawley, he's a national senator guy, but our state senators, I'd like to see a little bit of shooting, little rustle and tussle between our politicians.
Is Josh Hawley
What-
from Missouri?
Josh Hawley's Missouri. Yeah.
Did you see the incident when I can't remember who it was, forgive me, but there's one guy calling out another and he said, "Hey, you want to take this outside?" And they were in the Senate.
Yeah.
It wasn't the
I
Washington
think
Senate.
it was House
like a
of
state.
Rep. And I think
It might have been.
was Washington, but I'm not positive now that you say it.
And he's saying, "Oh, you're always talking this and that, and why don't you just put your money
apparently
in your
they had
mouth,"
talked some
whatever.
smack on Twitter, maybe
Yeah,
back
yeah,
and
yeah.
forth, and the reporter dude basically accepted a challenge to fight, and he's like, "Hey, you said anywhere, anytime.
Yeah,
Well, this is a place and this is a time. Let's do it." And that, if I recall, the politician would have easily won that fight. Like he had some.
they both looked
I remember this.
like they
now.
could fight though. They both looked like sturdy.
I think the politician was like he's either trained in MMA or an ex-military guy where he had some skills. I think it was going to be really lopsided.
Yeah, but it was like wow, like they're
Yeah.
gonna go straight Chinese political
Exactly.
theater.
Usually, I laugh at the brawls I see in different like Asian governments,
Yeah,
and now we're there
yeah,
here in America, best country.
Yeah.
It's
It's
kinda
quite
fun.
interesting.
Did you see the Trump AI pictures?
Oh, I don't
No.
know.
It's
There's some
just
good ones.
liberal porn. I gave it to Zach the link. You can show it to everybody. But basically, the concept is he loses the election and gets a job at Starbucks to pay off.
Oh, okay.
This is
And-
so embarrassing to
I'm
be.
really glad that's all it was. I was scared.
Yeah. He has like a "Make Coffee Great Again" hat on. In
Mind
Starbucks
you,
colors.
Reddit is so gay.
Mind you, I wouldn't mind seeing some Melania content.
Yeah. Can you get to the third one? Because he has my favorite hat on. There, "Make Coffee Great Again."
He would 1000% start a coffee company and sell that hat.
Oh, yeah.
Mm.
As long as it's produced in China.
As long as he would actually, I could see his move being like, it's American grown, it's the best coffee, fantastic coffee, and it would just be priced absurdly. We have
If
to
I
price it this way. It's American coffee, people, and then it would
would
turn
sell.
out that it wasn't.
Obviously,
Well-
Trump can't do this, but if I had a business, I'd try to avoid politics. I feel like all you do is lose half your customers.
You do.
Yeah, you're right.
That's 100% right.
Like you
They
should
say go woke, go broke. Dude, the opposite is true too. You go
It's-
MAGA, you lose
yeah.
half your customers also.
Yeah, it works. both
Unless
ways, and
you're
it's
like in
unfortunate.
Wyoming, but yeah.
very like I don't think there's ever been a multinational corporation that went MAGA though.
The Home Depot.
What'd they do?
Oh, huge campaign donations. Hobby Lobby comes to mind too. They're the ones who like got rid of birth
Oh,
control
well,
and
I mean,
health
like,
insurance.
That's not really going MAGA though.
No, it's just going
Like going like I'm thinking of it like analogous to going woke. Like when I hear like going woke for a corporation, it's like them overtly playing into that and like
Into
having
that, yeah.
like PR people discuss on it. Like I don't think I've ever seen a multinational powerful corporation have like a PR movement that's like, we're MAGA people now.
I kind of agree. I'm trying to think of companies that do align themselves.
Not a
with the
big
right.
company. It would just
You're
be
right.
mom
There's
and
little
pop
ones like Black Rifle Coffee clearly markets to conservatives.
Yes.
Yeah, but they
Um,
still haven't said that. Like they wouldn't. They've never said that outright.
And that's only a big
Right.
company amongst small companies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You specifically said multinational. So
Yeah.
I wasn't trying to counter it with that. Big multinational company that's outrightly conservative.
They need
My
to keep
Pillow?
that ESG score. up. They can't do that.
It's almost non-political, but like
My Pillow
kind of
was
sort of
about it.
Oh, My Pillow, yeah. That's not big enough.
even like the Chick-fil-A thing, the more I looked into it, was like
Oh, they toned it down, bro.
Like they donated to charities and the charity's position was pro-life.
Yes.
Where it's like
Yeah.
they're not donating to fucking attack abortion clinics or something.
Mhm.
Like they're donating because they're like, it's murder. Or they don't even say it's murder. The people they're donating to do.
Yeah.
Which of course, if you're donating to a Christian group, like they're gonna think abortion's murder because that's
and they're
generally
closed on
religious
Sundays.
people, regardless of religion, believe that about abortion.
I wonder
Is
if there's a
Chick-fil-A open on
business-
Sundays yet?
No,
No. I wonder
Okay.
if there's any kind of business rationale to that.
I mean like the ESG scores, all that stuff they need,
I don't know what that is.
like the equity scores that companies like BlackRock, who are large shareholders in a lot of these organizations, they basically will be like, hey, you have to hire X amount of non-white people. You have to have these positions. And if you have these positions and have this composition, this racial or, sexual composition in your workforce, you will get more favorable business loans from us. And so a lot of these companies are playing into that and being like, okay, we'll be woke now.
I've never heard of that. Okay.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, look up how Larry Fink at BlackRock handles the DEI scores. That's what it is, not ESG, diversity, equity, and inclusion scores.
Oh, that I've heard of. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm out of my depth on this.
I'm not even gonna get into it. I got in trouble last time.
You got in
Did
trouble?
you?
Huh?
You
No,
got in
and
trouble?
we were talking about racial stuff on the show, and I upset a whole bunch of fans and stuff. I don't want to.
What?
I don't want to get into all that again.
Our fans got upset? That doesn't sound right.
Never.
That tough skinned.
Oh, you know what we should talk about? Sean Strickland. I think that. So
that was
from the
last
outside looking
Saturday.
in, I saw
we
so
haven't
many
talked about it
people
on the show.
I saw a lot of people talking about like, this is bullshit. The fix is in. Tell me what you think, Woody and Kyle. I'm assuming Woody.
So when I
says
watched
no,
the fight,
Kyle says
I
yes.
thought Strickland won.
Okay.
But when I see the experts talk about it, the overwhelming position is it was so close. Nobody can be wrong on this. Like, no matter what you think, it was such a pick'em that it could have gone either way.
Uh-huh.
It was so 50-50 amongst everybody, though. You know what I mean? It's like exactly what you said. There's no outlying winner that's easy to choose. So
yeah, when I watched the fight,
rematch was in, right?
I don't like Sean Strickland's fighting style.
I won't do a rematch.
He shells up, so he's got really good defense, and he just works his jab, and he kind of walks backwards a lot, or at least against DDP he did. And it's like he just sort of pillow hands point fights his way to victory. And I thought
Zach, will you show us a picture of DDP after the fight? Let's see what old pillow. Let's see what old pillow hands did to him.
Mm-hmm. Zach, I think he bumped his eye.
I love your guys' UFC arguments.
When
Fun to watch people passionately argue about something you have no knowledge of.
Yeah, and by the way, if you're looking up, show us Sean Strickland's fight finishing record. Well, he hasn't finished a fight since like 2016 or something.
Is that his style though?
He really does just jab. And
like he's a boring point fighter, right?
Yes.
Like he's trying to get.
That is true. I'm not.
Yeah.
The truth is, his jab is pretty stiff. Like it hurts people.
Have you guys been to a fight?
Finish anyone? Yeah,
They have.
Okay.
Unfortunately, it's a terrible experience. If you're not literally, if you don't have Donald Trump tickets, then it's not worth going.
Dude, Wolf is Canadian. He's been to 1,000 hocky games. He's not going to be entertained by that.
It's no good.
That's light work.
Did you have more to say, Woody?
I guess where was I headed on that? I don't know. But anyway, I told you I was going to talk about the Patreon experience. I thought it was pretty cool. Jackie, Kyle, and I hung out with the Patreons and watched the fight streaming together live, and it was a good time.
I was at a friend's birthday party. I would have gone.
Can't really tell. You want to find him at the second press conference.
Jackie and I went to.
Bad.
Wow.
I thought I thought that DDP won. I thought that
oh my God.
Sean did way more damage, but I thought that they were going to score DDP's takedowns, which weren't takedowns. And so knowing that, I begrudgingly just knew that DDP was going to get the decision. His takedowns to me were completely ineffective and made him look worse than they made him look. It wasn't about him doing something. It was more about Sean escaping them, because every single time Sean got right back up and then got away from him and then started hitting him again. I thought by the way that I would score a fight, I thought Sean won, but I knew that they were going to score those takedowns. I would give Sean the first, without looking at that, I'd give him the first, second, and fifth.
Does the takedown count?
Typically, no.
Without a follow-up?
It's still a good look, but the main thing for judging a fight is damage. And Strickland, I know Kyle said that Strickland did more damage, but I didn't see it like that. Strickland's fucking face was so bloody he couldn't see anymore. The stitches had to go like into the muscle. He tore his fucking face apart with a punch. It wasn't a headbutt.
Kyle, set me straight, Kyle.
Well, I feel like what Woody said is an argument for Sean, not an argument for DDP, because Sean fought with blood in his eye for 2 or 3 rounds, and he won it. He definitely won one of those rounds. Everybody gave him the 5th, I think. The problem is, because it could be 50-50, I could see both sides of it. I thought DDP won based on how fights are scored. And I love Sean, but they're not going to do a rematch. Even though Dana's there, like, yeah, I think Sean won. They will not do the rematch because they don't like Sean and they don't like him as a champion. They'll shuffle him down, and they're going to want to get Izzy back in there. Izzy makes them money. Izzy cuts promos. They want Izzy versus DDP. That will be the next fight. I'm more confident in that than I am that Donald Trump's going to be the next president. I'm pretty damn confident of that.
So I want Izzy DDP to be the next fight. They've got smoke. It should be a really good fight. I think Izzy wins, but I don't know. I think
he wins.
I do
easily.
like Sean as a champ. I think Sean just broke the Canadian gate record, sold more tickets or more money than GSP ever did.
They don't care about that. ESPN's breathing down their neck.
Okay. Yeah. So I don't know what the pay-per-view numbers are. I don't know if they release them anymore.
They don't care about that either.
But Sean's YouTube numbers are very good. Sean was a wildly interesting champ, except for in the ring. Outside the ring, Sean's wildly interesting. In the ring, he just point fights.
I thought that was a great fight. I don't know why you didn't like that fight.
Oh,
It was two real opposing fighting styles. It was very interesting, and they were constantly at action. DDP has this lunging style that's very sloppy, and Izzy's going to destroy him. Izzy's going to time that one of those ridiculous big lunging overhand rights and do some shit that they slow down, and he'll be like Neo in the Matrix, watching that shit go past him, and then coming up with some fucking left upper hook and just sending DDP to another realm. Like, that's what's going to happen when they fight. I would bet the house on Izzy to destroy DDP. And what they should do then is,
but he will time it. Like, and I feel like there's a rock paper scissors thing going on where like DDP can beat Strickland can beat Izzy, and Izzy can beat DDP.
And everybody's scared of Alex Pereira and hoping that he can come back.
I don't think he can make weight.
I don't think he's motivated to make weight. Although if Izzy takes that belt, then he will be.
That's the I don't want to see.
He's like, I'm not a 170 or 185 or until Izzy's a champion at 185, and then I go on a diet.
Izzy talked too much shit. Now he's got Pereira bullying him his whole life.
Pereira might just bully the whole fucking UFC roster. I'm interested to see him at any weight class that guy can make.
I want to see him fight Jon Jones.
Well, that's never going to happen. John's going to do one more fight. They will dig up fucking Stipe Miocic, who hasn't fought or hasn't won in like 1,215 days or something. It's going to be 4 full years the next time that when Jon Jones and Stipe Miocic fight for the belt. It will have been 4 years since Stipe won a fight.
Yeah, wowzers.
Like,
yeah, and that's if Jon Jones fights again. I don't know how bad his injury is. You can't hurt that man bad enough not to come back and fight the ghost of Stipe Miocic to nail down his legacy forever as the greatest of all time. And Tom Aspinwall can eat shit because Dana knows the fucking score too. Dana does not want to damage the legacy of his GOAT any more than his GOAT wants his legacy damaged. So any sort of dream fights of bringing up some killer who's fucking 28, 30 years old, fuck yourself. This is like the end of Mayweather's career. It's like, I'll fight a MMA guy or a YouTuber.
We're gonna solidify it. And Stipe, look, bless his heart, but it's gonna be 4 fucking years since that old white gentleman has had a fight that he won. And Jon Jones is gonna be Jon Jones.
Does better than Jones. He doesn't do striking better. He doesn't do wrestling better. Where does he win? He doesn't even talk trash better. Like it. I like Jon Jones in that fight. Also, he's less ring rust. They both have some, but Jon Jones has less.
Yeah, I like Jones all around. But I right now I'm just a little frustrated with the whole sport. I feel like they kowtow to the money in the Middle East too much. I think and then they've also got guys like Khamzat who are terrorist adjacent enough that they literally can't get visas in the United States. So you can own, and you're not going to put Khamzat, I guess, on like maybe the France card, whatever the fuck where like Gagne is your only Frenchman. So you're going to do him in Abu Dhabi or in Yaz.
I want to see Strickland fight Khamzat. That's the thing.
Why would they do that? You said the other day it made no sense.
Wait,
Strickland,
Khamzat can barely make 170, I think. And he wants to go to 185 and take on Strickland.
So why would you let him fight? All right, so think about it.
He's not going to walk straight into a title fight, but he's going to fight a top contender. He's a champ at 170. Am I wrong? Maybe I am.
This is wild stuff. No, he's not the champ. No,
he's the champ in my mind. I'm still right.
No, he's not. No, he's not the champ. Leon Edwards is the champ of 170 pounds.
Okay, you're totally right.
Like Khamzat is an up and comer who fights once every couple years. How long's it been since he even fought? And who did he fight? I bet he fought somebody at a different weight. He fought Usman very recently, obviously. A guy who with blown out knees at the end of his career at a different weight class. He fought a 175 pounder at 185 pound. And he says, hey, now I fight the champion at 185, right? Since I beat up a guy.
The champ.
But that's what he's always asking for. That he asking.
He's not afraid of anyone.
But Strickland was the champ last week. Is what I'm saying. How far has Strickland's fallen that he has to fight this guy who's brand new to the division? I hate Khamzat. Khamzat's that guy who's only going to be fighting, like I said, overseas in Saudi Arabia or in Abu Dhabi or whatever the fuck, because he is a fucking terrorist adjacent piece of shit. He was the one up there talking about killing Jews in his fucking post press conference. He's the one screaming Allahu Akbar on 9/11. Literally on 9/11. As he's
I didn't know about that one.
I watched it happen. I'm not watching stories. I watched this cocksucker. He's a piece of shit, Woody.
Oh, I didn't mean to say you were wrong. I was saying that.
Oh, I know. I'm just being emphatic for comedic effect.
He meant to say
Fair enough.
wrong.
No. The reason I want to see Khamzat fight Strickland is he's a point fighter, but he's really good striking and defensive striking. And his defensive grappling is really good, right? The wrestlers like DDP that take him down, hold him down for like 4 seconds and he's back up again.
Yeah.
I want to see one of these freaking Khamzat Khabib clones who maybe can hold. I want to see if they can hold Strickland down, because so far no one else can.
Give him Robert Whitaker, someone who lost to DDP's last time out. And I think he mutilates Khamzat. I think Khamzat has the worst day of his life when someone who's actually not a weight bully and actually talented at more than one facet of the game. Remember when he came out and who's the black fighter that they fucking sacrificed to him a couple cards ago when he missed weight by 8 pounds? They had that card. They had that crazy card where they were going to make Khamzat fight Nate Diaz for some reason, a 155 pounder at 170 for Nate's last fight as like a fuck you fight. But then Khamzat misses weight by 8 solid pounds, and they have him fight like Kevin Holland, maybe. And he mauls Kevin Holland in under a minute. And you look at Kevin Holland's face afterwards. Dude has scratched his face like a kitty cat.
Marvin Vittori, could it be?
No. That's the Italian guy.
Jared Cannonier?
No.
It was
Khamzat Chimaev.
Oh, I was talking about Whitaker.
No,
all right, I got.
Yeah, I'm talking about Khamzat being a piece of shit. Just always a piece of shit, and most of his wins being over people who are in the wrong fucking division. And there's just a weight bully who's beating.
That's how I feel about Jon Jones a little bit.
All those guys were light heavyweights, though, right? Like, all right, Chael wasn't, but
Machado wasn't. Who the fuck else did he beat? Vitor from 185. I forget. The list is pretty long. Like Jon Jones has like a bunch of 185ers on his record. I could look it up.
He's a charismatic villain, though, one you can enjoy and get behind his evil. Khamzat Chimaev's just I hate him so fucking much. I hate all those goddamn neckbeard Russian Muslims, though, if I'm being honest. I hate every fucking one of them. I know. Not because they have neckbeards, not because they're Russian, and not because they're Muslim. Because of all three of those things combined are this soup of hatred that I create. I can't fucking stand it. I can't fucking stand their fucking
why do you care?
Bullshit, nationalistic, fucking woman hating, gay hating, fucking white people hating, Western hating, piece of shit, warrior monk mentality, fucking keep your money tight. Don't spend any money and always salute fucking Kadyrov, our fucking warlord.
Dude, calling them warrior monks
pig
is
daddy.
The coolest way.
I know, right? They train harder than anyone else on the planet. They don't blow their money. They never.
Here's the best part, Taylor. They go to they've got this pay pig like warlord that pays their way, so they don't have to work real jobs ever. And then they have to go to that guy's house, though, and let his children beat them up on Instagram. So this Khamzat Chimaev guy, who's like a real badass, he has to go and spar with a 15-year-old chubby kid and let the kid beat him up. And they take pictures of him getting punched and roughed up and put it on Instagram.
Dude, letting a child beat you in a sport that you're a professional in is not.
That's not how they frame it, though.
I don't think it's the same as that.
It's always framed as like.
I was imagining like Gretzky letting a fucking 9-year-old skate past him. You think Gretzky's really going to defend that? Hit him with a poke?
We all saw Diego Sanchez lose to that guy with Down syndrome, right?
Yeah,
we all know the nightmare doesn't actually.
You're comparing making nice with a terrorist to making a kid with Down syndrome happy, like a Make-A-Wish. So it's like Make-A-Wish, but terrorism.
In either case, you're taking someone with a mental disorder and making them happy. What's the difference?
100%. Woody's 100% in the right. You're 100% in the wrong.
I'm 100% right.
Woody's never been more right, and it hurts you.
Hilarious.
And as much as I want to like Justin Gaethje, he went over to that fucking warlord and sucked his dick too. He's over there like shooting RPGs in that guy's backyard and shit. And they called him out on it. He's like, I never met Kadyrov. I just was flown to his estate to play with his toys, shoot his weapons, and pose for photos on Instagram. Never did I meet him or have anything to do with him. It's like, okay, Gaethje, just admit you're a fucking lapdog to a fucking warlord overseas in Russia because he gave you enough money.
Who cares?
What's his name?
I do.
Why?
Kadyrov.
Kadyrov.
You know-
Call me. I'll let your son kick my ass. It's cool.
See, I have a random UFC story.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw the picture earlier, but many years ago, I was in Vegas hosting a paintball game, and it was a charity for Randy Couture, which was very cool. And hold on, I don't know if you can see that, but he actually hooked that up for me.
Oh, nice.
That's really cool.
He ruined it though, huh? Oh, it's a piece of paper though, huh?
It's a no,
Oh,
it's
so
on,
maybe
it's
there's
on the
some
goggles.
I understand.
Yeah, he's
It's
making
on
You
the-
ruined your goggles. It's supposed to be so hard to see out of those.
You see all the goggles behind me, bro? But
Yeah, now what's he gonna do?
But I was there, and it was really cool. I'm not a UFC guy. I haven't seen many of the fights. I know the basics and some of the more famous guys and stuff. But he invited me to a fight after. I don't think it was an official fight. I think it was like one of those fights where they work their way up the ladder to get into the real thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they had a lot of future prospects there and everything. So he said, hey, yeah, we'll come to the fight, bring your pals, yada, yada, yada. And it was really cool because I'm there and I'm trying to learn. And I was in great shape. People actually thought I was like one of the upcoming fighters, which was kind of cool. So people ask me for my autograph and stuff, which is cool. And so I'm there, and he got me. I was right at the ring, like right beside the ring, and it was really cool. Never seen it happen before. And this guy sits down to me, and I was asking questions. Oh, do you know much about this stuff? And he goes, oh yeah, I know a little bit and stuff like that. And we were talking about it, and I was told him I did my martial arts thing back in the day and stuff like that. And so we're leaving the fight, and they go, holy shit, I can't believe you were talking to him. And I go, who? And I go, you don't know who you were sitting beside, bro? And I go, no, should I? Like, was he important? Did I embarrass myself? And I was worried and everything. He goes, bro, that's Dana White. That's the guy who started all this stuff.
That's why you were able to have a good conversation with him because you didn't know, because you didn't say, oh my God, Dana. Oh my God, can I oil you up?
Yeah. Yeah. So it's,
yeah. And you've probably been on the other
cool.
side of that, where like someone knows a bunch about you, and all of a sudden the conversation is like, hey, Wolf, I saw you here. Can I get a in real life replay of this thing you've said or done before?
Yeah.
On the other, you're like, fuck, this isn't normal to me.
It's a blessing though. But like that was, he seemed like a cool guy at the time and everything. But I don't agree with all his politics. But hey, he's done a lot.
I agree with all his politics, not even knowing them.
Taylor, did you see? I'm sure saying that you.
Slapping.
I'm sure saying that, Taylor, you saw his interview with the Canadian interviewer the other day who asked him about the LGBTQ stuff. He says, Dana, you give your fighters quite a long leash when it comes to certain issues. Sean Strickland being one of them. He's like, wait a minute, what? I don't give anybody a leash. A leash? What are you talking about? It's called freedom of speech, buddy. You got any other questions?
Hell yeah.
You got any other questions? The guy's like, well, I was going to ask you about that, but I guess it was this great soundbite moment where just
America, fuck yeah!
I like that. I like that. Pro freedom of speech guy. I'm in.
I do like that about Dana. That is one of his shining. He's said it time and time again that like, I have no control about what these people say. This is the fight business. You think get your feelings hurt is bad? What do you see what they do to each other Saturday night? And it's just like, oh, fucking perfect, dude.
He
nailed it. Like
Kyle's right. He's really consistent on free speech in that regard. He definitely hates it when fighters get in fights outside the octagon. That he hates. He's like,
does he really
think
though?
this? Oh yeah.
He projects hatred about that.
Okay.
For example, a guy won the Ultimate Fighter, and then he got into a fight with a valet driver in Vegas, and he's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, people think this is human cockfighting. People think that you guys are feral animals, and then you prove them right. Do you know how hard I worked to make this legal? Do you know how hard I worked to make this popular? And you're trying to ruin everything by beating up a valet driver?
Legal even.
He's like, you're not even fucking famous yet. Wait till you get rich and famous. You'll be ruined. Guy never got rich and famous. He got kicked out of the UFC.
Yeah.
Dana's right.
That he hates.
Yeah.
No, that he absolutely hates. You're 100% right. But what I think he's always happy to like utilize and promote is, when Conor threw that dolly. But like everything else aside, like if it had just been Khabib in there alone and he threw
in the bus?
dolly, yeah. But there were
I don't
other
think he
fighters,
liked Rose getting glass in her eye or whatever happened.
Yeah, Rose got emotionally traumatized.
Yeah.
It bothers
Somebody
me how
got glass
soft
in their
Rose
eye.
is. And then maybe it was Ray Borg or somebody like that. I don't recall. Conor
Was
gave
it
him a
that
check.
skinny guy?
Conor wrote him a check later. I remember the guy wears
he?
glasses. I remember that about him. He's a white guy with brown hair. That's it's
Yeah,
huge
Michael
roster.
Chaoff or something. He's
Chiesa.
Yeah, Chiesa. Yeah.
That guy got some glass in his fucking eyes, and it's like, God damn it. I don't like that as a Conor fan. It's like people are literally catching strays, Conor. You couldn't.
Mhm.
But on the other hand, Dana immediately I remember he went on live right afterwards, and he's like in a back room somewhere, and he's just like, this is awful. What's happened? Blah blah blah. We don't like this. Did a great job. But then like 3 months later, that video is in the promotional footage, like set to music, and Ron Perlman is narrating the shit.
I wonder. I'd love
That's
to
what I'm
get Dana.
saying, right? It works.
Oh, when life gives you lemons.
There's no bad press, bro.
I'd love to get Dana like with some true serum and find out how he really feels, because what he tells us is he hates this, but his actions say like, he's not afraid to sell it, but it's there. He's going to not use it. He's going to only take the downside and not capitalize on what could be a good side. I have had drama where like my back and forth made money. Like my videos were getting, I don't know, 150,000 views each. And then suddenly they're getting 250,000 views each. But I'm like hurting inside. Like this is stressing me out. I was worse back in the day. I really took like emotional damage from this thing. Yeah. And people are like, what? He doesn't care. He made an extra $2,000 off this. And it's like, I would pay $2,000 to have just avoided all this.
Yeah.
I wonder where Dana falls on that spectrum, because, he made money, but would he also wish that event didn't happen? I don't know.
No, I think he's ruthless at the core. Because he came from humble beginnings, having to scrap, and he built this thing. I mean, he clawed his way.
Was he poor?
He not poor, but he was a working guy. He did like Zumba, like ladies, like aerobics classes and shit like that. Like borderline martial arts. You know what I mean? Like Taibo.
So he was a boxer, but not a good one. Like he aspired.
I mean,
to
professionally though. Like he had those Zumba classes or whatever.
He had dreams of being a pro boxer, but then he realized pretty early on that he wasn't going to be that guy. So he was like doing boxer size classes. And before he got into fight promoting. So
and then he's got this big lie about being ran out of Boston by
is that a lie? It was a mob.
I mean, come on. It's not just a mob.
Boxing Federation.
It's like what's his name? Whitey Bulger chased him out. Johnny Depp played Whitey Bulger in the movie.
Yeah.
If you haven't seen the movie, Johnny Depp has these crazy contacts. He looks maniacal. It's like a monster.
That movie was dark, bro.
Yeah,
that dark movie.
When he shows up, I think he's got a Mini 14 or something, shooting it from like the hip. Ping, ping, ping. It's a cool movie. They just caught that guy like maybe 5 years ago. He was old as shit. They had the whole like sting on camera. He's an old guy now, retired, coming out of an elevator, and they surround him with FBI and shit. He's like, fuck. And then he got killed in prison. I think they stabbed him up.
That
kind of had it coming. I'm gonna say
a lot of those gangsters.
He murdered a lot of people.
He kind of had it coming, bro.
Yeah, he murdered a lot of people. But yeah, I don't know. I'm feeling kind of down on the UFC and just sports in general lately. I have torn off baseball. I mean business. I won't watch a single game. I'll never buy another piece of merch again. Fuck you, Braves. Win 2 in a row and then I'll come back. 2, not 1.
2 in a row.
They're favored. They're favored this year to win again. Fuck you. No way they do. No way they have. No. Fuck you. The Dodgers will knock them out.
The Dodgers.
Absolutely, the Dodgers will knock them out, and like a terrifying fashion too. It'll be embarrassing when they do it. It'll be
the Cardinals will be back to being great before I know it.
All I have is the Bulldogs, and we got fucked this year. We got it's been sad. It's been sad. All my UFC champions got knocked the fuck out. All of them, Taylor. Jon
All
Jones
of
is the
them?
last. All
No.
of them.
Strickland lost by decision.
I don't think
You know what
Jon
I mean?
Jones
I mean,
is
lost. They all lost.
I don't think Jon Jones is an active fighter anymore, so that doesn't bode well for you, right?
He absolutely is an active fighter. He's the
Oh.
heavyweight champion of the fucking world.
He's
What I
not
would
an
want to
active
see
fighter,
from
he's injured.
Dana,
Oh,
He's the heavyweight champion. Of
what
the
I'd
world.
want to see from Dana is to see him crack open the books to see what he could really afford to pay fighters for for purse.
You know what? It's funny. On one hand, I want the fighters to be rich, right? We all want that.
Sure.
It's easy for me to give someone else's money to a fighter that I like. All right, cool. The downside is, as soon as you give these fighters money, they stop fighting. And I hate that. I like them hungry. I like them broke. People say, oh, we should have two organizations, UFC and make it Bellator. That way they have to compete, and whoever pays more will get the better fighters. I'm like, fuck no. I want them to fight each other. Back when there was pride in UFC, and you were like, oh, I wonder how freaking Matt Hughes would do over in pride. We'll never know. It's not going to happen because there are two organizations. The best teams didn't play each other. That sucks.
Yeah, but
So-
when you can make more money fighting Jake Paul than in the actual UFC, that's kind of pathetic, bro. Like,
I disagree. I think that's a product of a perfect storm of social media content, and that can't be compared to what's going on in the UFC.
but didn't
on a daily
Strickland
basis.
just have a huge rant about that? About not
Sure,
being
everybody
paid and
wants
all
a
that
raise.
stuff?
Everybody
I don't know
wants
what's
a fucking
true.
raise. But
Yeah.
no, look, they could absolutely afford to pay them more. They don't fight enough as it is. Fight 3 times a year and then come back for a raise. That's what I would say.
I'm
These
with you.
people fight once a fucking year. A lot of them fight once every 2 fucking years. You're the champion at 155 pounds. When does he fight? Okay, Ramadan's coming up again, isn't it? I guess we'll put off the first half of this year, eh? Maybe you'll fight next December. Maybe.
But do you rate it on how many times they fight, or how much money the actual fight is making?
I think they're independent from one another. I want 2 a year, whether you're doing well or bad. Like 2 should be
I think
at
Will's
least
point
2,
is like,
bare minimum.
if you sell 1 million pay-per-view and fight once a year, you're worth this much. If you sell 750,000 and fight twice a year, maybe you're worth just as much.
It should be.
Well, what Dana would say is everybody's got a contract. They
course,
signed it. They signed
Well,
their
in this
contract.
case, I'm talking about champs, the people.
But I'm saying, I'm talking about the title.
I don't think they need more money. I think Dana White needs more money. That man likes to play blackjack. But I don't see what's Sean Strickland
I
going
was
to do.
making strong points.
What are you going to do? Get another dirt bike, Sean? You're good.
John Strickland's already got his fucking Tesla. He's already living high. He's changed his whole life. He's in silk sheets now. Like, he has all these videos. Like, look at my dumpy apartment and my shitty car. None of that.
Well, that was a year ago.
Yeah, I know. It was 1 year ago. Now all that shit's been changed. He's not the same guy, and he lost.
Even when you see like real boxers, and I'm not talking about the YouTuber stuff, but real boxers, like their purses are still way up there, right?
At the top. So the UFC card, I think it's better to be a middle of the road UFC fighter than a middle of the road boxer, because in boxing, all the money's at the top of the card, whereas in the UFC, it's spread out a little bit more. But the top of the card is way better than the UFC.
Yeah.
And nobody watches
something to work towards.
the boxing card anyway. Like I can't imagine watching an up and coming boxer fight another up and coming boxer. But in the UFC, it's like these dudes are hungry.
Everything's an event.
Like they're getting paid like $6,000 to show and $6,000 to win and shit like that. Like, oh my god, like they're going to lose money if they don't win this fight. They're going to owe
that
money.
low?
Yeah, at the bottom it is. It's like 10
It's not
but
that
it's like
low,
12
bro.
or
No
15.
way.
If they have a contract, is it 15-15 or is it 10-10?
It's one of those.
Like what's the?
Yeah, I
what's
don't think
real
10-10
low?
happens anymore. It might start at 12-12.
How do you live and train and
Right.
You don't.
do
You work
all
a
that
job. They work a job that you cannot live and train. Because here's the thing: you have tons of costs, right? Like just
course.
eating as a professional athlete is going to be very expensive. But then having coaches and nutritionists and all the peripheral people around you that if you want a good one, you got to pay them. And
You know what? That's fucked up. Because you know why? That's old school record deal rip off.
Mhm.
little bit.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's like it's like when
Well, there's a
TLC
difference.
and New Edition and all those guys were, they're all broke because they all pay into the label and the label
Signed
takes it
predatory
off.
TLC
contracts.
and New
It
Edition,
totally is.
they could sell records like a champion. Whereas these guys making 12.5 to show and 12.5 to win, no one bought that ticket for them. They're
Don't
getting
care.
built.
Don't care about them at all. And you can replace them so easily.
But is that good or bad?
It's good for the consumer, and that's all
But
I
it's
care
horrible for the fighter, though.
Well,
I mean, most
so here,
industries,
let me
Like
lay
these
this
guys
out.
are destroying their bodies for
This is
pennies
how it starts.
just for a chance, right?
Your only talent is fighting, right? And you don't have a nutritionist and a coach and all that stuff. You belong to a gym, right? And
Yeah.
you're just kind of in a system, whatever. You're fighting with other people who these coaches are helping. All right. You're new, so you fight 3 times this year, and you're good. So you're making $24,000 a fight. You made $75,000 that year, and now you get your new contract where that 75 is going to triple if you do it again. And it's like, 75 grand for paying your dues when you're a new fighter. It's not the worst deal.
But
Is
you
that
gotta
what it
fight.
is? It's like
I
24.
don't. And then on top of
now?
that, you're paying your manager, you're paying your
a
accountant.
win,
A win. Yeah.
How much do
half
you
that-
make if you lose that fight?
half that. It's 12. When we say 12, we mean to show is the first number, and to win is the second
Oh,
number. So
okay.
obviously you get them both if you show up and win the fight.
Okay, well
But
that's a bad deal if you're not a great fighter.
you
That's
get your
what I'm
ass
saying.
whooped and take a pay cut. Yeah.
It's like the worst paying sport, like next to women's soccer, I guess.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
Oh, women's
You know what I'm
soccer
saying?
players
Like-
make more than that. Like the Olympic team.
probably.
It depends how you factor it. I think that the way you want to like look at it is percent of total revenue or whatever that's paid out to the athletes per capita or
Mhm.
whatever.
Yeah.
And in that formula, yeah, it looks bad. They're making a hand over fist kind of money. Like again, they made they use Canadian dollars, so I got confused. Let's call it it's like 6.5-7 million US dollars at the take from the attendance, just the seats sold in the arena in Canada.
Yeah.
Oh my God, there's
That
no
doesn't
way
include the pay-per-view.
yeah,
Right.
doesn't include the pay-per-view, which
But we don't
let's
know-
if it
what
did
does it
250
cost?
What does it
I don't
cost
have
to
the
get that arena?
foggiest idea what the expenses are.
It's not that high, bro.
I don't either, but it
Oh,
can't be that
okay.
high. You know what
It's
I mean?
not that
Like,
high.
For all I knew, it was $5 million to get the stadium that night. Or like,
nah, they've been
No,
that sounds high, but
He's
yeah.
making money, man. He's making money.
Oh,
Bro.
I don't
they're
doubt he's making money. We're on the same team there. I
his
just don't
gambling
have
is hilarious. Have you heard him talk about how he plays blackjack? His system. It's
No.
He's like, it's not. They asked him, like, you've been banned from a lot of casinos. It's like, it's not that I've been banned. He's like, they just don't like how I gamble, so I can go to this place, and this place. They're the only places that'll do. He wants to play like many thousands of dollars per hand. He wants to play $20,000 hand blackjack or something like that.
Yeah.
But he'll sit down and play 3. He's like, I'll sit down and play 3 hands, and if I win, I get up and fucking go home.
Yeah.
He's like, I walked away with $90,000 in 5 minutes. They hate that.
Yeah. I did that when I was in Vegas. I went to the roulette table, put down a whole bunch of different numbers, and I hit. And I put down like $100. I came out with like 400. And I said, okay, I'm done. And I just walked away. And they were like almost mad at me, looking at me like, that's it? Bro, I'm up. Like,
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
of
But
course they're mad. Like their whole
Yeah.
business model is keep you in there as long as possible because the longer you're in there, the higher the likelihood that you leave with less.
yeah, that's crazy. And I have to go. I'm going to be in Vegas for a paintball game, and they're having an awards show, which is going to be cool
Oh,
too.
nice.
So,
Is
yeah.
it like a scenario game?
no, it's a speedball tournament.
Okay.
But they're doing a award show like the Oscars for paintball players, and they're going to be giving out awards for best players, and it's supposed to be a fancy schmancy thing, which is very cool.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
Yeah.
Are you
man.
you going to put your try-hard hat on so you can be the number one player in that event, get the award?
Well, that's not my world, but they're going to be giving awards for the woodsball military style that I do too, which is very cool. So
Okay.
maybe I might present one or something, and it's it's next level. But yeah, Vegas is a whole different. Trying to win against the house is an impossibility. So if I get something, I'm out.
Yeah.
Gone.
I'm glad I'm
I
not
wish-
very tempted by gambling. Seems like an easy way to get out over your
addicted.
skis and be like, oh, fuck. I don't have the money for this. I'm broke now because I thought the fucking Chiefs would win or some shit.
Have you ever gambled, Taylor?
I've gone to casinos and shit.
Mhm.
It's just like I'm not that into it. Like I'll sit there, gamble like $50, $100 away, and be like, all right, well, anybody want to do something
Here's
else?
why: because you're not playing the game. You're playing the game of gambling when you just sort of like have a little snack.
I'm
at the
there with
casino.
other people every time. Like I'm just
Yeah,
like
so you're not-
socializing, doing
Imagine this though. If you enjoyed the game before the money came into it, then it becomes a whole different thing. Imagine if it was
Sure.
if it's Age of Empires 2 had a league where you had wager matches, right? Where like
that. Oh, I'd
you
lose
could-
my ass.
or like you could play like five. There's like maybe imagine there's like you can play the $1 games or there's the $10
Mhm.
games and there's the I've been playing these $50 games. And just listen to me. I know it's a lot, but like you could understand how that could get out of hand because you start believing in yourself and you're like, I got a system. Then you start studying. And you're like, oh my god, if I get a 1% edge, how can I lose?
I
Like,
get how you get really into it. Like and that was a good way to put it. Like if I was into the game prior to money being involved, I could totally see it because that would just add a new layer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would never do Age
Age
of Empires 2 for money.
It's funny because
I'd get blown out by some fucking European guy. That wouldn't be.
It's funny because I would play like poker on my iPad, right? And I'd get really good at it. It's just not for real money and stuff. Like I get really good at poker and stuff. And then I was going to Vegas. I was thinking about playing in Vegas, and one of my friends says, "No, don't," because Vegas is made for suckers like you. Because there's guys whose full-time jobs is it to play poker and wait for guys to fly in who think they can play poker.
Yeah.
And that's how they make their money. You know what I mean?
That's true, but that's at a table that you wouldn't be sitting at anyway. It'd be a little bit higher stakes than you'd want to do. But there are poker rooms there at like every major casino.
Mhm.
And I mean, there's 300 people there playing, and they're not all sharks. They all think they are. We all watched World Series of Poker seasons 1, 2, and 3. but everybody's there, and they know how to play. Nobody's there asking the rules or anything. But to say that there's a bunch of like Phil Hellmuths out there in the crowd, that's not quite the case. But if you step up, the higher the stakes go, then you run into
the real
players.
sharks.
But nobody's sitting down there at the like. There's stakes where everybody's got a couple $100.
Okay.
I usually play like a $500 buy-in and like $2 or $5 blinds and stuff like that. Like nothing crazy. 5-10 gets out of hand real fast. I don't want to play 5-10. That's too much money.
See, I was there playing blackjack once, and there's this black lady who's sitting beside me getting really upset with me because I was playing really stupidly and I was winning, and she's there like I'm doing like $5 a hand, $10 a hand, and I just kept winning, and like she would lose. Like she would go, hey, you should split those. And I go, no, I'm good. And I win. I get blackjack. I get a whole bunch of money back. And that she's doing all the proper things and stuff. And then she'd lose all of her money. And she'd go, okay, here, 5 more hundred. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Put down 500 $100 bills. Lose it again. Okay, let's go. She just kept.
She's getting mad at you,
and she's getting mad at me because I kept winning because I was taking her hands or something.
She's mad at you because you are making moves that aren't just wrong, but they're like incorrect. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
And you're changing the cards, so like it's like that scene in Sopranos. She's going, that was supposed to be my card. I would have made blackjack.
Yeah.
You cost me $1,800 to win 12 by playing wrong. Go away. like it would be infuriating. I
guess so when you say it that way.
If you want to,
wouldn't players work together? I guess
you need to set up your own little group and be like, all right, how many people are allowed at a blackjack table? 4 or 5?
I don't know.
You'd need to go like with a group and be like, all right, we're the quad tonight. We're setting up the whole table and we're all going to play correctly.
Well, most people, I'm not talking about just not being adventurous with your betting. I'm talking about playing in an incorrect manner, like not jumping a move in checkers, for example. It'd be like, why didn't you take that piece? It's checkers. Oh, I didn't see that. Well, because you didn't jump there, something that you had no way of knowing now makes me lose. It's like, you played bad, so I lose. Like if there were just a competent player here, like the game would be moving.
I hear your logic.
You could still win as a result of them playing incorrectly.
I hear everything you're saying, and you're absolutely right.
That takes your card, or where I make no move, or like it.
That's all true. I get what you're saying.
Sounds like sour grapes.
But this is a game where you get to see it play out, and also it's what you got to understand. If they've never seen anyone play like him, it is part of it as well.
He's a maverick, is what you're saying.
he's blazing trails over there, and it's frustrating. It's that you can see it in blackjack and see how the cards have been altered by someone's weird play. It's like, oh yeah, you always split when you get this hand. It's just the rules of blackjack. It's like if A, then B, and this guy went C, and it's like, whoa, you're not being adventurous. You're not gambling and throwing it around. In poker, you can be like, fuck it, I'm calling because maybe.
Wolf,
right? Maybe
Wolf
he's lying.
does not play that way. He's Christ-like. He barges into that temple of money and flips the tables.
I remember I was doing one hand, and it took me 5 cards to get up to 20, and I just kept hitting. It was 5, like 9. It was like 13. It was like 14, and the lady beside me goes, "Lord Jesus Christ!" There was no reason for me to hit. I was just like, let's see what happens. You know what I mean? It's like I won the hand and it's like I got money and stuff, but she was so mad at me. I still remember that to this day.
No, I get it to some regard, and I also get like, and not from blackjack, but just from poker. It can be frustrating when, again, I don't know if I'm explaining this right. When someone just does the wrong thing and that changes the flow of the game. It's like, I get that this is all random, but you interceded in my randomness a little bit with your incompetence. And I'm not saying you Wolf, but like in poker.
I know what you mean.
It's like, bro, why are you even in this hand? I misread my cards, to be honest. I thought I had 2 8s, but it's an 8 and an ace. I'm sorry. Well, don't apologize. You won the fucking hand, but
I'm just stuck because my stupid play could just as well help you.
I guess it's a luck thing. It's a.
We're not. You also have to imagine.
It's not science, right?
We're not at a game where the general public would normally be as well. It's
not a counter.
It is if you're a gambler. I think people are understanding what I'm talking about here. Like if you're at a table and someone's doing things that are wrong, like misplaying the game. Then and it changes the flow of the cards, and not just in an adventurous kind of
flow of the cards. What does that mean? Like if I'm playing crap, I don't know how craps.
They're predetermined.
If we're playing a dice game, and
we're not playing dice. We're not playing dice. We're playing cards, because in cards
is different. Yeah.
Once we shuffle them and sit them on the table, although we can't see them, we could play the hand up, face side up, play it all the way out, and we would know who was going to win.
It's a finite result. The finite
it's predetermined. It's a predetermined result once they're shuffled, and no one knows it, and that's the whole gist of the game.
But is it not equally likely, like someone playing like a dumbass helps hurts you? Sorry, no. I'm not getting it.
The problem is that no one at that table should be playing like a dumbass. And that's already you just go in knowing that everyone is going to if A then B. So someone going C is this weird thing that should have never happened. It's like you tripped and fell and hurt me. Okay, it's not making sense.
Chaos theory.
I understand what you're saying now.
It messes up the flow.
Everybody's got to be on the same.
It's
basic strategy, the same tactic in the game in order for it to work for everyone. One fly in the ointment can fuck the whole thing up.
That's why you have hot tables and bad tables, right? So.
It's just like, if it's influenced by your ignorance as well, because there's so many decisions you could make. I'll bet this much, I'll fold this card, and this and that. But 100% of the time, every other player with any sense would have said, I don't know, dude. One of the best examples, someone misreading their cards and thinking they had one thing, but they had another, and so they're literally playing wrong. Well,
that's inexcusable. Like, how do you not?
That happens all the time.
Really?
Hey, people go, ha, full house, and they're like, no, you have 1 8, not 2.
That happens all the time.
That's why it's infuriating, because we're not talking about for shits and giggles. There's like thousands of dollars moving around.
Yeah.
And that would frustrate me. Yeah, if I was trying to take it serious, and some guy's like flush, and it's like you've got one of every different. You've got a club, a spade, a heart, and a diamond. This is not a flush. Or however fucking poker works. I don't know anything about that shit.
It's like that friend who's
I know about important games. Like Age of Empires
2.
Kyle and I had a little yesterday afternoon or morning actually. Kyle and I had a little melding of the minds.
It's like 7 a.m. We're both on gaming.
I woke up and was like, I just wanted to come in here and see who was online. I see Kyle's online at Tarkov, so we hop in a call together. I watch a little Tarkov. I feel like I know a little more about that game now. Kyle watches a little Age of Empires, asks a few questions. I think he knows a little more about the game. He was already familiar with it.
I was playing when you came in there.
You were murdering. I saw you kill multiple people.
Took all of his things. That's my favorite.
And you saw me fuck up the Mongols.
Dude, that game was over. It was like his team is blue and the other team's red. And there's this. The blue team is shaped like a Pac-Man eating a red little jewel in the middle. Surrounded the other guy. And I'm like, wait, is that your town center? He's like, no, that's my second town center. Like, why did you build it next to his town center? Because this is our town now. And now I'm going to mine his gold.
I was doing that. I was like, I destroyed his front base and he was off gold. And I was like, I mine your gold. Like the fucking...
Can you hear each other in that game?
There will be blood.
No, okay. You can't hear anyone in that game. It's so fun.
And in fucking Tarkov, and that's one of my favorite things.
That's what I love about Tarkov. Yeah,
people are fucking mean.
Proximity chat.
Yeah, it's more often cooperative than toxic, surprisingly. But I've grown to love VoIP in every game.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's a show. Wolf, where can everyone find you and all your content?
Oh, please go and subscribe to Wolf Paintball on YouTube. I need to get over 100K. This is ridiculous. I went under because of some other stuff, but if you could come by, say hi and subscribe. And again, thank you for the invite and watching the show. It's always fun and amazing. I love it here.
It's a good time.
Yeah, that was
PKA, good. 648.